Okay, we are now live streaming, so you're set. Let me give the host powers back to you. All right, we're all set up. If anything comes up, feel free to let me know. Other than that, I hope you have a good day of reviews.
All right, thank you very much for everything. Appreciate it.
You're very welcome. See you.
Bye-bye. Hey, Tom, you there?
Hey, Coleman.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Trying to work out all this technology, share screens. We're streaming live on YouTube now, so whatever you say can be used against you.
Thanks for the warning.
Yeah, watch out.
I thought I'd get in early today with all the problems last time, but
Seems like
didn't
it worked
figure
out.
it out. Yeah,
Worked
just had
out
to kind of update the computer last time and switch computers, but got it figured out now.
Yeah. What's the weather like in Durham? It's got to be chilly.
Yeah, it is a little bit chilly. Today's a little warmer. We have a storm coming in, but yeah, we got some frost yesterday, and it's pretty cold. Yeah,
You can keep it.
yeah.
Anything north of there is too cold for me.
Is this it for you? Once this is for the semester?
We'll have such to do. I have a seminar on Monday that I teach, and that'll be the last class. Then we just grades and paperwork wrap up, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Not a lot else.
Yeah.
Ready for the break.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's been a hard semester because obviously because of doing hybrid studio and Zoom and that sort of thing. Wish it were not so, but it is. So,
Right.
hold on just a second. I'll be right.
Sure.
The cat needing outside.
Oh, okay.
Once he steps out and realizes it's 50 something degrees, he'll come back. You have any pets nowadays? Cats, dogs, anything?
Oh yeah, 2 of each.
Yeah.
Yeah, full house over here. So
responsibility. What kind of dogs do you have?
I've got that kind of hound dog mix that I've had since like 2008 in New Orleans. She's
Remember that one?
getting
Yeah.
up there, and then we adopted a little kind of everything puppy, all mixed up. I guess it's probably been maybe 3 months ago. So
Yeah. They're fun. Those can be the best dogs.
yeah, it's a constant source of entertainment over here.
Do your cats get along with the dogs?
Yeah, we've got kind of a similar thing, a younger one and an older one. The older one's kind of just, she sleeps 20 hours a day.
Yeah.
And the younger one's kind of figuring out how to play with the puppy. So
Yeah.
But it's good. It's been good. We stay home all the time, so it's we need some entertainment.
Me too. When you helped me move here, I had 5 cats from New Orleans, and I'm down to 2 now.
Oh, really?
Just age. I got them. One is a Katrina cat that I got there in New Orleans, and the other's like your cat, older. I think she's 17, and she sleeps just about all day.
Yeah.
Good cat. Always been. So,
Are you still in that same spot?
Same spot.
Yeah.
I threatened to leave a number of times. I even bought a lot on the east side, thought I would build a house on it, but then backed out and sold the lot. So
yeah.
I'm just going to keep renting here. And it's gotten so expensive here in Austin to buy anything. So expensive. I know it's getting that way in Durham as well. So
New Orleans too.
Right. Who would ever thought after Katrina that New Orleans would be a high price? They were giving away houses then.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. It's out of control now. I mean, you can't really get a lot for under $100,000 there, and that's for a small lot too.
Somebody was trying to sell that lot next door to the Alligator House to me for $5,000.
Really?
I should have bought it. I don't know what I would do with a lot in Central City, but I passed it by.
Yeah.
Last time I was there, there's still a community garden on it. I don't know if anything's been built yet.
I don't know. I haven't been by in a while. I mean, I know, Byron's still working down there pretty regularly. So
yeah. Looks like he's building a new house for himself. I follow him on Instagram some and see it going up. Daily images of it. When I looked, it was being framed up. So that's what it is.
Yeah, he's always got something going on for himself. So I'm not sure what he's going to do with that. Have you been to his house that he's in? That's right next door.
No, I used to go to this older house there in Black Pearl, but I haven't been to the new one. So
It's kind of, I mean, it's sort of set up as a 3-story duplex. And right now, as you approach the building, the left side is his office, all 3 stories. And it links over now to his house, which is the other one. So I don't know if he'll move into the new project and then maybe rent out the other one. I'm not sure, but
Yeah. We say hello a couple of times a year, but it's just through Instagram, something like that. Email.
Right.
It's not really no extended conversation. I saw him, when we were in New Orleans 2 years ago. And we
Right.
talked then, but that's the last time really had a conversation with him.
Yeah. Well, they've been moving forward with the building, and they're going to do that again in January, is my understanding. So, I guess just everyone wear a mask and try and stay separated a little bit.
Yeah. We're going to do a design build here in Austin in the spring. We can't travel to the coast. We could build there, but driving there, the rule is you can only have 2 people in a car, one in front seat and one in back seat. And then, we would either have to camp individually in tents, or each student would have to get their room individually, and they just can't afford that. So
Sure.
we're going to do a project here in Austin where we don't have to travel very far.
That makes sense.
First project I've done here in Austin since, I guess, 2015. We got a backlog of projects on the coast I really want to get to, but maybe in the summer it's looking positive.
Looking better. Yeah. Yeah, I hope so. I mean, there's some promising news coming out of the vaccine news, I guess.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I hope so too. We will see.
I'm just getting this link up. This is actually really helpful. These are the presentations we'll be seeing today. Is that right? These PDFs.
Yeah, those are their thesis. I call them thesis statements, but they're speculative design. And then, are you looking on box at the actual project designs or the link? Yeah. And that's what we're looking at.
Yes, that's perfect. This is really helpful because so often when I've been on a few of the NC State reviews, and they're kind of scrolling pretty quickly, and you're kind of trying to latch on to something in the site plan or in a section or something, and it's always kind of asking people to scroll back. But this is great.
We're broken up into 3 sessions, and each session only has 4 students. So
okay.
To do. So you're going to be looking at, let's see who's on your list.
It's like we're starting with Mr. West.
Yeah, Michael West, Chandler Householder, Rose Lee, Bennett Lemke.
Okay.
Yeah. The
Good.
group,
I didn't see any of these last time. This is a different site, different.
I kept the groups together. The group that you saw at midterm, they're going in the afternoon session at 3:00.
Okay.
Really no reason or rhyme for where they were located, but they'll last. So you have time to come back and join us, please do.
Yeah, I'm going to try. I'm getting kind of beat down with this little project that keeps kind of stopping. You know how it goes. Stops, gains a little ground, loses a little ground.
Yeah. No, I completely understand. We've got some good reviewers for this afternoon, so don't feel obliged, obligated to. But you're certainly welcome if you want to.
Yeah, I think I'm going to try my best to do it.
Yeah. Have you talked to Emily or anyone at Tulane? I haven't talked to them as their semester's winding down.
No, I did kind of hear from Byron the other day. Just there, I think going to start looking for a new position to kind of tag on to Urban Build. It's a little bit more of a research position. So it's something I'd like to talk more to you about at some point, I think. But
you can go back and take it.
I don't know. I mean, it's a worldwide distributed application. Like the last guy they hired, I think, for that position was from Japan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But New Orleans or just working remotely?
No, it's in New Orleans.
Right, you would have to go back. Yeah.
But I'm not sure. I don't know enough of the details about it now. About the trick with that is always the kind of permanency or impermanency of that.
I
So
know, I know.
a lot to pick back up and go back for something that might be 9 months in the making. But
Well, you can always start your tenure track there, Tom.
I don't know. I don't know if that's an option. But
Of course it is, but you have to decide that. It's a big commitment.
yeah. So who all will be tuning in today? Do you know?
As far as on YouTube or just
Yeah.
who
I
knows?
know the students will be probably all logged in, but
Yeah, they'll be here with us watching the students in the class. It's
Yeah.
just they have friends or anyone outside that want to watch them too. They can also give the invite to anyone, and they can tune in to the Zoom session. So,
okay.
I think that the school has been good about organizing all that. Each session, every studio section is being live streamed, and then they record them and have them if you want to go back and watch them later.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been getting several messages from UVA. They're kind of sending stuff out to all the alums.
Yeah.
To sign up to watch the reviews. It's kind of neat.
Yeah, it is. That's one thing that Zoom has actually been beneficial about it. It's forced us to use these technologies we hadn't before.
Right.
Very active lecture series, people all over the world. Normally we would have had to pay for them to come and
right.
Before. So those are real advantages.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I saw old David finally made it to Pittsburgh.
I haven't talked to him since he got there. He sent a note once Biden was confirmed for the election.
Yeah.
Hoorah on that, but I haven't really talked to him.
Yeah.
Need to reach out to him, say hello.
Yeah, I talked to him a couple of times. He went into a kind of a 10-day. He must have flown back because he was kind of quarantining down the road from his family after traveling. So I heard from a little bit about day 8 of 10 where he was going a little bit crazy.
I haven't had to do that. Talking to one of the professors at school yesterday, and didn't know it until we talked, but he had tested positive.
Oh, is that right?
No symptoms, but he isolated for 10 days.
Yeah.
Being very cautious.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go on mute.
Okay.
Sarah, are you with us?
Hi.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good.
Thank you for joining us.
I'm happy to be here.
Good. Have you been on other reviews?
I just, let me see if I can even get this right. Simon Atkinson on Wednesday. But that's it. I have some other stuff going on. So the Wednesday and today were the 2 days I had, but it's been, it was great.
Yeah, well, I'm delighted you're here. You did a great job last time you were on our review, so your comments will be appreciated.
Yeah, it's fun for me to peek into the world of design. Let's see. Your name is Tom. Tom, I'm not a designer, so I come at this from a different. I'm a historian.
Oh, great.
So, but
she's married to a designer, so it's tolerate us. So
yeah, those are my real credentials.
Yeah. How long have you been at UT, Sarah? You've been there quite a while.
Well, I came in 2013. It's my seventh. I want to say it's my 7th year because I just got tenure last year.
Yeah.
Great.
You know,
Congratulations.
thank you.
Yeah.
But I'm trying. I always get confused, like if I'm on my anyway around there.
Yeah.
Long enough to feel like, you know,
You
very-
belong. You belong. Oh, Lord. Well, we're happy to have you. Let's see who we have here. We got a couple of students joining us. Ben Hameen is the other reviewer that's not here. Hopefully he'll show up shortly. Good morning, guys.
Morning. How's it going?
Good. Omar, I saw you were having some problems uploading. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out after this break.
Okay.
Oh, I'm cold.
I know.
Sure. I sent another email back. I think in the email that I sent, it should have a solution that should work because I have had some problems with Box in the past. But
yeah, it may be your address that so sometimes the addresses you use don't open it. Did you have problems at the beginning of the semester accessing Box?
no, it seems to come at the most random times. I'm not sure what the problem is, but usually if the invite is sent to my EID instead of my email, it just takes care of it.
Yeah. Well, we'll work it out because I think I always have to let you in. You always end up in a waiting room, and I manually let you in. So that could be the problem there. Then good morning.
Good morning, Coleman. How are you guys?
We're good. We're good. Just chatting here. We'll give it 1 minute, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Introduce you all quickly, and then I'm going to do a 5-minute presentation to try to orient you. And then we've got 4 students we're going to look at today. And I assume, guys, you know who you are. See, Michael, Chandler, Rose, and Bennett are in the first group. Okay. Bennett's here, Rose is here, Chandler is here, Michael. Okay, we got everybody here. All right. Let's go ahead and get started because we've got a full 2 hours. Don't want to run over time to be fair to everyone. So students, everyone, quick introduction on the reviewers this morning. You met Tom Holloman at Midpoint. He was on a number of reviews then. Tom is in Durham, North Carolina right now. You're a UVA graduate, worked in the design build program at Tulane for how many years, Tom? 7, 8 years?
Yes, I'm 10 years, almost 10 years.
Oh, Lord, time does fly. You're getting old, Tom, just like.
I know.
And Tom recently moved to Durham from New Orleans and is in private practice there now. Let's see, Ben Hameen. Ben Hameen, you are, let's see, what should I say? You're the program director of, what is it? Master in Science of Historical Preservation, something of that nature.
Something of that. That's correct.
Yeah. So very interested in historical preservation. Came here from University of Minnesota. You've been here, what now, 7, 8 years?
I think it's ours. I say ours because Sarah and I got here together. That was 7th year.
7 years, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're glad to have you. And you also teach building technology courses, design studios, that sort of thing. So
yeah.
A man of many trades. Sarah Lopez is associate professor of, what shall we say, built environmental historic preservation or history. That would probably be the best way.
Yeah, built environment history, perfect.
Okay, built environment history. And you have a particular focus on border conditions between Mexico and United States. I know you have a book out on remittance, and particularly between Mexico and the U.S. So great work. We were just talking. You've been here for 7 years now, 8 years, and delighted to have you here at the school as well. So we've got a good group of reviewers. I'm going to do a quick presentation, share screen here, and then we'll turn it over to the students to orient you on what you'll be looking at. So let's see if I can get that going. Can you all see that? Everyone see the screen? All right. This is Advanced Design Studio, as you know, Gulf Coast Design Lab. We spent the first 3 weeks more or less in a seminar format studying public interest design strategies. Did a number of readings, discussions, research about that. And then from there, it says designing for community empowerment, environmental justice, equity, and ecological literacy. We worked with a group from Houston, Texas, Armand Bayou Nature Center for 4 weeks to design and develop and actually fabricate a environmental education tool for them. They're a private organization in Houston. I believe they have 2,500 acres. It's the largest urban forest organization in the United States. That's private. So they have a very extensive outreach program, education outreach. They go into public schools there in the Houston area. And then they also have people come regularly to their site for visits. So the students designed a rainfall simulator and an enviroscape that their educators can use for demonstrations, anywhere from primary school on up to high school and adults. And it's a hands-on demonstration that they show primarily pollution in the Galveston Bay area. And so the enviroscape is custom designed to reflect Houston and the Galveston Bay. So they did that for the first half of the semester. And then they moved on into this design project here you're going to be looking at. It's about 6-week project, 5 weeks of design, and one plus week of research. And so it's more of a schematic design that you're going to be looking at today, only developed over 5 weeks. And it's based on neighborhoods in Houston, Texas, looking at environmental justice and equity issues there. We were focused particularly on environmental justice issues, environmental racism issues there in Houston, toxic chemical pollution, byproduct of the petrochemical industry, from hurricane damage, spills of everyday production, brownfield sites close to habitable areas, garbage dumps that historically were intentionally located close to minority neighborhoods, and the heat island effect of low-income citizens. So students researched that, and they each selected a neighborhood. They each selected a project type, and I'll describe that in a minute. But quickly, Houston is the 4th largest city in the United States, as you probably know. It's the 2nd largest port by tonnage in the United States, huge port. Most people in Texas don't think of Houston as a coastal city, but it really is very much so. The area produces 42% of the nation's petroleum and chemicals. So you can imagine what goes on there with all of the industry. Here's the Houston Ship Channel you see there on the right. This is a Valero petroleum plant here in the foreground. And in the background, you can see the skyline of downtown Houston. Houston and hurricanes, that's another big factor. You all know of Harvey. And according to NOAA, Houston is predicted to get a hurricane every 7 years. So you mix the petrochemical industry along with potential deadly hurricanes, and you're just waiting for a disaster to happen. And there are small disasters that happen there all the time. This is an image after Hurricane Harvey. The Valero plant had a minor leak, could have been much worse. Toxic chemical pollutions from accidents. This is a huge chemical fire that happened. You can see the shipping channel there in 2018. These things aren't uncommon. They happen more frequently than you would imagine, and we don't hear about it much. But if you live in Houston, they're regular occurrences. Also, spills and accidents, ships. This is one from 2019, spring of 2019. Took a great deal of cleanup in the Galveston Bay. Thousands of gallons of crude oil were dropped in the bay. So spills and accidents, this is that same fire we were looking at a moment ago. This is one of the neighborhoods the students were looking at, Manchester. And then from everyday production, this community of Manchester and a number of fence line communities along the ship channel are dealing with pollution every day. High cancer rates, high asthma rates, kids, and students will talk to you about that individually and the projects they selected. Asthma here, a child on the left's photograph who was lost early to childhood cancer. The rates are phenomenal when you really start researching them. Students will talk to you about that. Cancer cluster in Northeast Houston. This is in Kashmir Gardens. I think one of the students is working there. This was a news article, news report several years ago on local TV. Superfund sites. Houston has one of the largest Superfund site counts of any city in the country. And you can imagine with all the industry there that would be the case. Neighborhoods actually built on old brownfield sites. Again, people being slowly poisoned by toxic conditions under their neighborhoods. Garbage dumps intentionally located close to minority neighborhoods. This was begun to be researched in the 70s by a professor there locally, Dr. Robert Bullard, and really some of the first environmental justice demonstrations in the country took place in Houston because of the discovery or just the research determination that garbage dumps had been intentionally located close to Black neighborhoods. So students will talk about that as well. Food deserts, that's another occurrence from these low-income neighborhoods. Grocery stores, shops won't locate there. Public transportation can be lacking. All of the things you can imagine. Businesses don't locate there. No advantage, no reason for them to. So, particularly low-income children aren't getting proper food. When you go into one of these corner stores, it's really just junk food that you're going to be finding there. And then heat island effects. Of course, we all know how large Houston is, all the highways, all the parking lots. It's a very automobile-oriented city. So you have a strong heat island effect. And if you're living in some of these neighborhoods that students focused on, the housing is minimal. A lot of the places don't have air conditioning. Citizens die every year from heat exhaustion in Houston, particularly the elderly. So the final project, they were asked to research Houston, areas that they felt had issues of environmental inequity, to better understand the concerns of those neighborhoods, then identify a neighborhood they were interested in with those issues that they planned to work, and then speculate. This is a speculative design problem. They were the ones that determined their own program, decided what most benefited that underserved neighborhood on their projects. So they developed their own program, their own thesis for it. And through that thesis, they then determined an appropriate architectural intervention to achieve those benefits. And from that determination, they designed a building solution that betters the lives of the citizens in those communities. So that's a quick run for the premise of the studio. Is that architecture offers many ways for contributing to community good. And those can be designed as a democratic proposition, an advocate for the underserved, that everyone is entitled to beauty through design and not just those who can afford it. And oftentimes in our studios, we're looking at projects that only the 2 to 5% that so many architects serve, and the other 95% of folks never come in contact with an architect. So that thesis was part of the design as well. What we say at the Gulf Coast Design Lab is environmental activism through design. So that's a quick synopsis of what we'll be looking at. Any questions from our reviewers about that?
I suppose you guys didn't do any site visits or
No,
interaction with any of the communities, right?
we couldn't, and that was one of the drawbacks, particularly when we were discussing public interest design issues in the beginning. Normally, we would be down there interviewing people in the neighborhoods, talking to them. A couple of students who live in Houston were able to go to their sites and look at it, but they were discouraged to really talking to anyone face to face because of the unique situation we're in. From afar, yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Who's on the list? Michael, are you number one? Yes. All right. You want to share your screen?
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that. All right. So thank you guys for reviewing with us today, first of all. My name is Michael West, and I'll be presenting my proposal, which is the Chadwick Boseman Cancer Clinic in the 5th Ward neighborhood of Houston. Okay. So the 5th Ward is located just off of downtown Houston. As Coleman just prefaced, it is a majority minority neighborhood with primarily Black and Latino communities in the neighborhood, and has experienced quite a bit of environmental injustices and environmental racism over the years, which has contributed to a lot of health issues over the years. Here's just a, okay. So the focus on this neighborhood, it's highlighted in red here, but I centered this map on Union Pacific Railway, which is the diagonal kind of scar that's running through this neighborhood, which is a very industrialized zone that runs right through the neighborhood. You can see right here, there's literally a chain link fence separating the neighborhood from this highly industrial area. And due to the use of creosote, which is a toxic chemical that has been proven to cause cancer in humans for over 80 years or so to treat the railroad tracks, that pollution has seeped into the ground underneath over 100 homes in the 5th Ward area. So in addition to the general air pollution that comes from the railway being located where it is, the chemical that's now seeped into the earth is at risk of affecting the water supply and evaporating into the air. And as such, over the last 40 years or so, there's been a dramatic increase in larynx, liver, and bronchus cancers in the 5th Ward. And in the last 10 years or so, a cancer cluster has developed in the 5th Ward neighborhood in Cashmere Gardens, with a survey reporting that about 43% of homes surveyed report at least one person in the home having cancer, and just about everybody knowing somebody that has cancer if they themselves do not have it. So the solution to the issue, or rather a first step at looking at the issue, was to put a cancer clinic in the 5th Ward because as I neglected to mention here, the healthcare in the area, which you can see highlighted here on the yellow dot and these 2 white dots, are pretty much the only access that they have nearby, and it's very inadequate to deal with the increased number of people with cancer. So while it is very important to deal with the creosote directly, people already have cancer and need need to be treated. So that's the first step at trying to resolve the issues. To end on a less bleak note, however, Fifth Ward has a really strong sense of community and identity. They have a lot of art, and a lot of artists have come from the Fifth Ward. They're trying their best to become a cultural arts district in Houston. So I felt it was very important to include and discuss how art can be used to really increase the strong sense of identity in the community. So the site itself is located on the Union Pacific property, just to the northwest there, because that's the closest to the actual contamination where the majority of people have been affected. And the proposal includes a green wall that wraps around the entire site in order to promote a sense of cleaner air in the neighborhood. While it is not necessarily a solution, it's meant to kind of symbolically show that there's an attempt at trying to reconcile these issues and promote a cleaner future. So here's some photos of the site, just for some context, and you can see how bleak it is along this street. So as a first step, I wanted to try and reclaim that corner for the neighborhood. So I drew connections between the intersections along those streets. I found a relationship between two and filleted a street from there that kind of created the island, so to speak, that the building would be situated on. From there, I divided the building in half, with half of the site acting as massing, the other half as parking. I opened up that space with a courtyard because it was very important to me through clinic research and stuff like that, that private outdoor space was offered for people undergoing treatment. And then the green wall that is a part of this intervention starts to wrap itself into the building and grow off of it and become a little bit more cohesive. So here it is located on the site. The two main things I wanted to highlight here are the this yellow line along the street is a major bus route. Unfortunately, infrastructure in the Fifth Ward is not great, and the bus routes are not optimal. However, from what is here, one of the major bus routes does run right alongside the site, with bus stops all along the street, including right in front of the building. So accessibility is very clear. And then the other thing was, with this overlay, you can even see all the dead grass on the site against the green of the neighborhood. And it almost becomes symbolic of the fact that the site itself is very toxic. And as such, the building itself doesn't even touch the ground, really doubling down on that idea, as well as addressing issues of flooding and stuff like that. The majority of the functions of the building are elevated off the ground, which meant that the courtyard also had to be elevated off the ground. So the idea of these concrete basins that held earth, that rose it to the level of the courtyard, was introduced so that a courtyard could still be a part of the design, but again, contributing to this idea that it can't even be touched. And at the bottom bottom diagram there with the part T, you can see that I tried to utilize that space by creating a play of levels in the courtyard by bisecting that area. So from there, the green wall then was used to shape those basins and that therefore the courtyard. So the green wall begins to wrap on itself underneath the building and create these pockets of space that would then hold the packed earth. That space was then intersected by incremental planes that create the courtyard, and then those pockets began to break up those planes in order to create the actual variety of spaces and levels that we'll be seeing.
Michael, sorry. Can you just clarify what planes you are talking about? I'm sorry, I just...
These planes here,
those are horizontal.
Yeah, these are horizontal planes that were added.
Okay.
And then they were cut up by the green wall here.
Okay.
So this is a little bit more of a formalized axon showing the first level, just showing that kind of labyrinthian green wall. Here it is with the building on top of it, and you can start to see, you'll see more in a little bit, but how the courtyard is starting to be framed out by the building and the relationship between interior and exterior. And then here's just the axon formal with the roof structure, but we'll look at that in a little bit. But that takes us here. This is a perspective that I wanted to show first, just showing some of these things starting to work together. This is a street view looking southwest, and you can start to see how the building is elevated, how the green wall is starting to incorporate itself into the building, and how the underside of that space is going to be used. I'll explain more in just a second when we look at the plans. but that space can then be activated and become a community space that belongs to the community. And so not only is the clinic serving people that have cancer, but it also becomes an amenity and something that belongs to the community itself, with this artisan market, community center, and art that is displayed in the on these panels down here. So this is that ground plane. As I've already mentioned, the ground floor is primarily dedicated to the labyrinthian green wall, but you can see the areas for open market and community engagement, as well as the community center down here. And then the access points to get into the clinic proper, with these 5 stair points and then 3 elevators that will take you up. So here it is, that first floor. I'm gonna zoom in here. So coming from the parking lot, the primary entrance would be up this stair here or up this elevator into the main lobby reception area. There's also a street access here. Once you're up there, you can move down this wing, passing by flex rooms that face the courtyard, which are open recovery rooms for yoga or games or whatever you may need. On the other side, there's a daycare, an appearance boutique for stuff like wigs and prosthetics. At the end of the hall, there's a pharmacy. There's an access point directly to that pharmacy, so you don't need to go through the entire facility if you're just picking up pharmaceuticals. Down that wing, there's more flex rooms, offices, consultation room. It brings you to the first radiation room across the way on the other wing of the building. This is where the general treatment happens, more of the radiation with MRI, CT scans, and stuff like that. And then the general treatment chemo rooms along this wing with nurse stations and the like. All that surrounds the courtyard, which has a cafe that comes off of it. And you can see the variation in levels that are created as a result. And it is ADA accessible. There are ramps that come down here and here, and then down here onto the bottom level. So it is accessible. With all that context, this is just another axon showing the layers of everything, just so you can see it all together one more time. And again, see the relationship of the interior and exterior with the courtyard and the varying levels as a result. So here's a shot looking out into the courtyard a bit from one of the waiting rooms, just starting to show some of the spatial qualities of the interior with the green wall coming in and the sawtooth windows that are starting to open up the space and bring in as much light as can be to make the space feel as welcoming and as, despite it being a clinic, to make it feel not as clinical and make it feel very pleasant. Here's a section showing those vertical spatial qualities with the sawtooths, as well as the big earth basins that are holding all the earth. There's a section taken from about 15 feet back showing the different levels of the courtyard and how that relationship is formed. Here's just another section showing these qualities. This is a transverse section. And then just a few perspectives. This is standing in the courtyard, looking out, really highlighting these relationships. This is another shot from the other side of the courtyard, just to give as much context. And then I wanted to end with this shot standing on the property of Union Pacific. This is what the railway sees. And I took it as an opportunity for the community to really express itself and use the art that they use to identify themselves and form a strong sense of identity to assert themselves to Union Pacific. And in addition to the building being there, being a statement, it gives the community a voice to Union Pacific so that they can not quite stick it to the Union Pacific per se, but really assert themselves, assert the community, and become a representation of who they are. So that is where I'm at.
Wonderful, Michael. I have a question for you. You know, I'm not familiar with the program. Fortunately, I have never had the need to, to do something like this or face, situation like this. So, how did where were the program come from, and are there any precedents that you studied of facilities similar to this one? How did that come up?
So the idea to make a clinic.
No, the clinic I understand. I'm just talking the specific program. The program, I mean, like how many rooms you need, how many spaces, I mean, that's the part that I'm not very familiar with.
Yeah,
I was curious.
Yeah, I understand. I did a lot of research into what goes into research facilities. I have a lot of friends that go in that are studying and working in cancer research. So I talked with them about what a facility of this size would require, what they would like, and I injected some of my own ideas as far as what could be used for the community. Like the idea of having a daycare, for example, that's not necessarily in every clinic, but with the Fifth Ward being impoverished and overpopulated the way it may be, it's possible that parents might need to get treated and they don't have any place for their kids to go, so they can take them here and they have a place for them, stuff like that. As far as direct precedents go, I've looked at quite a handful. There wasn't a single precedent that I studied extensively. It was really just pulling from a lot of different examples.
So, but is there this typology or this type of facility is something that you could find somewhere else? Or is it just a complete invention of you?
When you say, well, I mean, these types of cancer clinics exist in the world. Yeah, there are clinics that do that are solely cancer treating facilities. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Michael, thank you so much. I have to say that I'm really like, I just think the drawings are really beautiful and very clear. I'm not an architect, I don't draw. And so even I, can read it and I appreciate that. And I like the variety, the plan with the axons and it really has brought me into the space. So I feel like at the level of resolve, there's just a lot going on in this project that's really interesting, in terms of playing with the level changes and the kind of scaffolding that you're having going on with the roof. And I think I just have a couple of questions, comments that are like a little bit bigger in scope, not down at the level of the precise details of the building. I think, you said at the very end, you were thinking about that mural, not to stick it to the railroad company, but to kind of sort of have the people be present and visible. And, there's a part of me, maybe it's because we're in 2020 and it's been a tough year, that feels like it's time to stick it to the railroad company, right? There's a part of me that's like, this company's been putting a material to clean their railroad that has killed people. I don't see any there in my mind. There's no, okay, so you get the point. So I started thinking, I really love the wall that you're doing, this green wall. I think it's very sort of magical and I love the way it wraps into the building, but I would be worried that the wall would be interpreted as that it would be interpreted as an homage that the city or whoever funded this gave to the community and a salve for the toxicity of the area, and sort of like, oh, well, it's still toxic, but they have their green wall, which is beautiful. And I wondered, maybe the green wall could double as a memorial so that you still have the green wall, but what's on that wall are the images of all the people who have been killed in that neighborhood, right? And I mean, a memorial is a real need for that neighborhood as well. That would also solve a social need, which is, we know about all of those kind of temporary memorials you see on roadsides when people are killed, in a car accident. And this would kind of be a building off of that idea. And I think it would make it very political. And then the only other sort of thought I have for you is the site choice. So I wonder, have you done research on how is the bowling and the lifting of the building symbolic in terms of, saying it's so toxic here that I'm lifting the building? Or is it logistical in the sense that it's actually making that environment not toxic for the people who work there? Because my concern would be if it's symbolic, you're building a cancer treatment center on a site where the longtime staff and workers would then, I'm guessing, be exposed to the harmful materials that are leaching out of the soil and in the water. So it seems to me like that would be, you know, a concern, like unless the building really is sealing itself off from that kind of toxic effect. I see why the site's really interesting, you know, to put it in the heart of where the problem lies, but that is something I would just like you to address.
Yeah, I believed it was a little bit of both. Part of it was the symbolic idea that the site is toxic, so the building itself, it can't even be there. And so from that perspective, there is that kind of speculative aspect to it. But that did also function to separate the because that separated the building from the site. While it is still speculative in the gesture, it isn't directly touching the site. People aren't spending time, like in the courtyard, for example, on the actual toxic ground. The wall is separating a majority of that toxic ground. The community center in the front of the space, if it will, there we go, is paved. It's not like you're walking directly on the toxic grass itself. So in addition to the implications with flooding that allow the building to not be in danger of flooding, it just all kind of felt like a way to coalesce all those things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, my comments were going to sort of be along those lines. I mean, you did talk a lot about the symbolic, and I think maybe to Sarah's point, I wonder if some of the symbolism becomes more activated. So, for instance, that wall, if we go back to your diagram of the site reclamation, where it's sort of the red lines, where I think you are sort of denoting where the new road would go. But you know, at the far left image there, if we might start to imagine your wall is really a series of walls and landscape installations that's really more about remediating that. So maybe it's not accessible right now because of its toxicity, but that your intervention is actually doing something to kind of push back literally against that. I think to me that would really start to strengthen the scheme if we kind of start to go back to the site plan, Dan, where you talked about that wall a little bit as having some spatial qualities to it. And I think that's only true kind of in the courtyard, which is really nice. But that makes me start to, you know, wonder whether or not that wall in the landscape also is really more about that folding kind of geometry where you occupy parts of that landscape now, and as the remediation process takes hold, that kind of occupiable space expands. So then I think that becomes a really kind of stronger strategy building off what you have here. And I understand Coleman said at the beginning of this, and let me just say first off, like this is a great project for a 5-week. There's a lot of work here. You know, like I buy in to the program. I'm not questioning any of that stuff. So now it's really about, you know, like how do we take this idea and make it a little bit more aggressive towards the side, to Sarah's point. And then how do we really kind of play up that courtyard? So, you know, one of my criticisms was going to be about the plan. Sorry, I'm looking at it off to the side here. I don't mean to ignore looking at the screen, but some of the treatment rooms, the 12, right? I mean, right now that kind of, you're up pretty high, 3.5 stories. You're sort of overlooking that wall, getting your, you know, kind of a chemo treatment, just sort of staring down the source of your probable, you know, like cause of your illness. Whereas if that wall wasn't so kind of singular in nature and really started to sort of push back, then I don't mind it as much then as that's something I have to kind of oversee getting a chemo treatment. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the other thing I think that is, and I love the courtyard. So what I really maybe would want to study as a next step is whether or not this building, rather than being so contained, is kind of like a tight urban intervention where the courtyard is very central, that might start to, you know, expand and spread out along the site. And I think you sort of created that road, right? You to the south?
Yes.
So, right, I mean, arguably that could even push further into the site. I don't know that there was any, you know, kind of set parameters on how big your site had to be. So I'm speculating that would be okay. Right, but that's the kind of next steps for me, I think, for this, because I think it's really well thought out and now perfect for like, hey, I've got the pieces of the puzzle kind of figured out. Like, what if I stretch these pieces of the puzzle, or what if that courtyard, which is so important to me, gets bigger, and actually more of the kind of treatment rooms get to open up onto the courtyard in a way where I can still have some privacy, but which is brilliant about your kind of layering of that in section. Is that you have the opportunity to kind of, visually occupy that space if you're in a treatment room and still feel some privacy, if that makes sense. And then the only other thing I'd really kind of say about the site is I think what's missing is a site section here. It's hard to gauge kind of how this sort of 3-4 story building kind of exists in the context from a sectional standpoint. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I think there's sort of some single family homes to the north.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yeah. So, that again would be, maybe an opportunity where this kind of landscape were to kind of also occupy some of the north side of that building. Right. So now when I'm looking out my front door, it's not at sort of a 4-story building and a parking lot, right? It's more like a park or landscape that, that's sort of my view from my front door. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I just want to clarify real quick. The building's only 2 stories.
Well, it's 2 stories, but it's lifted up 1.
Yeah, there's only 1 story of the actual facility. It's 2 stories in. Wrong way. So it's just 1 story on the actual building. It's all. Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, so that I think that helps. But again, the site section I think would help. Like I would get it right away. So yeah, as far as the building, I mean, those would be the next steps for me. Is I think the courtyard could be potentially better celebrated, and the kind of 2 openings that lead you there. I mean, maybe there's ways in that building breaks open where the kind of access to that courtyard happens more than these 2 kind of controlled ways. I mean, I think that's a architectural decision for you to make based on the importance of how people enter your project. But this image, I think is great. But like, I guess to my point before is I may at the kind of ground level on the street side where you approach is to just soften up those large columns at the bottom. Or you could even look at sort of a dual structural system where, kind of the spaces that you don't occupy might be a little bit of these kind of like heavier ways of touching the ground. But these spaces like we're looking at now may go to a different system that allow for larger spans and kind of a more clear, inviting opening into that space. But overall, I gotta say, it's a really impressive amount of work for the amount of time that you had. So I think these comments should be taken more as sort of what I think would be a good next step.
We're going to have to wrap up here. Okay. Any other comments?
Yes, I mean, just super quick. I think, Michael, I echo the comments that have been mentioned before by Sarah and Tom. This is definitely a very good strong start. It's showing how good you are as a designer, and I don't see much flaws. Mike, I just want to say that I think your project also will benefit from, that research, kind of making evident that research that you were talking about, understanding where that the facility comes from, its size, the type of spaces, and then since we are in the academic context and you are also kind of experimenting here, it will benefit from understanding what or if there are any attempts to do some type of innovation, right? Once you understand the context, once you understand the needs, how far can you push it, right? And is there anything here that is actually looking at ways in which this treatment can be done differently, or is incorporating newer technologies, or is actually proposing things that other facilities wouldn't have, or don't have. So I think that's the component that will really be helpful here, just to understand the context, because I think that you have it. I think that you understand it. But for someone like me who is the first time sees a facility of this nature, understanding its context and what your propositions and what your contributions are will be really beneficial.
Okay, thank you. One thing, Michael, and I think we discussed it just very briefly, is you would need to treat this like a brownfield site, cut and cap, cut out several feet of the soil, cap it, and then refill. And Sarah brought up a great point about toxicity. Even though you're taking care of it with the ground plane, paving over it, you'd still need to do a cut and cap. But great project, thank you. And all the comments from our jurors. Okay, Chandler, you're up next.
Thank you, guys.
Who is next, Coleman? I'm just to look for the work on box. Who's next?
Oh, I'm next, so it'll be
okay.
your householder.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Okay.
Sorry, I was speaking to you, but I was muted. Didn't mean, apologies.
That happens, yeah.
All right, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So good morning, everyone. My name is Chandler Householder, and this is a sort of introductory image to my intervention, the Bruce Mobile Services Center. So what you will be looking at today is a proposition for a space that recognizes the multiplicity of problems facing the area and their interconnectedness. So instead of trying to solve one specific issue, it seeks to create a new space that facilitates the solution for multiple issues, which is a space for these mobile services. And so as you can see here, it is situated between a school and the highway. So that's the more, I guess, site-specific environmental justice issue it's tackling. Is this elementary school is 250 feet away from this highway, posing issues of air and sound pollution that will be addressed. All right. Let's see. I don't believe this program is showing the full page at a time. Let me try pulling it up with Adobe Acrobat real quick, sorry. There we go, okay, much better. And so you can still see? All right, fantastic. So looking at the site, this intervention is also located in the greater Fifth Ward neighborhood. I believe you'll notice that as a trend within all of the presentations within this first chunk. And so just to reiterate a little bit of what Michael said, it's located relatively close to downtown Houston. It is a large neighborhood, and looking more specifically at the area, I was interested in the way the highways interact with the community, effectively splitting it into these 3 unequal pieces, with the intervention located at one of the most segregated ones, as it is posed between the highway and the bayou. And so looking in a little bit more closely, the intervention is occupying the open plot north of the elementary school. so positioning itself perfectly between the school and the highway. And so here are a couple of site images just to show really how close that proximity is, 250 feet. So everyone here is being heavily affected by the noise and sound pollution. And so looking at the site and some of the multiplicity of inequalities going on here, I was comparing the neighborhoods of the 5th Ward to the Montrose area near Bel Air, that's in the sort of the western side of downtown Houston. And so in Houston, where you live means everything in terms of these effects on your life. So here you can see a couple maps showing the correlation between where you live and percentages of residents being overweight or obese, having cardiovascular disease, not having access to fresh fruits and vegetables, and then residents who are under serious psychological stress. And as you can see, here are kind of the locations of each of those neighborhoods in correlation to this map, that depending on what side of downtown you're on, you're pretty much experiencing the opposite end of each issue. And so some of the statistics I wanted to highlight are, if you live in the 5th Ward versus Montrose, you have a difference of 10 years in your life expectancy, which I think is a pretty damning statistic. And you can imagine how all of these independent maps start to relate to each other. And so how all of these issues really interconnect with each other. And so recognizing this interconnectedness, the program for the space really is facilitating a new way to solve these multiple issues. And that's through the flexibility and multiplicity of program that can be provided by mobile services. And so there are all different kinds of, I guess, mobile services provided nowadays. Anything from quick food options that could be owned by the community members or small businesses, entire mobile clinics that can do things from mobile dialysis to dental work, prevention, x-ray screenings, blood donations. There are also mobile services geared towards solving food desert problems. So looking at mobile grocers, more, I guess, educational food services. So how you can prepare these foods. And then even spanning to services such as mobile showers for potential homeless populations. And so really the program of this intervention revolves around creating a space that allows these mobile services to provide to the community as effectively as possible, plus other programs that facilitate that. And I'll get into that in a moment. And so the biggest design issues posed by creating this new space that accommodates mobile services are the variability of sizes of the trucks. So as I mentioned, with this variability of program and things offered, also comes a lot of different sizes and access points of trucks that you're dealing with. And so looking at turning radius and access height. And so looking at this diagram very quickly, here's kind of like an abstracted plot of the site. So looking at a longer straight thoroughfare for larger vehicles that need a smaller turning radius, and then this horseshoe-like shape for some of the smaller 20-foot services that can navigate this smaller space. And so that effectively creating a sort of piazza in the middle that you would access these services at ground level, whereas some of the larger trucks are engaged most commonly at 3 feet and 4.5 feet. So splitting these two edges into those heights, which also helps with flood prevention in the area. And so from there, I mentioned that looking at the sound pollution issues and where this other facilitating program is held would be within these two layers. And so this outer layer comprises as a sort of sound barrier facing the highway. and is taller than this inner layer, which serves as a backdrop of sorts to the activity going on these platforms and public space here, with these larger, much more playful openings that indicate the clusters of program that people would want to access within the layers. And so, and these two layers really do function more that way versus as a wall or solid barrier, as the program is suspended between them and often is selective in the heights it reaches. And so here is the first plan, so cutting both through the programs situated within the layers and some of those mobile services. And so the program can really be broken up into kind of those mobile functionings, outdoor public space, waiting, and other programs. So in terms of serving mobile functions, we have a parking lot for people who may drive here to access the area. These two platforms I mentioned, this one at 4.5 feet and this one at 3. This large truck thoroughfare, which can accommodate up to an 18-wheeler. So this distance is actually large enough that they can pull off there. This smaller truck thoroughfare, the horseshoe bend that I mentioned, that has a ground level access point. And then also bus stops at the edges that incorporate the existing routes into this structure. Looking at the outdoor public spaces, so activating the platforms, the area between where you would access the trucks and the program within the layers. So activating it here, and then also in that ground level piazza type space that with a basketball court. And then waiting is a hugely important program to the success of mobile services because they need to keep everything that's specialized within those units. So I identified a couple different types of waiting that people might do while they're here and provide spaces for that. So anything from temporary seating along the edges of the platform while you're waiting to be admitted into the area, private spaces where people could enter into the layered space and have a confidential conversation with a healthcare provider, for example. Prolonged seating, if someone were to say, buy a taco from a food truck and want to come eat it. And then, yes, so all those different kinds of waiting were identified from different mobile services and an important part of the program. Additionally, with offices where workers would serve as the sort of coordinating organization for this space, so being able to schedule what trucks are coming when, is the mobile grocer coming Tuesday, then Thursday, and then letting the community know. And exhibition space, so kind of showcasing some of the environmental issues happening here, serving as an educational space. Various classrooms, etc. And so that's that first level. And so as you move up, it's very selective in the programs that occupy the upper layers. So as you're walking through, it does feel more open. And so the programs that do kind of expand up are the exhibition space and then more dining, waiting areas, plus an outdoor classroom. And so looking at the section, the sectional qualities of the project, here's a section through that long curve within the building. So here you can really see how porous it is and some of the ways that it opens up all the way to the sky, or as you're walking underneath, opens up to some of those upper level programs. And then additionally, here are some site sections. So to show the height of these layers, justifying the height in terms of being able to compete with the highway on this side, while it lowers and negotiates a little bit more over here, and pointing out those areas where it could open up to program, seeing the underside of program on upper levels. So for example, here, the outdoor classroom, you'd see the stepping of those seats versus one of those larger arched entryways that would be open all the way up. And you could see some of the playful moments where program gets to look out into the area. So for example, these windows of the dining room, you would see people up there as you're walking through.
Chandler, you're going to need to wrap up so we get a chance for the crew.
Okay. All right. Thank you for kind of keeping an eye on that. And so these are the same sections, just kind of zoomed in a little better. So there. Also these elevations, which you could see earlier in the axon, but just pointing out again some of the playfulness of these openings, and particularly the difference in openings of the sound barrier versus sort of backdrop layers. And then here's another axon, just looking at some of the materiality, mainly looking at the layers as a brick that matches sort of the orange of the school across, but would ultimately be a steel structure. And then very quickly, just some perspectives to show what it would be like to get the human scale of this rather large intervention. So walking up through that ground level horseshoe, looking over the area on one of those upper level platforms, and then walking through this concourse between the program and this first layer. And so that is my intervention that really looked at solving not one specific environmental or social justice issue facing the area, but creating a space that facilitates a way to solve multiple issues. All right, thank you.
Just really quickly, can you just talk for just 20 seconds about how people arrive here? I see the kind of the small parking lot, sort of the northwest. It's only maybe like 10, 12 spaces. Are you imagining quite a bit of pedestrian access to the site? Say from the school.
I imagine either pedestrian access, access via the bus route that has stops on either end of the building. Or additionally, the building is anchored kind of around other community points as well. So as I mentioned, the, go back to the front, the school here, and also there is a park and very small community center this way. So grounding the space, or I guess anchoring it among other existing community facilities that people would likely interact with more than one at once.
Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying that. Yeah, I like the idea of the kind of layering and the protection to the school. That seems like the diagram seems interesting and right to me. I think what could strengthen that is maybe additional layers. And one of the things that worries me a little bit about this now is just the kind of two-layered system and that kind of sandwich building is the majority of the access to this seems like it's actually you sort of walk through the truck traffic to kind of get to the programmatic parts of your building. And I wonder if it would be, stronger if your building was a bit more aggressive and became a building for, trucks and people, and that was kind of there was a separation built into your programming of that. But it allows you to build in more layers that way. But maybe if I'm walking from the school side, right, I get sort of into your project sooner, and it's a way of bringing me up and over those trucks. And the trucks are also in part of this layering system protected from a hot day or a rainy day, whereas right now you've kind of added some secondary structures that are more just about kind of like a shade structure that the truck would pull up to. So I guess in a nutshell, I'm suggesting that you might think about those as additional layers to your building, because you've got some really nice moments in section here. So I can imagine these moments where the trucks aren't always on the ground level. Maybe the 18-wheelers always make sense, but the smaller trucks could even come up and create a food court on a second level or something, and that provides then a rain shelter for the 18-wheelers below. So yeah, those would be kind of my initial comments. Is the diagram and kind of the idea of the layering, I think, is great. It just, if this is if we think about it as an onion, you've got sort of two outer shells right now, and I can imagine that being many more layers that we understand as peeling back and occupying that site in a much more aggressive way architecturally, I guess. And the site's more programmed Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I guess I explored a little bit earlier trying to integrate the truck system better. That may have been part of a challenge of my own doing based on the site. But I would agree that the concepts would be strengthened by integrating all of the program within those layers.
Well, that's what I'm just gonna jump in. First, Chandler, I really commend you for taking on this project. I think it's a really interesting project. We were looking at, I was talking before, with Michael about the program and trying to understand. I was somehow familiar, with, okay, it's a clinic, an area for doing this and that. I mean, somehow it's something that we have seen before, but this is completely innovative, right? I mean, this is something that you are really proposing here. That is when I'm trying to figure out what this is about, it's really kind of bending my preconceptions, because something completely unique and innovative and, very propositive. And taking it on a type of project of this nature, you work from scratch, right? You really had to make up every single component elements and kind of figure out like, well, what do I need here? How do I need it? How big should it be? Et cetera, et cetera. And I think that you have done an excellent job understanding what the main issues are and transforming them into an architectural proposition that has some presence and is also very unique in its character, right? I mean, the curvilinear scheme, of course, the question is why is it curved, but whatever, it's like, okay, it's part of its uniqueness, the series of arches that you are using and a series of spaces that seem to be a little bit, difficult to bring to the complex, like understanding what they are doing, but I feel that they are also contributing in a very unique way. So I think that you have done an excellent job there. But I think that, perhaps the next step will be, when I see a little bit of tension from that approach and conceptual point of view, is that you are proposing a rather common means of transportation, right? And you have the trucks and you have the engines and, and you have those things that somehow you are kind of trying to isolate people from and kind of saying, this is what I think needs to be resolved. And in some extent, you are actually also bringing them in to your side. So the question here will be, what other types of propositions? I know that you were focusing on the architecture and you had a very small period of time to develop it, but what other types of propositions can be done in terms of how these, units that you are talking about can be powered, right? Can be, is there anything in relationship to the electrical vehicle or safe drive vehicles? Is this something that has to be perhaps something different that, no one has seen before, like the entire project is, and that is proposing a complete new way of doing this instead of bringing the trucks and the engines in there, just to make it even, even stronger. I know that that's a kind of outside of the scope because you are an architect and you're trying to resolve an architecture program, but I think that will bring it definitely to the next level. And I think that, as you start kind of more figuring out and massaging and kind of understanding what the main components of this program will be, I am assuming that other elements and components within the building will emerge. Perhaps you will have to suppress them, or perhaps you will have to find a different site that is larger. I feel that it's a little bit constrained in the spaces, especially at the edges, right? Number 7 is a little triangle right there that really made it because there was not much space right on the other side, the same thing. I mean, stuff of that nature, on the other hand, is really black. I mean, big black spaces that have no purpose or something not happening there. So a little bit of polishing, right? A little bit of massaging to the program, to the project itself will make it even stronger. And I think that the proposition in itself is quite commendable, and I really appreciate that you took on this and you're experimenting with this, and good job.
Thank you.
I'll make a few comments quickly. Coleman, we still have a few minutes. We're okay. Okay. I think this is also really fun, and you do too, because you used the word playful, and and I also think it's great that to me this is where loading dock meets Coliseum. And and the thing I think that was the design move that I heard that I was really excited about, and it seems like you were too, was the realization of the different sized trucks and the need for the turning radius. And that really seems to be the thing that kind of determined for you the shape of that plaza, or piazza as you called it. So I think I'm a little, I was listening to Benjamin and Tom's comments, and I'm not sure if but I see the trucks in this as the central program. Like they're not something that are in the way. They're something that's the heart of the design thinking of the program, I think. I'm not sure if I'm misunderstanding, like the trucks wouldn't be on with their motors running. They would be coming there and parked and providing their services. I mean, they would have to have during the summer a hum from the AC system that they had inside probably. But I guess that's one question, is I just wanted to make sure I was understanding that correctly, because I didn't hear the beginning of your presentation. My internet wasn't working. And then the only thing that I would say, so basically I have no comments except for that I think it's really, really great, really innovative. I think I do agree with Tom. I feel like the biggest question for this project is about access. I see it also as a catchment. You've got that shape and it's on the corner, and it's right next to that huge freeway, which is obviously a place no one walks, and there's no bridges over those freeways. So if it is a catchment, I feel like in some ways you could probably have a bit of fun with even more connector points feeding into that surrounding neighborhood, like letting the project bleed out a little bit. But beyond that, I think it's, I love the using of the logic of the trucks as a design tool.
So thank you. I guess to answer your question very quickly, yes, the trucks are a very central component of the program. And a lot of these spaces within the layers are in service of the trucks in terms of like the waiting spaces. And so I guess the way I was interpreting some of the earlier comments kind of was through that lens. So I didn't, like, I guess how Tom had mentioned this layering, more layering was not to necessarily separate the trucks, but better integrate them.
Okay, yeah, cool.
Just to kind of clarify maybe where some of this dialogue is connecting if you missed the beginning of the presentation, but
yeah, great.
Response.
All right, great comments. Yeah, in many ways, Chandler, you have two projects here. The trucks could be a project alone, much like a food trailer park sort of thing, but this is for health and well-being of the community. And then you're building behind. So I think you've done a good job of bringing those two together. A difficult task, and you've really progressed since, I guess, over the holiday break. So it's good to see it. So yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right.
All right, guys, let's move on. Rose, you're next.
Hi, I'm Rose, and the proposal I chose responds to the NHIP, which is a current project going on in Houston. It's one of the largest infrastructural projects. It's about $7 billion and involves 24 miles of highway. And this project, it benefits the commute of wealthy suburban neighborhoods on the north, but it's expanding into low-income communities of color. And specifically, it's expanding really close to 9 schools. And the school I chose to focus on was Bruce Elementary School. So as you can see, the proposal expands pretty much right up to the border of the school. And obviously this causes a lot of health issues and disrupts the learning environment of the kids because of the air pollution and the noise pollution. And currently about 1 in every 5 kids at Bruce Elementary School has asthma, and that's even before the highway expands. It's also a minority school with 68.7% Black and 29% Hispanic. And I believe elementary school, or I believe outdoor space and playground space is really important to elementary kids and their ability to just interact with their classmates and play outside. So the main proposal I have is this large catenary roof that acts as a protective shield against all the exhaust of the highways. And as you can see, there's really a lot of lanes that it's combating. So it's mainly protecting against the air and noise of the highway. So it actually expands all the way over the school, and at its highest, that's where it covers the playground, which is currently completely exposed to the highway. And then there's program on the west side of the school as well as to the north side. And there's also a community center to the right of the school, as well as a park. So it pretty much lines up directly against the highway. And some precedents I was looking at was the acoustic barrier by OML. So I was looking at its curvature form and how that was able to combat the noise pollution from the highway as well as the thickness. And then Dulles International Airport, I was looking at the catenary roof and how it spans over a large distance. And then Terminal B, I was looking at perhaps shading and the shading provided to that space underneath. So for the layers of the roof, I wanted it to still be see-through so that the playground would still feel natural to the kids and not feel completely closed off to the outside world. So it mainly consists of these steel trusses and then more bars going on the opposite direction, and also includes acoustic panels, fiberglass, and titanium oxide coating for air pollution. I chose to align the rooms with the geometry of the roof. So again, aligning it with the x-axis and y-axis. And I chose to focus on the corridors and how they can bring natural light into the spaces beside it. So on the x-axis, because it's curved in this way, the sun can reflect off the curvature and into nearby rooms. And then the y-axis could be a good visual interest for the corridors because it increases in height. And also I chose to have a lot of walls running on this x-axis to structurally support the roof as well. And now here is the floor plan of the health clinic. It's kind of standard. There's thicker walls on the northern side because it faces the highway directly. And then On the southern side, there is an ambulance bay as well as ER walk-in from the school. So that's where all of the emergency departments exist. And then I chose to put imaging in the middle due to not having windows and the most protection from magnetic radiation. And then the main highlight is these corridors that run through the whole building and how they bring natural light to the rooms beside it. And this is a section that shows how these corridors are behaving, and perhaps in rooms with higher ceilings, that's used for like systems that protect against magnetic radiation. And there is clear stories that help bring a little bit of natural light into the rooms, but not too much to where it's disrupting. And yeah, I think that's pretty much all I have. Unfortunately, I didn't get to develop the Northern program that much, but yeah, here's the program again if you want to see it.
Rose, can you clarify how this program relates to the school?
So in the site plan, it covers the school. So it protects against the noise of the highway, as well as providing a safe space for the kids to play in that playground, where it's still protected from air pollution, but not completely interior.
So by covers, you mean, with my non-architect background self, so by covers, you mean that it's a building on top of the school?
Yeah, it spans like over the rooftop of the school.
Okay.
But it's just the roof structure, right? The floor plan, understanding is we're only looking at the kind of southwest triangle, right? And you're saying you did not develop the northeast triangle, is that right?
Yes.
What was going to be the programmatic? What was going to be the program of the northern part?
I was thinking about an environmental science museum for kids, something that's interactive. Yeah.
Just real quick, can you talk a little bit about the geometry of the roof, how you sort of settle on that? I guess sort of in this drawing, the kind of plan geometry. How did you end up there?
I started with obviously this catenary shape, and then as it goes along that archway along the plan, it gets a little bit longer. So mainly it's able to cover that playground of the school, but also provide program on the two corners.
I think one of your drawings showed that, Rose, the one where you have the materials with the trusses. I think that exactly that one. I think that kind of underlines what I think Tom is asking.
Yeah, I think more. I'm trying to just kind of understand maybe the decision making of the resulting geometry of the sort of triangle building, and then the kind of leftover geometry of the northern space. Like, which came first, the roof or the kind of blue site diagram?
The roof came first, but it was initially a lot smaller, but I figured that it wasn't actually protecting the school, so I chose to expand it over the school.
Well, one of the things I really like, and I don't know if it was intentional, but if you go back to kind of one of the first drawings where you kind of color coded this sort of weaving of the kind of interstate and roads together. There's something, in a way, I know in reality it's not very nice, but the way you drew it, I think it's probably like the first slide, second slide, where we kind of you sort of made beautiful the weaving together of these things by kind of color coding them. And then I think sort of maybe by coincidence, your roof is really kind of about these sort of woven elements, you know. And I wonder if there's sort of an opportunity to, you know, respond a little bit more to the geometry that you've kind of represented here in your kind of roof geometry. So, I mean, I think the trick is, you know, like, how do you integrate the school into that? And maybe it's not the whole school, but it's sort of parts of it. And that you really kind of play up if you go back and scroll to where the layers of the roof. Yeah, there where we might kind of understand that as more of a, you know, less of a kind of rigorous tectonic and a little bit more playful in the weaving, like your drawing that you made on the site analysis. Does that make sense? Because I think what it might do is, and I know we get into some structural things there, right? And we're not structural here, so I think that's a problem we solve down the road. But I wonder if that kind of playful geometry and kind of poetic understanding of the kind of weaving together of these systems might lead you to a kind of site strategy that doesn't lock itself into that kind of rigorous geometry. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does.
Yeah.
Um,
And so I think to get back to Sarah's question about how this programmatically relates to the school, you know, we might start to see that those blue side diagrams might end up on the school side. Like, so a little bit of a children's clinic is there specifically for pediatrics, right? Where it doesn't have to get locked into the corners of this roof. So you see what I'm saying? I think there's a kind of, not trap, but a kind of corner we can back ourselves into sometimes, is to kind of settle on a geometry that's maybe based on what I think is based on the tectonic understanding of the roof. And then everything kind of has to fit into that at that point. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does.
And I think if you allow yourself to be a little bit more playful, like I think you've really made the interstate drawing beautiful. It reminds me of these maps that I think you should look up, of the mapping of the channels of the Mississippi River over time. They're actually made in the same color, kind of coding diagrams like that. They're really beautiful. So that kind of playful, poetic kind of understanding of the context, if that started to inform, I think, your project a little bit more, I think it could be really strong. And then again, I think that would allow the opportunity to have your program tie maybe more directly to the school in some way, as opposed to kind of responding to the leftover geometry.
Yeah, that does make sense. Thank you.
I think Tom's being really, really generous, trying to pull, from this drawing a lot of ideas for the project. I think that the project is went a completely different direction, and what you are presenting is totally different, right? Or is what it is, and I think that what is quite interesting or commendable on your end is to get on that experimentation or that task of designing this huge roof, right? I'm trying to figure out, or trying to think about, what other examples I have seen of a roof of that nature on top of a school that covers an entire building, and I have a hard time kind of finding those examples. So, I have seen perhaps some large roofs designed by Buckminster Fuller, time ago, or some, other types of facilities that you can probably approach the scale that you are talking about, but definitely it's a kind of it's a really unusual type of project, right? And so the question is, what the set of decisions that actually led you in to move in that direction? First, to think that, or to presume that a large roof will actually be the solution for the health conditions that this school is suffering because of its proximity to the freeway. And I think that in that regard, a little some investigations of how a roof can actually a preventive measure for solving this problem would have been beneficial in order to understand, its impact and why the need for such a large investment, right? I don't know what would be more expensive if, or cheaper if moving the school to a different place or creating this large structure. But let's say that making that large structure will be the solution. So the question is why, And then I think that if, let's say that, then that is resolved, then of course you have the task to resolve the structure itself, the architecture, right? The how that works. And I think that one of the big aspects that we are missing here, Rose, is the scale. We are not seeing how big that thing is. And I think you never did. We had a conversation, you and me, about the underlying geometry of the roof and how this could work structurally, but it was in a very schematic stage. And at the time, when we talked, I had not really clear understanding how big this thing was. But I think that now, seeing it more in context, and I think that you even increase the size of it, is something that is really important to visualize. So your project will have benefit, and I think your thinking will have benefited a lot from just drawing a section in which you include the actual buildings, right? And the actual roof in its size and shape, right? We have a beautiful scheme there that shows, and is a very diagrammatic drawing after the photograph where the kids are in the school, right? That one, I think, that's the seed of the idea, but that's not that doesn't help you to understand the magnitude, what is it that you are talking about here. And then you showed us that drawing that I asked you to show to Tom, when we see the structure completely in isolation with no context, no size, no scale, no nothing. And I think that that's where the project really starts to fall apart, because it's hard to really understand, what the impact of this is and the relationship that it creates with the school. I think that superimposing a structure of this nature on a school is also something that you should be thinking about in terms of how the kids are going to be perceiving this space, right? And I'm gonna use the spaces that you create in between the buildings and the structure, and all of that will need a little bit, not a little bit, tons of development in terms of their scale, size, and of course at the end the final solution, right? How light, how heavy, how transparent, how permeable that structure is in order to achieve what you want to achieve. And that's just one part of the problem, right? And I think that because of we are in an advanced studio, and because we are in architecture, didn't feel sufficient, which I thought it was. I think it is a lot. Then you design those two different spaces, right? Or one, because the other one is just an idea, and they really feel like an afterthought, right? I mean, like they were like actually trying to make some architecture, right, with rooms, doors, furniture, etc. So the issue here is, what questions you are asking when you start your design process, when you're aiming to resolve some problems, and how is it that you tackle them, and that you are answering those questions in order to develop an architectural proposition. I feel that that's something that needs to be I think that's something that you need to be thinking about especially when there is no. This is a different studio. It's an advanced studio, right? Coleman gave you the platform, the foundation, but you guys had to come up with your own thesis, right? Your own research, your own propositions, and that's when the project I think needs a little bit more study. And I think that it will be beneficial to understand what that roof actually does in terms of their function, its function, right? In terms of what it does, in terms of solving the problem that you think is trying to solve, and what it does especially, which is an important concern of yours because you are an architect, right? What, and especially and structurally, because at the end this is about a lot about structure. And I feel that the project never got to the level of maturity to really be convincing at this point. But I commend you for taking on this task and for creating for you this really unique challenge and for having that experimental curiosity towards your projects. I think you just have to think about what questions you are asking and how you think they can be resolved.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Rose, it's a bold and utopian scheme, of course, and as Benjamin has pointed out, the practicality of it is probably not there, but that's not the point, right? It's exploring if it is a utopian idea, but I think you need to develop that more to prove to yourself that there is some reality to this. Having a large scale site section similar to your sketch here, but really showing the school, the impact, and so forth. It is much like Bucky Fuller's dome over Manhattan. It's an idea, and ideas are great because they lead to other things. But I think you really need to explore this, and I would urge you to keep drawing on this to prove to yourself what really happens to that school beneath it, because we haven't seen that right now. The building, the clinic, and so forth is fine, but the meat of your project is the scale of it over that school. And I would urge you to really do some sectional drawings, examining that, researching that, and then I think that would help you. Okay.
Coleman, I'll just quickly add something, which is that I see her and this project as really being motivated by protecting the children. I see the roof as a big symbolic gesture of almost like a mother hen protecting the children. And I feel like you, Rose, can use that as a design motivation. That really, I really think your focus here was the children. And so everything that you do, from the programming and what you decide to put in there can lead right back to that question of how this is going to positively impact the children's experience on that site.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, Bennett. Last but not least, Bennett.
Thank you. Give me 1 sec. Can you all see this?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Hold on 1 sec. My computer was freaking out for a little bit. Okay. Hi, I'm Bennett Lemke, and I've chosen to, I guess, pursue tackling some of these issues with a community wellness center, and I've chosen the Greater Fifth Ward as my area of investigation. This is just a quick drawing showing where the fifth ward is located, and it's been talked about in the previous projects, but Northeast Houston area. Zooming in a little bit, we can see that the fifth ward is surrounded by some of these sources of pollution, which it's been talked about previously, but I'll touch on it again because it's very important that these pollution sources have caused a major health crisis in the area. And that includes contributing to greater levels of things like asthma, stroke, pulmonary disease, and cancer clusters like Michael touched on. But also, I mean, in the larger scheme of things, has contributed to the overall life expectancy of the area decreasing by about 10 years, being 10 years less than the average of the city, which speaks to volumes about the conditions that the people in this area are living in. And I should note again that it's a majority minority community. Just to touch on these real quick, to give you some context, again, this is the Union Pacific Rail Yard that Michael talked about. So some of the other notable sources is you have some manufacturing facilities and chemical facilities down here, and some metal recycling facilities and concrete plants. Basically, it's surrounded by pollution, which has contributed negatively to the health of the residents in the area. As well, access to things like medical care and fresh groceries have contributed negatively to the livelihood of the residents of the Greater Fifth Ward. This diagram is just showing any and all places that they could get access to primary medical care and fresh groceries. So it's not including things like convenience stores but again, and this doesn't particularly look too bad to the eye, but none of the places that you can get fresh food here are supermarkets. So I think that options for fresh food are very limited to these people, and it impacts their health greatly. So I think those are the issues that I mainly tried to tackle, was how do I improve the livelihood of the people of the Greater Fifth Ward by providing access to fresh groceries and also to preventative medical care. The lack of access to the preventative care could be one of the main causes that you see these cancer rates growing, because they're not caught as early on. So then what I did, kind of looking at some of the natural boundaries of the Greater Fifth Ward, and these are made by the highways, the railways, and major roads. The community is divided pretty heavily. And so these kind of oddly shaped regions are really just showing areas of interest that I looked for potential sites to investigate further, while my project proposal is actually to place my structure on all of these sites. So to deal with the I guess aspect of the divided community by creating a community wellness center in which they're kind of run by the same organization that provides fresh groceries, that provides medical care, that provides gathering space to empower the community, but that they're also in contact with each other and connected to each other to try to bridge some of those gaps. And I've chosen one of those sites to develop further, which is the one very close to Michael's project that he talked about. And this is just showing kind of the overlay of everything that I looked at. And as you can see, some of these sites are located closer to some of these medical care facilities and food locations. But I think that what's not shown on the map by this is that I guess the quality of the service or the food that I was talking about, which is something that I want to distribute equally among the residents of the Greater Fifth Ward based on those divisions. So looking kind of closer into the site to kind of start to talk about what I did formally to start, and I had my three main programs I knew I wanted to include, which is kind of a grocery store, which is represented by this block over here, and then medical care, and also the community center, which was a very broad program to start with, and also a very large portion of the program. But as I'll get into, my idea kind of developed and changed along the way. I then split it in two. I thought that the project definitely owed it to these underdeveloped sites that I was looking at to make the community center express itself outward and really ingrain itself in the site. So I began to create, I guess, an anchor on this site. And mind you that this is going to occur something similar on all of the 8 sites that I've chosen is the idea. And then raise the other programs off the ground. And this was done mainly, in my opinion, to deal with flooding. So the building is raised 4 feet off the ground. But I also think that it speaks to the idea that what I'm trying to do is to create almost a town square for each of those subdivided regions of the neighborhoods. Because I think that while providing medical care and fresh groceries to the people in these areas is kind of putting a Band-Aid on the larger issue, which is the pollution that's going on. And really one of the most, I feel like, effective ways to fight that would be to bring the people together and allow them to fight it themselves, to empower them in some way. And this is kind of what the site turned into, what the project turned into. So I really wanted to engage the full quality of the site, providing a lot of amenities outside, creating a place that people want to come to that has things that they need, as opposed to just providing things that they need. Looking overhead at the site, just to show you kind of scale in relationship to the surroundings for this particular site, it's mostly a residential area. So I think that it was important for me with each of these buildings to make it as comfortable as possible, make it a part of the neighborhood. And I'll admit that when I was thinking about it initially, I was thinking about, I guess, how would one feel this building? Was it a part of their community or not? And I started to think of a gas station almost at first is how I wanted it to seem. I think that you see them on every corner on the outskirts of the neighborhood. It's something you can walk to. Now I wanted to differ from that in that people don't really like to hang out in a gas station parking lot. But looking closer in, just some of the things that I think are important to note about the site that I've kind of chosen to include, which is a lot of exterior activity areas, playground, kind of a large multi-purpose space. The main central anchor to the site being the central gathering space, a community garden, and then the main 2, I guess, programmatic elements being the market to provide these fresh groceries, but also the clinic. And just to touch real quickly, that it's the entire, I guess, structure of the building, and it is raised up, is based on this 20-foot by 20-foot structural grid. So I want to quickly just zoom in on these 2 main building elements to show you, I guess, how the community center programs have begun to attach themselves to each of these other programs since I split them. So you have your main, I guess, grocery store space over here, which is open and accessed via these large garage doors that I guess remain open during operating hours, but that connect it from the exterior of the site to some of these larger programmatic elements on the site. Most of the service spaces pushed off to the side here, but then you have these community center spaces being meeting rooms and administration for the organization that's going to run these classrooms, a study lounge. And I included a large study lounge with, and I want to make a point here to provide internet access, because statistics I've read have said that in the greater Fifth Ward, like there are 30 to 35% of households that don't have internet access. And especially during the pandemic, that's important to note when kids are having to stay home from school. If they don't have internet access, it's going to be hard. But another thing to note is that all of these spaces for the community center are accessed from the outside. So I have a large covered porch surrounding both of these main structures to kind of emphasize connection to the exterior, but also connection to the other programs. I think that what I want to do is kind of enhance, or I guess increase the likelihood of bumping into somebody and starting a conversation, of creating impromptu meetings and gatherings with someone who may be there for a different reason. Looking here at the medical facility, it's kind of just your standard primary care facility in terms of the programs that it offers. I think it's important to note that at each of these sites, and it may not be feasible, but I plan on having 2 practicing physicians at each site, which kind of, going off of that metric, allowed me to determine how many exam rooms and things like that that I would need. Also important to note, a pharmacy included on site, a daycare, and then you have some more of these community center programs that, combined with the other one that's up here to the left, serve to frame that main gathering space and enhance it even more. Quickly just showing an elevation to, and this is one elevation that I had to break up because it was kind of long, but showing what the building looks like with that covered porch. And I will note that while you see the wood hatch on the building, I don't want to use wood. I was thinking it more of a wood look material because I think it's important, especially with the floods and the floods happening recently and the likelihood that they'll continue to happen, and the building being within the 500-year floodplain, that while raising the building up could serve to protect it in some way. The likelihood of a major flood event happening or increasing by the day. So making sure that these materials that I'm using aren't going to be greatly damaged by a major flood, so that the building can withstand that and become an anchor for the community itself. Another elevation from the east. Looking ahead, I've cut 3 sections the same way through the site just to show the way that each of these programs interacts with its, I guess, adjacent green space. And this is the first one showing kind of a cut through the grocery, the way that the covered porch allows kind of impromptu gathering or informal gathering around here, but also connects it to this community garden space. The main gathering space over here, which it would be, I guess, the most formal element on the site, being the one that is lodged within the ground. I imagine it being some large concrete seating, and differing in the building in the way that I think that the main goal of this project is to empower the community. So gathering is really my primary goal. But seeing the way that some of these community center spaces are also serving to frame that. And cutting even further back, this is just a section through part of the clinic space to show that I've got most of the service areas in the middle and most of the patient areas on the exterior, allowing, I guess, access to that green space. And again, ending with this image just to show in the totality what the building is. And I really think that, like I said, while providing these the medical care and the fresh groceries to the communities is important because it definitely deals with issues that they're struggling with, the ultimate goal is to empower them. And in that, I decided to make a space that would hopefully facilitate gathering and facilitate meeting, facilitate communicating ideas. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Bennett.
Thanks, Bennett. Maybe I'll start, since I like the drive, the motivation that you have about creating a place for people to gather. I did think of Eric Kleinberg's book, Palaces for the People. It's a book he wrote recently about the creation of social infrastructure in cities. And it's kind of a book that it poses a bit of a problematic question to architects, which is, he asks us, he's a sociologist, and he asks us to think about how different these community centers that architects are designing in, kind of an envisioning scheme are from the function of libraries over the course of the 20th century. And like, what has a library done? And then what is a community center, wanting to do differently? So I think that's just an interesting thing to have in the back of our minds. And here you're proposing obviously many different things, because you're combining the eatery, not the eatery, but the grocer, and you're combining the healthcare clinic, right? So you're saying you want it to be a community space, but you want it to have these multi-functional spaces as well. I think I have a few kind of comments that might be a bit summation comments, since this is also the last project out of the 4. But I think your project is a good one for helping us ask the question of, what can architectural inventions do for ameliorating the problems of your studio? Like, what can form do versus what, the other host of things, whether it's sort of the policy, economy, the political and social life of a place, which is a part of the space of a place. What is form and what is space, if you will. And so I feel like that's something that's raised here. I also feel like two things. You're most interested in, and I would use the word solidarity. You didn't use that word, but you said, people gathering. And the reason you're interested in that is because you want to create an opportunity for people to form solidarity so that they can create a kind of political activism in addition to community and fraternity. So I feel like the emphasis on this scheme, I'm sorry that I'm going on so long, I'll try to wrap up, but I feel like the emphasis on this scheme is a little bit on the buildings. And I think it could be slightly inverted in the sense that, the courtyard space is the heart of the program, which is what you've told us very clearly. But we get that area up to the top of the diagram, which you didn't spend much time articulating. So it kind of looks like it's functioning just as a park. And then that courtyard space, you did talk about it. That would be the space that would flood, which is okay. It will, it'll only flood now and then. But I feel like there might be a way to kind of, I don't know, somehow amplify that bowl that you've created between the two gridded buildings, and create maybe a different set of proportions between that and the building, since you're so invested in it. Or maybe the scale is such that you feel like it's big enough as it is. And the only last thing I'll say, I thought, it's really great that you said you want to have multiple of these, right? So you're showing us the iteration for 1 of 8. And I think one of the big opportunities here that an architect who's doing formal interventions can do is create connections between places across this tangle of freeways. So I would like to see your projects, even in a schematic pencil drawing that you do in 15 minutes, I would love to see a kind of like gesture toward creating pathways or bridges, or even just connection points in the material world between these sites, and somehow showing us that there's a way to use this highway infrastructure to do something else other than divide the spaces. But I feel like you've given us a lot to think about, and I'll stop there. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
I have a question, Bennett. I'm looking at your drawings in box, and and I see your analysis kind of at the large scale, identifying the different problems and the different equipment that you can find in the area, and then it jumps down to the site itself. What's the story about that site? What is going on in that site right now, and how does that relate, to the immediate city? That's a drawing you have there, but why is that site there? Why did you take it?
I mentioned it, I guess, briefly at the beginning, and I probably should have touched on it more, and probably even had a drawing dedicated to it. But this existing site, as it was, and was basically just a field before I guess decided to develop it. I think that my idea was within each of those subdivisions of the neighborhood to find a site that was underdeveloped. And I guess my definition of underdeveloped was that there was nothing there. But yeah, it was just a field. And while I was a little hesitant to build something on one of the only, I guess, green spaces within this portion of the neighborhood that I saw, it was lacking something, in my opinion, that would draw anybody there. So I think that's what I did, and I think that my idea would be to do something similar in all of those subregions of the neighborhood. And so this site really was just nothing.
Okay, so but you don't know if it is private property or public property, or? Well,
it's funny because I couldn't find an address for it when I tried to look it up. So I don't know exactly what that means, but
I mean, I was just curious, because if it is a public park or a public property, it has the vocation naturally, right, for the city perhaps to invest in a facility of this nature. If it isn't, perhaps there are other things that need to be done. However, I mean, I was just curious about, because even if you look at the configuration of the blocks, right, it's kind of it breaks the street, right, the north-south street that will perhaps go through the middle of the site unless you are actually removing that street. It looks odd in terms of, you know, how the entire configuration of the city.
Sorry, I get where the confusion is. Yes. Okay. So this was 2 sites initially.
Okay.
I bridged them because they were
Okay.
both blank sites, and I initially in my first iteration was developing this one, but this one here was being left blank. So I felt that it would be, I guess it would be against what I was trying to do, to develop a site and then leave this one right next to it almost undeveloped. So
Yeah.
there were two basically largely underdeveloped sites within this residential neighborhood that I bridged together.
Okay, that's I think that's good to know. That's good to know, because I think it's part of your proposition, and it's one of the because you are not acting only at the level of the building itself, but you are also acting at the level of the city, right, or at least at the neighborhood, and you are actually doing something just by, you know, blocking or taking over that street. There is an attitude there, right? There is an intention there that is, I think, commendable, and is and goes well or aligns well with the entire philosophy of the project. So it's good to know. And so that's probably within your presentation is the part that I'm missing, right? Like this intermediate scale between the larger city and the neighborhood that gives us an understanding of what is it that you are doing or proposing the neighborhood scale. I think that, you know, your building is very well resolved. It has a very cohesive set of values and structure, and everything seems to be working well. I mean, it's a very competent building, very well resolved. The courtyard really makes a difference there in terms of you know, the community-based space that you are thinking about. So I feel that in every other aspect, I think the project is very complete. It's just that middle part that I think will be beneficial to understand it a little bit better and where you come from.
Right, I agree, and I apologize for the
No
lack
need,
of clarity in that.
no need to apologize. It's totally understandable. You guys had a lot to handle and to work with in a very short period of time. So good.
Thank you.
And just a few comments. And I think what we're, you know, kind of looking to understand here maybe is just or I am anyway, you know, what kind of determines the size of the courtyard. You know, it's, in some ways your project is sort of 2 ideas. One is I think I'm right in that you're, you know, thinking of sort of developing a kit of parts, programmatic kit of parts that could, you know, kind of be dispersed to several sites that we don't know anything about the other sites, right? So we, you know, one question is, you know, is this sort of like the courtyard size you've decided on that kind of works for every community and that becomes a kit of your parts? Or, you know, to me, it seems frankly like a little bit small for this site. You know, I guess to Sarah's point, I wonder about incorporating what seems to be that kind of playground park area. So your courtyard is a little bit more of a, you know, like a plaza, you know, than, because I think that's where I'm kind of, you know, I'm on board, I think, with the programmatic decisions. I think it's the kind of execution and placement on the site that I'm kind of wanting to know a little bit more about some of the decision making. So you know, as I go through it, I certainly would think about trying on more of a kind of linear scheme with this linear site that you know, kind of provides a better understanding of the street face adjacent to the 2 sides, to the north and the south, which we don't know too much about that context. So just maybe real quick to you, am I right about the first part of that, which is that you're sort of interested in, you know, a kind of architectural kit of parts, and maybe the program is, you know, maybe some communities need a bigger clinic, some don't. You know, there's already to me some strange configurations on this site where part of the community center actually leaps over the courtyard over to the clinic, and I think that's to have a more public face to number 4 on this screen. Is that why that decision was made?
Yes, that's why.
Yeah. So, to me, again, I think you've been very thoughtful in this, and I really appreciate that. I mean, my next, recommendations for you would be how to resolve this architecturally in a way that makes more sense. Right now, it looks a little bit like the buildings kind of change geometry a little bit to make the courtyard work, when I think if you just sort of kind of slide those apart maybe and make that space be the space that's left between them, that could kind of solve the problem and create the space you want. But I think that's what I'm kind of searching for is for you to be able to push back and say, no, this is how the kit of parts goes together. Programmatically we can change some things, but I think if you leave it so open to interpretation like this, especially going into a community, that has different needs, I can imagine that getting sort of picked apart immediately, just sort of, well, we want the building to be over here. We don't want that to be, shaped this way for whatever reason. So, again, I think it's great you're thinking about that, but there's maybe a resolution to kind of that initial part of, hey, I'm thinking about this as a deployment to several sites, and here's kind of how my system works, and here's how we kind of like integrate the different needs of different stakeholders into this kit of parts. Does that make sense? Otherwise,
that makes sense. Yeah.
Otherwise you just you're just sort of starting fresh each time at a site, which we don't know anything about the other site. So, right, it's kind of an interesting proposition, right? To, part of it is to go back and say, well, in order to deploy this kit of parts, you need this much square footage, and here's 5 configurations that I think these buildings could work in that all leave a certain size courtyard, or I need a bigger size courtyard, so now it's this configuration. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think that initially that's something I think concerned more about before I started to look at everything else. It kind of got lost, but this site, and I chose it particularly for being one of the smaller sites out of all of the sites that I'd looked at, just to see whether the space would work. And that was before I bridged to the second site, which was really in effect just to enhance that green space. But I think it's definitely something that I should be concerned about.
Yeah, and I think in thinking with that, I think Sarah brought this point up about kind of understanding the connection and the sort of like how you travel between these different places. I wonder if in this investigation, and this is not to take away from the work you've done here, which I think is great and commendable.
Thank you.
But if instead of 6, this became 3, because, actually these two, if you go back to kind of your map where you sort of divide up the neighborhood with the dotted lines, I think. It's not loading. Yeah, right. So if there's, instead of 1 for each, if there's 1 that could serve 3 and it's bigger in scale, does that make sense as part of your program? I'm not saying it does or it doesn't. I'm just saying it warrants probably some investigation, because you've done something I think others haven't, which is you're kind of developing a deployable system rather than designing specifically for one site. And I think that shows a little bit in the one site that you chose. But again, not to take away from what you've done, because I think it's a really interesting proposal.
Thank you. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Bennett. We need to wrap up. We're really getting over time. So
okay. I was just gonna say that I guess the comment was made how to travel between them, is I saw them more as being stationary within their communities. In that, looking at some of the data, there are a lot of these households don't have vehicles or means of getting to other sites. So I think it was really important that there were more of them to cover a larger area in which people could actually walk to these. And I think that's evident in almost the lack of parking that I provided at the site. But that was kind of my initial thinking, is that these were meant to be walked to by most, close enough and spread out enough so that most people could walk to them if they had to. So less concerned with connection to each other and covering a larger area, but actually decreasing the area in which they covered.
Gotcha. Well, that makes sense. Again, I think you've thought through this well. It's just it's worth pursuing further, is what I'm saying. And
I
maybe,
agree.
It might be that your perception of those lines is not the perception of the edges of neighborhoods, the people who live there. It probably is if it's a big interstate, but there may be some lines, and I don't know enough about this analysis to kind of comment on that one way or the other. But again, it's sort of the comment to the first part of this is just, I think it's interesting to think about this as a deployable system, and that's going to warrant a lot more research.
I agree.
Yeah, but nice job.
Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of thorough work in it. Appreciate it. Love to talk to you more about it afterwards. We need to wrap up and move on. We've run over time, but I think Sarah asked a great question in her summation. And what can an architect do through form making? Part of the studio is trying to expand that notion of what an architect really is. Not just a form maker, but also an advocate, someone that can help identify problems for our community, what that community might be so close to that they have difficulties identifying themselves. So I want to keep talking about that in the other reviews today and see where we go with it, because there's so much more I think that we can do other than just call ourselves building designers in that regard. So Sarah, I thank you for posing that question. It's a great question. And Benjamin, thank you for your comments. Always great to have you on a review. And Tom, there you are up in the left. Thank you all the way from Durham. Keep that hat on. It's only going to get colder up there. And stay warm. Okay, guys, we got to get back at 12:30. So to our reviewers, thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
Nice to see everyone.
Take care.
Thank you, guys.
Bye.
All right, guys, we'll see you all back at 12:30. And for those of you who are here, try to find ways to condense your presentation. I know it's a lot because it's a thesis and so forth. And but if you can find ways to cut to the chase and edit yourselves accordingly. Unfortunately, we only have about 25 minutes. I wish we had an hour and a half per student, but it's the way it goes in our Zoom world. Everything's reduced a bit and even takes more time in that reduction. It sounds like a contradiction and a paradox, but we all see it play out. And I think you understand what I'm saying. So I'll see you back at 12:30. Grab a quick bite to eat, a beer, whatever you want. Not those who haven't reviewed yet, only those who have reviewed, presented this morning. All right, see you all back in 15, 17, 18 minutes. Thanks, guys.
Hey, Coleman.
Murray, how are you?
I'm good. I don't know. Oh, here's my video. Yeah. Good to see you.
Yeah. In
Been
the
a while.
strangest of times. You're not teaching this semester, right?
No.
No, I didn't see you. Oh, you're sporting a little facial hair there.
Yep.
Looks good. Looks good on you.
My short hair.
Yeah,
Cut it.
that's right. That's right too. That's right.
Right.
Oh Lord, Murray, how have you been? How's work been
I mean,
through all this?
Fine.
Yeah.
Fine. We're busy. Yeah.
You
We're managing. It's all, getting used to it, I guess.
getting used to it for sure. You got kids too. You got to deal with. So.
Yeah. The Zoom reviews, it's a little, I kind of miss seeing everybody, in person.
Tell me about it.
this time of year, it's kind of nice to, miss the hustle and bustle of reviews and, all that. But yeah, a lot of Zooming.
Well, yeah, for sure.
So,
Yeah, I'm ready for the break.
Yes, I bet you are. Yeah, it is Friday, so you're almost there.
Yeah, I have a seminar on Monday, and
Okay.
we're pretty much done.
All right. Are you staying in town for the break?
Yeah, I usually head east and spend some time in New Orleans and on the coast there, but I'm still trying to decide whether it's worth the risk or not.
Right.
A month ago, I had planned on it, but the way things have advanced in the past week or so,
I know, it's been worse. Yeah.
I just have to stay in my own little cocoon here.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. What about you all? Any plans?
Well, we've been trying to get up to Canada. I think we're leaving on Sunday. My mom is 89, and so we've rented a house for a month in rural Ontario to quarantine in. And they have a really strict quarantine regime up there to get across the border and stuff. So that's the plan. I'm going to drive up there and hunker down for 2 weeks and then spend some time with her over Christmas. So
she'll be happy to see you, I know.
Yeah, she's pretty excited. I haven't been up there since Canadian Thanksgiving last year, which was October last year. So
yeah.
Wow.
Well, good luck with it. Are you flying or driving up? It's
driving.
Long drive, yeah.
3 days.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, it's kind of a kooky idea. I planned it over the summer, and no, we're just going to do it. It's family. The Canadians allow it because it's called family reunification. So,
okay.
It's a bunch of hoops. You have to apply to do it, and there's a bunch of hoops you have to jump through. So
I was wondering about that because just not any American can get into Canada right now, from my understanding.
They have really strict quarantine rules too. Like you have to register, and then they check up on you, and it's a $750,000 fine. And you can't even go outside. They don't for 14 days. So it's very organized. They've got an app on your phone, and you plug in, they track you, and they plug in your coordinates, and it's all done like electronically, and you get this receipt at the border, and you have your address and your contact info, and it's all very sophisticated. So
Canadians are serious. We can't even get Americans to wear masks.
I know, it's just all so anyhow.
Well, good luck.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. But it's nice to see you. I'm looking forward to the review. So
same here, having you. Nice to see you as well. Okay. Hey, Alex, how are you? Yeah, good to see you. I've seen you in faculty meetings and so forth with that Texaco sign behind you. I've got to ask.
I know.
Being in Texas.
Yeah, this sign we brought it over from California. I don't know where it comes from. It belonged to my husband, so it's been in the family for a while.
It certainly is back home in Texas.
Yeah.
Company. Mike,
Coleman, you probably remember the jingle. You can trust your car to the man who wears the star. The big white Texaco.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hi,
Well,
Michael.
for the day.
Hi.
Good to see you, Michael.
Yep. Thank you. You too.
All right. Let's go ahead and get started. We've got all of our reviewers here, and we've got a lot to go over. We've got 4 students to review. Let's see, Omar, Alex, Maggie, and Megan. And I'm going to do a quick little presentation to kind of orient you, and then we'll go from there. And I'll introduce the critics once we get through this quickly. So this is an advanced design studio. We've got both grads and undergrads in the studio. And it was unique for the way I typically run studios. We're usually doing work on the coast and at community outreach work that culminates in a design build. But obviously, with everything going on, we can't do that now. So the studio is designing for community empowerment, environmental justice, equity, and ecological literacy. And the ecological literacy part comes from the group working with a group in Houston, Ormond Bayou Nature Center. And for the first 3 weeks, we treated studio more or less as a seminar, studying PID methodologies. Then we worked with Ormond Bayou to actually make some environmental education tools for them. There are a 2,500 acre site in Houston. They're the largest urban forest site in the country to be in an urban area. And they have a very aggressive community education program. They go into public schools. People come to their place, and they're doing environmental education. So the students made a rainfall simulator for them and an Enviroscape, which is custom made for work in the Galveston Bay area. And they use those as demonstrations about pollution, trying to create better stewards for people who they work with. So this is a unique studio, not only in that, but in that the students were given the task to create their own thesis. This is a speculative type project you're going to look at, and it deals with Houston, Texas, issues to consider in compromised neighborhoods of Houston. And so they were looking at toxic chemical pollution as byproduct of the petrochemical industry. Hurricane damage causes spills from everyday production, pollution, air pollution. Brownfield sites close to habitable areas. There's a lot of those in Houston, as you would imagine, with the petroleum industry there. Garbage dumps, historically, they've been intentionally located close to minority neighborhoods. And then the heat island effect on low-income citizens without proper housing. So those are all issues that students were challenged to think about. Houston, you might know, it's the 4th largest city in the country. It's got the 2nd largest port by tonnage in the United States. Very large petrochemical industry there. It's 42% of the nation's petrochemicals in Houston, Texas. And you can see the ship channel there. That's the major water corridor that ties many of these industries together, and then on out to the bay, and from there, the wide open ocean. So lots of work going on there. Then Houston and hurricanes, we all know Hurricane Harvey, but according to NOAA, Houston can predictably be hit by a hurricane every 7 years. And with climate change and increasing storms, and that only makes conditions in Houston worse, and also for spills and pollution as well. Hurricanes can cause damage in that regard. Here's Valero plant after Hurricane Harvey. There's a small spill there. but major, it's just a matter of time before something major happens. Toxic chemical pollution from spills and accidents these are on a regular basis. This was in, I think, 2017, a large chemical fire right along the ship channel, which burned for 2.5 days. These are not infrequent. They're not unusual. If you don't live in Houston, you don't hear about them, but they're quite regular. Toxic chemical pollution from spills. A barge crashed into an ocean-going ship, dumped thousands of gallons to Galveston Bay, took major cleanup. This was 2019. So these are recent spills and accidents. That's that same fire. And it affects some of these fence line communities that are closest to these. They're impacted every day, not just from accidents like that, but from everyday production. This is Manchester neighborhood, one of quite a few that literally back up to in this case the Valero plant, which is further in the background there. So if you live in these areas, there's much higher rates of asthma with children, and students will talk about that when they present their projects. Childhood cancer, you see this photograph, that child died from childhood cancer. The rates are phenomenal when you really start researching in these neighborhoods. And Texas is a very liberal state in monitoring what these chemical companies do, and they get away with so much more than in most states. Cancer cluster in Northeast Houston. This is in Cashmere Gardens. It was creosote from a railroad yard there, killing people for decades. Superfund sites, Houston has more than its fair share. There have been neighborhoods literally built on top of toxic sites, as these neighbors have found out over the years. Garbage dumps, there's a history of intentionally locating garbage dumps close to minority neighborhoods. That research began to uncover this back as far back as the 70s. And of course, they're not doing it anymore, but the damage, long-term damage, has been done once those garbage sites are there. Food deserts, particularly low-income families. A lot of these neighborhoods that the students are looking at that they identified or don't have major grocery stores. There's nothing but stop and goes, which you all know is junk food. So health for particularly low-income children is a question. Heat island effect on low-income citizens. Number of houses in these neighborhoods don't have air conditioning, not properly keeping people safe in the summer. Hundreds of people die every year in Houston to heat exhaustion. So the design studio, the students were asked as a 5-week final project. They had a week and a half to do research on their community, identify a community in the Houston area that was in jeopardy because of environmental injustice issues. And once they identified that project, they began by researching to better understand equity concerns in Houston. They individually conducted their own research on what the problems were. And then they focused on what typically is the 3rd and 5th Ward, communities of color, and then communities, fence line communities on the ship channel. So most of the projects you're going to see today are in that area. And once they researched and had a better concern, they then identified the neighborhood that they wanted to work in. And from there, it became a speculative design problem. What most benefits that underserved neighborhood that students select? That was the question that they had to answer. And once they felt like they could determine that, then an appropriate architectural intervention that would achieve those benefits. They then programmed that. They developed their own programs around their research and identifying the issues in that community. And then they designed an appropriate solution that somehow betters the lives of those in the community. Part of the premise of this studio is that architecture offers many ways of contributing to community good, more so than just our typical way of designing buildings. Become advocates for communities, help them identify their problems. And we looked at from public interest design principles that we studied at the beginning of the semester. Design is a democratic proposition. We talked about that through readings, exercises, and their research. How is it an advocate for the underserved to act outside our conventional roles, and that everyone is entitled to beauty through design, not excuse me, not just those who can afford it. If I can keep talking here, I'll move on. So I'm going to stop the share screen here and do a quick introduction for you all. Start with Alex. Alex, I'm sure you all know Alex. Alex, you've been at our university now 3 years now?
It's my third year, yeah.
Third year, starting third year. And you have a great interest in sustainable design, materiality research, teach courses around that. And you came from Poland originally, right?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
And
via London and Italy.
And Italy, right. You studied at the AA and then I think at the GSD, if I recall.
Yeah.
So yeah. Murray, you are an architect extraordinaire here in the city. You've had a practice here for many years and have taught at the school quite a few times, not every semester. It's always great to have you as a teacher. I've sat in on a number of reviews and you always run a great studio. So glad to have you back from the real world into academia here. And then Mike, gosh, where do you start with Michael McCall? Michael is teaching here. What are you teaching this semester, Michael? You're on mute, Michael.
Say anything, that's so I don't say anything stupid when I'm not sure I'm talking.
You and me too.
I'm teaching third year, integrated, the same course I had with Kaylee.
Yeah, and you've been teaching here off and on for quite a few years now.
You know, yeah, it has become a few years now. And before that, I was on the Dean's Advisory Council for decades. And I've taught some at Berkeley and at California College of the Arts, and I've practiced some. But one of the things that I have done with my firm was we did a lot of pro bono work. We did work with Glide Foundation in the Tenderloin in San Francisco. We did a nursery school pro bono for, we did a thing, and I did a course at CCA for Goodwill Industries, which was a really beautiful course. Not quite the way you do it and not design build, but so this course really appeals to me, and everything everything you guys are doing is Coleman's spot on, I think, with what he's doing at the school, and I appreciate it so much.
Thank you for saying that, and we're delighted to have you here at the school. I had Michael's daughter, I think in 2012 as a student, so indirectly we go back many years.
Well, did I know of, you know, your past life a little bit, because I, you know, a little bit.
Don't reveal it, Michael.
But yeah, you guys went to Yosemite, not Yosemite, Yellowstone. Went up to Montana.
Yeah, a great time.
Wait, Michael, your daughter's an architect?
She's actually, yes. Why do you need someone to hire someone?
No, it's just always like my daughter ran away from architects. She was like,
changing professions as we speak with the, so.
No, I was just curious. I'm always interested in, you know, architects' kids. That's cool. Yeah. Is she here in Austin or is she?
Yeah, she's in the area, yes.
Okay. Yeah, interesting.
My kids wouldn't have anything to do with it either. So I think your daughter's an exception, Mike. So let's get on with it. We've got a lot to do, and we could reminisce all afternoon. The students, this is, as I said, it's a 5-week design problem. They had a week and a half or so to research. Before that, they were doing their environmental education tools that I mentioned briefly. So there's a lot to pack in their presentations, and I've asked them to try to try to edit it, because they not only have to present their architectural solution, they have to present their thesis, speculative design project, their program, and the reason they chose their neighborhood. So each one has a unique story to tell. Some of these are in same neighborhoods. A couple of these projects you're going to look at are more landscape based. They're a little non-traditional in that they're just designing buildings. They're designing trails and then buildings along those trails, and they'll talk about that. So Omar, I think you're the one to kick us off on this, and try to watch your watch on your presentation time so the critics get plenty of opportunity to give you important feedback.
Hey, quick question, just Omar, before you start. I didn't see your work up here on the student. Did you upload your project?
I'm sorry, we were having some problems with Box earlier.
Okay, that's cool.
So
that's fine. Go ahead.
I tried, but okay.
Yeah,
Here
I
we
think,
go.
I think it's addressed.
Yeah, you guys believe that?
No, don't buy it. Don't buy it.
I swear I had Box problem. Yeah. But first off, yeah, thanks for tuning in, everybody. It's nice to see y'all again. It's been a while since I had you on a review or anything along those lines. So yeah, without further ado, my project is called Bridgepoint. I'm Omar McClung. It's located in the greater Fifth Ward of Houston. Okay. So looking at the greater map of Houston, this is basically the red outline is the greater Fifth Ward. This is a diagram I made basically to show the segregation of the neighborhood through the highway system in the 50s and 60s. Basically, this highway and this highway cut what was once a community that was only divided through the Union Pacific Railroad system into 3 separate parts. And so it basically with the highways, it became very much segregated. And this is a diagram I made just to show generally the amount of the neighborhood that's covered in the pollution that comes from the highway, not to mention the noise pollution and things that come along with that. And so moving on, each one of these red radii basically represents an area around an industrial facility. So the greater Fifth Ward of Houston, it has up to, I think, 30 industrial facilities where they're doing metal recycling, doing all kinds of different fabrication. And the Buffalo Bayou, as you can see on the south part of the neighborhood, is also a prominent part of the Houston shipping channel. So there are huge amounts of...
We're 16.
Oh, okay. So there are huge amounts of pollution that are going into the neighborhood, as you can see. And another thing is that when these highways came through in the 50s and 60s, at the time there was Leon's Avenue running east and west and Jensen Avenue running north and south, which were 2 very prominent business promenades of the greater Fifth Ward. They were largely Black-owned businesses. And this is a historic Black neighborhood. People originally moved to the neighborhood to work on the railroad system after the Civil War. And so that's basically the cultural root of the neighborhood. And this is a historic map, a redlining map. And as you can see, the dashed line up here represents that the greater Fifth Ward in the 30s was noted as a hazardous region for investment. So it was very hard for people living there to get a mortgage or to get, any kind of bank investment to start their own businesses. But despite all the uphill battle, they were able to have very successful businesses. This is a photo from the 50s of Leon's Avenue. You can see all of the shops on the street, the life on the street, and this is Jensen Avenue. And in contrast, this is the part of Jensen Avenue that was cut through by the highway system. So after the course of a few decades, most of the community-owned businesses ended up failing, and after they failed, crime started to rise, and health problems got worse, and et cetera, et cetera. It was a downward spiral. And this is Leon's Avenue. And so, getting into my design proposal, this represents Basically, this is the south part of the Greater Fifth Ward. I'm proposing for a hike and bike trail to go through the community. And right here, the focus of my project is this activity node, which, yes, it's right on top of the highway. It's a CAP project, a lot like, I mean, not too different from Clyde Warren Park in Dallas, because the highway dips low enough at this point for that to happen. And it just continues at this point indefinitely. But this activity node is the focus of my project. So this is the existing condition right there. As you can see, well, as we all know, Houston is very hot, it's very humid, and there's no shade structure for the pedestrians here. It's just, you know, concrete jungle, a lot of cars going by extremely fast, very noisy, unfriendly for pedestrians and bicyclists. And as you can see, it's just not a dignified way to get from point A to point B. If you're too poor to own a car, or if you're just rich enough to own a car and it's very expensive for you, it's very hard when you're living in Houston because of the way that the city planning was made for you to get from point A to point B via bicycle or by walking. And so getting into the site plan here, basically I have parking on the south part. This is the hike and bike trail. You cross over the expressway here. Basically took it from 3 lanes to 2 lanes, introduced a median right here. I think it was like 8 or 9 lanes before. Now it's 6 with planting right there. And you cross over and enter into a courtyard space right here, which is surrounded by what I would like to be locally owned businesses. And so there are 2 restaurants. One of them is here, one is there. There's a gym which is designed for community exercise, basically, you know, yoga class-based, you know, Orange Theory, etc. There's a viewing tower right here, bus stop right there, open air farmers market right here, bike parking, and this whole region right here is a botanical nursery. That's pretty much the last that I'm going to say about this because the project was just so large. I basically focused on the courtyard and these programs that are right around it. So this is a site section just to give another sense of scale with the cars moving underneath. This tower right here must be sticking out. Basically, the formal drive for that tower, and once again, the program is only circulation and viewing. This line here up at the top is as high as a pedestrian could go, but the formal driver for it, or I'll say that this tower is basically an abstraction of the church towers that are within these communities. And so, you know, people, and there are many, many churches in the Greater Fifth Ward. People, I would say, are practicing religion quite a lot. So since that's the case, the church tower, I thought would be a good form to signify community and good vibes and just coming together. So moving on, here's the floor plan. Here's the restaurant right here, the dining area, the kitchen, the tower right here. Basically, it spirals all the way up to the 65-foot area. And here's the trail just wrapping around it. So I have basically hike and bike. They come and are presented with the life in the courtyard and the farmer's market, etc. They can decide to park their bike right here, or they can decide, oh, I just want to keep going north. So they just wrap around the building and continue that way. There's a area right here for cars to get around if they want to pick up some large trees from the botanical nursery. And here's the gym and the restaurant. And move on. Here's a building section cutting through the restaurant. As you can see, that's the tower right behind it. This goes to show that under the pergola right here, right outside of the restaurant, there's plenty of area for outdoor eating. This is about 12.5 feet right here, and then the step down onto the courtyard. There's a stage right here. And on the other side, we have the hike and bike trail protected by planters right here in the bus stop right there. And that's a bus lane, made it wider for buses to be able to park safely. And so Getting then into the section of the gym. Behind it, that's the road for just any kind of circulation right there. Once again, the pergola and the stage. And here's a rendering of what it would feel like to basically be in that, under that pergola. The shade right there is on September 21st. And so wanted to make sure that people would be able to, eat in the shade. That was very important. But basically, the formal drive of this, the reason why that curve exists, is to basically allow an openness into the courtyard. It has the motion, basically a design for the motion to just open up into the courtyard. Right there. Here's a section cutting through the farmer's market. You can see the relationship of the pergola and the farmer's market aligns with the roof of the building surrounding it. And here's just a rendering, once again, of the courtyard and the relationship and the scale of the tower in relationship to the courtyard right there. And here's another perspective. Basically, when you're standing in the courtyard, looking down the highway, that's the Houston skyline that you would be able to see through the open air farmers market. So this is where the farmers market would be taking place and bike parking. So this section is cutting right through the tower and in between the two buildings. And so as you can see, the stair basically spirals up. Basically the structural concept is that these are glue laminated timber. And I think there are five different landings on your way up to here, which is where the highest that a pedestrian can go. And through pin connections, through pin connections, that's basically how I wanted to connect the HSS tubes to the glue lam and then to put the stairs on top of that. Yeah. And here's a perspective. This is from the north looking south. One of the reasons why the roof and the pergola is as high as it is because of the existing tree line right here. These are basically the heights of the trees that are there on site, on the side of the highway right there. And so I wanted the clerestory to rise above that and give basically a plane of light to send out an invitation to the north and south parts of the neighborhood. And the tower is, when it lights up, it would very much be a landmark, an invitation as well. And lastly, here's a rendering from the highway view. So when you're on the road or when you're on the highway, you'd be able to see this tower rising above the tree line right there of the trees that are planted on top of the bridge right there. And so that's just a sense of the scale and the invitation to the greater area from miles away. And that's it.
All right, Omar, thank you. I think one thing that you mentioned in the beginning, but you're really trying to stitch this community back together in some ways, right? This is symbolic, but it's also literal as well, to provide a point of pride for the community. All right, questions, guys, thoughts?
Could you just fill us in a little bit? Like y'all got, you got to kind of create your own program, right?
Yes.
Can you just explain maybe just how, gym, dining, it's like what that, is that a restaurant or is that like what goes on there, farmer's market, like how you, it's a very unusual thing for an architect to be able to create a program. It just doesn't happen very often. Usually we're handed them. So can you just talk a little bit how you put that together?
Yes, so it's a direct response to the main problems in the greater Fifth Ward, which are, I would say the main problems are health related, huge amounts of pollution, cancer clusters, etc. Also economy related, poverty is a huge issue. Generally speaking, there's twice the density in the Fifth Ward and half of the resources and money. And so it's like, I think it's like 40% of the people who are living there are below the poverty line. And the last issue is that of segregation. The highways have effectively cut off these neighborhoods from the rest of Houston. And so basically the way that the programming became, I wanted to make sure that each one of the programs were related to health and ownership and fixing segregation. So that's why it's a lot of health related programs on top of the bridge.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, also, I wanted to, I didn't mention earlier that the botanical nursery, basically, indoor plants have since the air is so polluted, just having indoor plants, I thought was a very important thing to have, and also be educated on the air purifying the qualities of the plants. So that's why I decided that.
Got it.
Omar, a quick question. And I ask this because of the nature of the studio, that it's not strictly architectural, but starts from bigger questions of ecological equity and urban issues. I wonder how you identified that particular bike path as an important, route to kind of engage with. That's one question, but I suppose more importantly, I wanted to ask, how you would imagine a project like that happening, actually. So something that is, precedes architecture. Very often, we can imagine an amazing project happening, but the fact that it's not there is not an architectural issue. It's an issue of, lack of agency, lack of collaboration or coordination between different urban forces, right? Political forces, social forces. So I think what would be interesting in this project is to kind of speculate a little bit about how something like that could happen, and what are the existing forces in the city that could enable something like that to happen. And then maybe talk a little bit more about the nature of that bike path. Like you mentioned that, it's Houston, it's always super hot and humid, and cycling is really difficult. So I imagine that just that bike path is probably problematic. And before you even get to this place, the idea of cycling through the city is not something that people probably enjoy. They do it because they're forced to do it because they don't have a car. Right. So I wonder how that fits into your thinking about it, or am I wrong? If it's a super busy bike path that people already use. And the last point I wanted to raise is, you mentioned the issue of pollution in the proximity of the highway. And normally we talk about like 1,000 feet away from the highway, that's a dangerous place we shouldn't be even living in these areas, right? But you are proposing a community hub that is right on top of the highway. And my immediate reaction is like, well, isn't it, again, perpetuating the idea of actually exposing the most vulnerable populations to the most critical conditions in the city, where the pollution is the highest, and this is where you are placing this facility? How do you think about that? I know I kind of said 3 different things. You can respond to whichever you want.
Trying to pick which one to talk about first. I think,
whichever, yeah.
Honestly, that there are many people who, given the proper infrastructure and dignifying route, I think that there are many people who would choose to ride the bicycle for health reasons, for connectivity at the street level, given that it is dignifying enough by shade structures, or even better, just the planting of trees. And so, I mean, this would have to be a very massive project, and it would have to involve the city to make sure that people do get enough shade. But I mean, given like the trails in Austin, especially at Lady Bird Lake, if somebody did have the option to go on a beautiful path, something along those lines, I do think that people would want to take it. And furthermore, when it comes to being able to get something like this built, it was a few months ago when we were in the seminar version when I did a lot of research on this, so I'm a little bit rusty on it, but I researched Clyde Warren Park and many other sort of activity nodes that are something along these lines, like a cap project or a cut and cap project, like the ones in Portland, etc. And basically, they happen when investors come and they basically see it as a place where you can create real estate value in a place that there was no real estate value before. And so in their justifications that I looked up, they explained it as we created, 76 whatever $million in real estate value and 46 million taxable per year, something like that. And so I think if an investor comes along with the right mentality, or there is a business group in the Fifth Ward. They were talking about revitalizing certain parts in the neighborhood. I think that given an investor that sees it like that opportunity, I think that it could happen because it has happened in Dallas. I mean, Clyde Warren Park is right on top of the highway. It's a very successful project, but they've made very good measures to make it quiet, make it safe, etc. And then as far as you make a really I really agree with your point about them being in this sort of heart of the pollution. That's why with the botanical nursery and hopefully through using a lot of like indoor planting and air purification, that it would be safe enough here. But I mean that's a really good point. So I don't have the best counter argument to that.
You're muted again there, Michael.
Yeah, we can.
Thank you.
There
The
you go.
best way to do that, Omar, is build more of it. You build it the whole length of the embankment part. Whatever's been depressed already is then capped and treated. And then you get these public spaces, but you also get speculative spaces. And so if it goes for, as far as you have embankment and you're depressed, then you completely have to deal with the pollution in another way, somewhat like the Big Dig in Boston. You just make it bigger, and then you're more than 1,000 feet away.
It'd then be approaching like Project Connect in Austin. I think it was like 30 acres of cut and cap in Austin.
So I really admire your project a lot. I think it's a very, very, very salient project. I think, first of all, historically, the freeway's not there by accident. I think you probably figured that out in your research. And it was probably part of the Negro Replacement Act, which went beyond just the interstate freeway system, national defense highway system. And what they do is they're impermeable. So they totally destroy neighborhoods, right? They're these maps that people have made at some point, like little kids. I used to go from here to here to see my best friend. Now I have to go, or we're no longer friends. Whole communities were destroyed on purpose. So the notion of getting community involvement in repairing that is something to talk to Alex's point. That's kind of, in some ways it's an obligation, not only for pollution, et cetera, but to repair and restore. And then there are other issues that I really like the idea of how do you create biodiversity corridors and start to connect the green spaces in a city so that you get more biodiversity and not just about people. And then finally, when it gets to Murray's question about programming, I'm not sure that one shouldn't be a farm, maybe. That maybe that's a community farm and really well organized community farm. And then that in part is where the farmer's market gets its stuff. But the other idea that a friend of mine did, he did the studio for somebody who's actually doing these in Oakland, and they're drive-in concepts. But it's like, how can you do a restaurant that the cost of a Big Mac an order of fries and a jumbo Coke is the maximum price for a healthy meal. And it is possible. You can make menus like that. So I'd like to see one of your twos, something like that, right? Something so that, does that make sense? Because in food deserts, where do you buy your food? The liquor store and McDonald's.
It's just so fascinating how, projects like this just remind us that the architectural component is just a fraction of the bigger project. And I always get fascinated by, digging into those other aspects, which is, for example, the orchestration of the different forces that would have to be put in place in order to bring something like that together, like to make it happen. And I think it's interesting for architects to kind of delve into that and not be afraid of it, especially in projects like that. Where maybe eventually your project is less about a building, but more about figuring out how something like that could happen. Or even thinking about how you would get, thousands of trees planted along a bike path to make it into a bike path that people actually enjoy using, right?
Yeah. I was going to say, just to build on the questions there, I actually buy the capping idea. I think that the idea of beginning to kind of cap over the park and or the roadway and begin to kind of use it as a kind of open structure that begins to become, I'm trying to think of like what the word is for this, like park/community center or something. I do think though that one of the challenges, like with the Clyde Warren Park, it's a little different. It's right next to the museum district, and it's kind of like a high-end fancy park. Like, it's different when you're doing like work in communities and you're coming in as an outsider into a community. Like, you don't want the perception that why are they putting our new thing on top of a highway? Like, why aren't we getting a better property? That's just the reality of the tension. But I think like what Michael is saying is that if it becomes part more of a system rather than a singular thing, then I think it becomes a little bit more convincing as an urban move. Because I kind of like the idea of like, I like the Clyde Warren Park. Like, I like the idea of like capping over, and like what it did in Boston too was transformative. I mean, they're hugely expensive pieces of infrastructure, but it's like amazing what it does to the city. So I kind of buy that. I also kind of like I think the questions Alex is raising are like super interesting. And I think the bigger question is like, as an architect, when you start to like try to solve social problems through programming, like you just have to be careful you're not importing your own like kind of cultural biases. Like, you're probably someone that does like to bike, that does go to the farmer's market, right? That does go to the gym to work out. So the question is like, are these things like, are they native to that community? I mean, I hate to put it that way, but like, you may be putting a bike path in a community where they just don't own bikes, so they don't bike. It's like, that's not the aspiration. The aspiration is to drive everywhere, to own a good car that functions. They don't go to a farmer's market. They don't, those are the bigger questions, like farmer's market, bike path. It's all very like, it feels very like upper middle, like it defines a certain kind of cultural condition. I mean, I'm on the side of all of that kind of stuff. And I do think it's like, I don't know, like it's a super interesting question. Like, if you introduce a bike path and then you introduce a program where you're starting to give bikes away to people, that's cool. I mean, that's like, that could work too. Just because it doesn't exist doesn't mean you have, just because like everyone's eating Big Macs doesn't mean the only solution is like an organic Big Mac, right? So these are like super, super deep questions. I think in terms of like, also like what Michael was saying too, like I like the idea, like you're tackling a lot here. There's architecture, there's programming, there's social issues. Like, there's so many different things to talk about. I kind of like the idea of it being on the side of a more, I think it would be more convincing as less of a building complex and more of like, I like the landscape piece. I like the lighter touch on like that it could be farmland, that it's like plantings to sequester carbon, that maybe there are structures, but they're open structures that can be more flexible for use. I think that's where I would tend to go with it. I mean, I can understand, like, as an architecture student, you want to design stuff. That's what you're trained to do. So you have like a tower and buildings and like cool curving facades. But I kind of like the idea of it going in the more of the kind of landscape. The capping is a first move. The landscape pieces, they're designed to build structures on. You could build a building, you could build a tower, but you're beginning to introduce things that are a little bit more flexible. It sort of becomes more convincing as an urban move then. And then it's like, then a developer can come and put like an orange, whatever, a fitness gym in, but that you're creating a kind of groundwork, a kind of foundational urban condition through the capping, and beginning to see what it can do with these more like landscape-based, more ephemeral, kind of programmatic moves. I think I would be a little more convinced of it there. I do think the tower is a cool idea. Like, I love the idea of architecture for pedestrians, architecture for bicycles, architecture for pedestrians. There's something very powerful, like especially during quarantine. I'll shut up in a second here, but I did actually a presentation on pedestrian bridges recently. Like, under quarantine, walking so much, where suddenly we weren't driving. It's like, was walking everywhere. I would actually walk home from work. I live 2 blocks from where I work, from my office, and I would take 5 miles to walk home. So I'd walk like this. And there's something quite powerful about being in like a Texas suburban city like Austin, and then coming across things that were designed for a pedestrian experience. It's quite alarming. So I do like the idea of beginning to build infrastructure for pedestrian that's not car-based. This is like a whole separate project, but I kind of like the idea of taking the bike path and making the tower the bike path, and it winds its way around. It's like, not like bike path, tower, building, where you're beginning to integrate these things more, so that the tower is a kind of pedestrian bicycle experience, but it's integrated somehow with a bike path more as a kind of experiential piece. That would be my only like architectural comment.
So Omar, I have a couple quick things to add. One is the choice of the embankment is the right choice, because it's the cheapest way to start to rectify the harm of a freeway. The harder ones are the surface ones, like the Katy Freeway and all of those. And then the next probably hardest, or maybe even as hard or harder, is the aqueduct, where they're raised. So this is like not as expensive as something like the Big Dig, first of all. A map I would love to see would be one of taking and capping all the existing embankment freeways in Houston or something like that. But from your project's point of view, I really like the way you presented it. And I really like the way you presented most of your work through the section view. And so how we got to see this sense of space. And I liked your drawings. I thought were absolutely appropriately drawn for this level. I mean, it's almost like it's easier to sell this idea when people can start to imagine more, and your perspectives and everything, I think, left a lot of room for sort of a fertile imagination of how exciting this is going to be, as opposed to a prescriptive thing of, oh, that's exactly what everything's like. So then finally, I guess I'm going to say that I think that, this could come off wrong, Murray, and I don't mean it to, but I think the same as we have to assume what we are projecting on a project, that we're not also stereotyping a community as well. So, I mean, I think that I bet you a bunch of people are riding bikes in this section, especially children and stuff like that, and giving them a safer place to do it and a way to get around and to friend's house, and then to encourage cycling as a mode of transportation. Any multimodal transportation, I think, is a positive. And then, if you get all those people in their spandex and they're starting to get more fit and healthy, I think that's a good idea too. So I think
I actually agree. I think the bicycle is an easier sell. I do think the farmers market, that's one that's super interesting. Like, if you look at the urban farms here in Austin and the tensions and problems within the East Austin neighborhoods, that's super revealing. Like, go talk to Carol Ann at Boggy Creek Farm about her experience there.
Mhm.
And, you know, this is food for the super rich. I mean, that's the reality of the urban farm, right? They're for like, it's full of like Porsches and Volvos when you go there to shop. It's in the East Side. I mean, it's there. It's
Yeah,
happening.
on the
You don't
other hand,
necessarily need to be.
Alex, isn't this your area of expertise?
Guys, we are going to have to move on, or we
Yeah.
can talk about this project for the rest of our time.
What?
But I wanna get you all out
Well,
of here.
I can always say I agree with Murray that I think that there is a contrast between, you know, who farms these vegetables and who actually eats them. That it's a kind of key point here. But I don't think the farmers market is kind of the most important part of your project. I think the biking path and expansion of the public realm is the key project. And I agree that you could strip it down to something that is more open and flexible and run through scenarios of how people could inhabit the spaces, rather than fixing the program that, you know, can be easily attacked as, you know, who has money to go to gym or buy a carrot for £5, right? Sorry, $5, not pounds.
Right.
Yeah, I really like that comment because it gets into thinking systematically rather than just thinking of like a single episode. So I really appreciate that comment.
Omar, I sent a link to Coleman, and hopefully he'll send it on to you. I can't get to everyone or to individuals on the chat, but I think there's I just sent it. Maybe Coleman will forward it.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do that. Let's move on. This is one
Thank you,
case
everybody.
I'm going to have to
Thanks, Omar.
manage the reviewers and not the students.
Good studio. I love the studio premise, though. It's very refreshing.
Well, it is difficult to try to cram all this in 25 minutes. And that's one of the real problems of doing reviews on shorter time frames like this. So students, you try to edit yourselves as you go along, and critics make all the comments you can make as long as it doesn't run over 25 minutes, and we'll be good.
You got to tell us when we're finished.
Oh no, I can't interrupt Michael.
I'll put my own timer on that.
It's a sign. It's a sign of a good studio, though. When you have like more to talk about, then you can fit in the time.
So I hope so. All right, who's next?
I am.
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Alex as well. I will present my project. So can you guys see my screen okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
So my project is located in Deer Park, Texas, which is quite a ways east of Omar's project in the Greater Fifth Ward. And what originally had drawn me to this, to this project was an incident that occurred at the Intercontinental Terminals Company. Sorry, that's a mouthful. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. But what I want to know about this drawing is sort of the placement of four different schools in this school zone that borders the Deer Park or the Pasadena Freeway in Deer Park, Texas. And what drew me initially to this area was an incident that occurred at the Intercontinental Terminal Company back in 2019, where tons and tons, there was a chemical fire that released, I believe it was like 15,000 tons of benzene, which is a cancer-causing chemical, into the air. And noted in my last drawing, the northernmost occupied portion of Deer Park, besides the industrial zone, is the school zone here. So this school zone, this image really illustrates that there's all these kids sort of walking to school and around school as a very large chemical fire is releasing a very toxic chemical into the air and polluting the air that the students are breathing. And I thought this was a really terrible tragedy that these students had to be introduced to. And so what my project then proposes is what I also noticed, that there's the San Jacinto Historic Monument, which is a monument that relates to Texas's war against Mexico. And it's a monument for that. And so I noticed that there's this very historical green open space to the far north jutting into the Houston Ship Channel. And what my project proposal is known as the San Jacinto Hike and Bike Trail. And so what that trail seeks to do is connect via a 4.5 mile trail connect the Deer Park School Zone to the San Jacinto Historic Monument. And the goal of the trail itself is to act as a place that students and the greater Deer Park community can use to exercise, and then also to learn about their historic the historic background of Texas by visiting this monument, but then also to serve as an education tool. The trail is an education tool to educate people about the injustices that their community is being subjected to by taking them on a journey through the industrial zone. And so the trail itself starts at very near the Deer Park Junior High School, and then ends at the San Jacinto Historic Monument. And so the trail itself acts as a journey that starts in an open green space, which is this area next to the Deer Park Junior High School. It's a open park that is just south of some baseball parks that serve the school zone, which we'll go into more detail in the specific location of that area in the next slide. And then it takes you from this green open space through the dense industrial jungle back to another green open space in the San Jacinto Historic Monument, and connects both the students to the monument as well as the overall community. And so, I'm sorry, just trying to get the control. So if you kind of lose your place at all, I have these sort of markers which sort of mark where each of the sort of journey that I'll be taking you along. I'm sorry, the thing. Okay, so I have 4 different sort of places that we'll talk about, and that sort of will take you through the journey of the San Jacinto Trail. So this first one that I was speaking about is the entrance of the trail, the green open space that's located next to Deer Park Junior High School, just south of the baseball diamonds that are used to sort of serve the Deer Park school zone. And what I'm proposing for the trail itself is that there are sort of 3 different programs that are laid out at the beginning and the end of the trail, at the start and the finish in the green open spaces. And then the sort of middle of the trail is really about the journey, taking individuals through the industrial landscape, educating them about the harms, and then also providing sort of an extended trail that people can use to exercise. So there's a bike trail as well as like a hiking trail that can be used for jogging and things like that. And so each of the programs that I have are the 2 main ones are a gathering / educational space, which is really focused on creating sort of multiple layers of semi-permeable membranes that begin to enclose the space, but then also allow for interaction within and without the space, so that it's a gathering space, but can also be used it's a gathering space for the neighborhoods that sort of border this entrance, and then also can be used as educational spaces where students or teachers can bring their students from the different schools that are located around here and teach students about whatever they really want, but in a more open setting that's not necessarily like a closed-in classroom. And then the second main program is an exercise space. And so what this is it's focused on a central sort of point, which is this tree here, and the tree, and then from the tree, which acts as like a shading device for the gym, radiates different programs like stairs that you can run up and down, lockers for if you come to sort of exercise, you can place your things in there, and then also sort of like a jungle gym for adults, but also for children, that's used really to allow people to exercise on. And then the third program, which is a supporting program, which will occur along the length of the trail, because people obviously need to use the bathroom when they're walking 4 miles, is a bathroom. And that program is really focused about giving sort of open-aired privacy. So there's walls that only shield sort of the areas that are necessary, and then allow privacy in and throughout. And so you can see different drawings here. This is the sort of entrance to the trail, and it has different sort of green spaces, which you can see in here, that are sort of surrounded by the walkable trail. And then moving forward along the trail, what you may notice is this sort of motif, and I'll talk about that here. And this motif I'm using as sort of a symbolic element that was really inspired by the sort of vernacular or imagery of oil refineries. And so the motif is used to compare and contrast with the natural plantings that are sort of happening along the trail, and sort of begin to put people in a mindset that draws attention to the industrial landscape of which they're moving through. And so this perspective here is taken on the bridge that sort of crosses over the highway. And this bridge really acts as the symbolic entrance into the trail, because it's sort of, if you can see here, this is sort of right after the entrance to the trail. So you sort of leave the entrance and you're crossing over this bridge into this very industrial landscape, which crosses over the highway is crossing over, or the bridge is crossing over the Pasadena Freeway, which sort of separates the school zone from the large industrial landscape. And then moving forward through the trail is sort of more of the symbolic ending of the trail. And this happens right here is that Intercontinental Terminals Company that I talked about at first. That's where the chemical fire happened in 2019. And so as you sort of move through this trail, we've sort of gotten to the symbolic ending of the trail. And as you have moved along through the trail, there are sort of different placements of trees and the trellis that are serving to show a contrast against the industrial environment, but then also call attention to sort of these things that you're pretty much surrounded by. So if we go back to this, you can see that through this major portion of the trail, there's always something to really keep you in that, like you're very much inside that landscape, inside the industrial landscape. And so returning here, this trellis is then again calling out to and calling out the ITC fire, which I'm sure is very fresh in the residents' memory because it only happened a year ago, and it's beginning to, or it's trying to talk about and show sort of the harms of unregulated and chemical plants that cause these harms in these communities. And then this finally brings us to the end of the trail, which is the northernmost point. This is the second sort of programmatic intervention that happens at the mouth of San Jacinto Monument. And you can see in the background of this perspective, this is the monument, that the monumental like obelisk that is the focus point of the monument, the historical battleground. And here it's much of the same with the program. So if someone wanted to visit I think the program placement here is also giving people more incentive to come to the San Jacinto Monument, because there's not really much there besides this monument. There's a battleship, but because of sort of the surrounding industrial landscape, there's not a whole lot of knowledge of how to get there, and there's not really a ton of appeal as to enter through. So I think introducing a hike and bike trail that moves through the landscape and then brings you to this sort of focal or ending point with different programs, and then the programs that are already present at the monument gives more of an incentive to bring people to this area and teach them about the history of Texas, and then also give them places where they can gather and exercise. And so that really sort of, this slide really wraps up my project, is really about giving people a place to exercise and to gather, because I feel that this community, I think that exercise is a really important thing in our nation as a total. And I think giving people that are sort of less well off the ability to exercise is very important, and then giving them the ability to gather and form community friendships and communities is very important as well. And that is my project.
So your trail starts at the high school. It runs along. It bypasses the plant, correct?
Yes.
And then it goes. It connects to the end at the monument.
Yes.
I guess I like the again, like I'm kind of partial to the idea of like creating a trail that's like pedestrian exercise trail. I like the idea of like creating the structures along that. I think as an urban idea, it's really a powerful one. And then you're combining it in a sense, like connecting these different, what I like about the project is it has the flexibility that you could route it in any way to connect to different places, right? It's like the high school, so it's very practical, but then you're starting somewhere very practical, but then you're going to something very abstract and very like remote, which is like the warm, this monument, correct? So, so this is like an interesting idea. It has the flexibility to connect through and to anything. I also think it's like a kind of weird and perverse idea to run past that one of the connection points is actually the source of pollution itself. The school, the historic monument are very civic, and then you're like, we're going to take you right to the place where the pollution's happening, as a kind of like educational move, I guess, or that would be like my one comment. I actually kind of like it in a perverse, weird sort of way. It's like one of those alternative, like, tourist guide to Houston. Here's the monument. Here's where a chemical plant happened. Here's where a murder occurred. You're not like burying these things. So I think that's like quite a powerful idea. Almost like a scenic trip, right? Like you have a plaque and it's like you have all these like wonderful monuments, and then you're also taking people to the place that's like more object. You're not burying it. I would question this move with the decorative. I think what I'm not sure what you're trying to achieve with that, but I just kept thinking it should be trees. I know that's kind of goofy and silly, but instead of like some kind of like a more, I don't know, artistic interpretation, like that would be my only comment. But I do think when I look at this project, I think of all the cool other places you could begin to route, and you could create a whole itinerary of like 20 different spots where you could stop. And they're like exercise play areas, but then they also have this like important social and historical relevance. I think that's it's a really nice like urban idea.
Real quickly, I think that I agree that maybe the art pieces you have designed aren't the final ones, but I do like the idea of incorporating some public art and along this path. The other thing, I guess, I really wish you would have shown more of the landscape, so we knew a little bit better where we were going. And I'm kind of frustrated because I don't know the area at all, so I really can't quite image where I'm going through entirely. But the other thing that always about these linear bike paths, I always wonder, do I just have to drive home the same way I got there? And I'm wondering if that's just me or if a loop tends to start to make sense.
Yeah, so I guess that's something I didn't really explain, but it is a loop. It is hard to see because the loop is so big, but it kind of loops around, and I don't know if there's.
So it's a two-way thing on either way.
Yeah, or it's one way completely around, and then so this dark line that's exterior, is a loop. But
and then are there shortcuts?
No, that's a good idea though.
That's just so if you only want to do the 1 mile track or 2 mile, right?
Yeah.
Just connectors. That'd be really easy to do, probably.
Yeah.
And I really like the idea though, and I think that it's the temporary education places or the open air education things. I think that'd be a really fun program to explore, to see how as an architect you could actually design something of that sort that was truly effective. Because I do think the more we can get children outside and start to do that sort of education, where the wind hits your face and that kind of thing, I think it's really important. And I think it's a movement in education right now that, but I don't know, again, I'm not sure how those get designed. So often I see these things where, especially, they're just kind of, I don't know, they're not very nice or cool or really well done. And it's almost like the budget's not there or something, I don't know. But I would love to see that in your project as well. I mean, the bathroom, you can have Murray do one and Juan do one and, you know, whatever.
I guess I have 2 points. One question is related to mainly the users that you imagine that would be, you know, benefiting from this infrastructure. And of course, you mentioned the schools, so I might assume that the kids that go to those schools are your primary target. But then I think it will be interesting to understand a little bit better the context in which you operate. And I understand that everything that is north or let's say on top of the Pasadena highway is exclusively industrial, right? There's no residential pockets in it, nothing that you could kind of connect to. Is that correct? Yeah, okay. Because of course, I also don't know the area at all. So assuming that, you know, you have all the schools, there will be a lot of residential, like a larger residential neighborhood on the southern side. And I wonder whether, you know, it wouldn't be useful to somehow try to understand how this bike path serves a larger community and how that relates to maybe other existing, if any, green facilities that are in the residential part, to you know, to understand like who else would be making that effort of actually cycling all the way out towards this green park and crossing the industrial area. I mean, I agree that, you know, it's a little bit almost it's, how to put it, you know, you're taking people through the place that is actually the origin of all the pollution, and you're taking kids there. So again, it's a little bit like the thing of inhabiting the space above the highway. What do you need to do to make that space either protected enough in order to make this experience feel safe and comfortable and, you know, healthy? So to me, again, trees, yes, absolutely. I would imagine this being a super green corridor. But that thing will never go away. You know, you're taking people through an area that is potentially unsafe. And the other thing I wanted to say is that I see really a lot of potential in this operation as some kind of a catalyst for maybe thinking about the future of this area. So I could imagine that, you know, some of this industrial plants will start being phased out. Maybe some businesses will move out. Could your move be some attempt to start tracing a line of development that would start maybe in the future, maybe not even near, but distant, but somehow expand the life of this neighborhood towards the green space and kind of start speculating about how else could this land be used once, you know, maybe we don't need all these plants. And that could help you think about more strategically about how you position it and what are those little maybe pockets that you could be connecting to start suggesting an urban corridor that could grow wider and wider to kind of defend itself from the industrial area that surrounds it. So to me, that would be kind of interesting additional layer of thinking in that project.
Thank you.
Yeah, is the air polluted and the soil all poison?
Yeah, as far as I know, that's actually that's not. I didn't get into that sort of research enough to have a definitive answer for you, but I think that's safe to imagine that it probably is.
Well, on the other hand, you know, this is a huge industrial area, but there are neighborhoods, there are people live 24 hours, not far from this. And of course, asthma and cancer is higher, but they are living there just to pass through it, a path. It is of course unhealthy, but whether it's life-threatening, I don't know.
It's one of those weird questions, right, Coleman? Is it better to do something like this? I don't know. Is it better to have loved and lost than never loved at all kind of question, right?
Right. It is interesting. There is a group in Houston, TEJAS, Texas Environmental Justice Advocacy Services, which has a toxic tour. They actually take people on tours through these toxic sites. So, it's an educational tour. And I think, Alex, you could think of some of this in that regard too. Not only leading to a historical monument where the last battle of the Mexican-American War was fought, but also here's 21st century reality. And I think Alex makes a great point. As petro fuel, as we start relying on that less and less, this area, who knows, 50 years from now, what this could become. It's a good point. Very good point.
I think in a sense, like I would love to see more, especially in a studio like this with Coleman, like broader, more ambitious, speculative thinking, because I do firmly believe optimistically, like if we don't kill ourselves first, that industry will be gone in 100 years and all this land will be free. And there are examples of that. Like for instance, in East Austin, it's so interesting when the Hawley Power Plant, which all of that property around Hawley Power Plant on the east side was really depressed. I mean, it was really depressed. It was awful. It was noisy right next to the power plant. And that was decommissioned about 10 years ago. And now that's like $1 million. I mean, that's like luxury, and I think if the city had had more foresight and thinking about like, let's think about 20 or 30 years, what we can do with a place when these industrial plants are decommissioned. I mean, that's like really positive kind of optimistic thinking. So that's super interesting to think about, like what, this is year one, but then in 50 years or 100 years, is this the spine and this is like a big park or community center or something? I think
that would be great, because that also, introduces that time scale that is very relevant when you start thinking about vegetation, for example. Now you might be planting trees that are kind of insignificant, but if you think about building up a future for this, new neighborhood, in 50 years, you're going to have gorgeous trees, and that can be like the core, the spine of a new city. So I would really encourage you to think like that. And yes, introducing art, but again, introducing maybe art as an activity that can be, suggested there for the community to kind of take over those areas, and not necessarily just to decorate it in one specific way forever, right?
Yeah, I think that's really smart. One last thing, I thought, Murray, you were going to suggest that you could start a hedge fund that buys up property around environmental hazards, and maybe you'd be able to have, be a billionaire.
I think they exist.
25 minutes is up.
You can't have enough of them. All right, great comments, guys. The more you green this area as it becomes available, the more toxins it's pulling out of the soil. So that really is a good point, Alex, to think about expanding. Okay, we've got 2 more students and 45 minutes to get through them. So let's see, who's up next?
Thank you all for your comments, by the way.
Thank you for your project, man.
All right, hi everyone, I'm next. My name is Maggie. Hold my screen. Does that look okay for everyone?
We see it.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm operating in Kashmir Gardens. And so if you can think back to Omar, my site is directly north of his. So if we got downtown Houston over here, here's 5th Ward, and then up here is Kashmir Gardens. And so as you can see, it's kind of defined by the interstate. We've got the railway over here, industrial site. The community here faces a lot of the same issues as you've been hearing earlier, so I don't really need to repeat all of them. but it's a historically Black neighborhood with a growing Hispanic population. And so, as you can see from this map, they're pretty geographically isolated, and they also suffer from a lot of the same chemical exposure issues as you've heard earlier today. And so my focus is on this bayou, which is called Hunting Bayou. And so this Kashmir Gardens was hit really hard by Harvey. This bayou is a source of a lot of flooding, and they never really recovered completely. And so my thesis focuses on the relationship of the youth and the community to nature, since all they really know is the destruction and the harm that's come from the flooding, and from this green, really the only green spot in the community is also a source of harm for them. And so this is sort of the existing conditions. They put in a bike trail a few years back, but it's just mown grass, kind of sad, but people use it. But just existing. Oh, also I should mention, so the bayou is capped by 2 parks on either end. But people use it a lot, but it's also sort of a missed opportunity for ecological learning and literacy that can come from interaction with nature. That would be great along this bayou, but unfortunately it's all mown grass. So going back in history a little bit, Kashmir is also home to the Kashmir Stage Band, which was an internationally renowned punk group in the late 70s. And it was a group of all high school students led by Conrad Johnson, was the music director there, and they went on to have international success. I mean, it was really just a huge sense of pride for the community. There's actually a documentary on it, on this community that's on Amazon. I think that's kind of neat to watch. And so I'm trying to look at this Greenway project from sort of a musical lens a little bit, trying to create my form from using rhythm and harmony and scale that's also applicable to the music atmosphere of this community. So as you can see, it's still pretty involved today. They have lots of dance groups, and their marching band is pretty successful as well. So back to the bayou. I'm proposing 3 pavilions, sites for ecological learning along the bayou in these spots. The bayou is about 1 mile long, and so I'm using these interventions as a sort of punctuation or a beat or a rest along this path. So that's threefold. I said there's I designed a bird blind for a coastal prairie ecosystem that could be sort of developed here, and then a pollinator patio and a treehouse terrace. And it's imagined that along this path, since there's a lot of open land and it's growing because as the flooding increases, more and more people are getting pushed out of their homes. So it's a larger and larger amount of open and unused space that could really be developed into a natural landscape to benefit the ecological health and of the environment and the people. So first I have the bird blind. And so this would just be situated right off the path. And it's a space for people to observe birds and the nature, but also just could be a spot to rest and take a break out of the sun. So here we've got an elevation up top, a section, transverse section, and then a plan. It's pretty simple, just a long linear pathway with a sort of like crescendo into as you get immersed into the natural environment. So here's an interior perspective. And also, I guess with the wood and the paneling, I'm also sort of trying to incorporate this motif of music and rhythm in sort of a subtle way, I hope. And then next we have the pollinator patio. And so this is I like to think about it as a set of wings that bisects the trails. And so in 2 of the walls, there's an opportunity for pollinator habitat. So I did a little bit of research into it, and you can do all kinds of things with wood chips and logs and all kinds of things to make habitats for pollinators. And so again, some drawings. So the trail just bisects this square. And so inside there are some terrace levels for seating and looking at the habitat. So this was sort of a way to, it's more of a hands-on approach to learning about pollinators, but just really as a means to get these kids who haven't really had any opportunity to learn about nature and have an interaction with nature, to get interested, to ask questions and learn about their surroundings. And then lastly, I'm calling this the tree house terrace or treetop terrace, something like that. And so it's a wooden deck underneath this pathway. And so I imagine this as like, you could do like an outdoor classroom. It could be a good spot for a field trip. It would be situated within a heavily wooded area to experience nature at different levels and have different views with that, as well as just a fun place to run around for the kids. And so then some plans and sections of that. So I apologize for the legibility of these, but these 2 areas are the wooden decks, and then the stairs go up here, and you can walk along this path and get different views and then go back down here. And then the trail sort of bisects it again and goes underneath. And so that is, I think I tried to hit everything. But again, it's just about the resiliency of the environment and people, and trying to empower the community with knowledge and interaction with the natural environment, just to have all the benefits that are known to get of those.
Speaking of resiliency, did you look at all at the Houston resiliency plans?
I did early on a little bit, yeah.
So what are they recommending for these types of bayous and stuff in order to maybe absorb storm surge and that type of thing? Was there anything, did you do any research into that?
Yeah, they had it, there's actually one, I was just reading an article on it, for an area really close to here. They wanted to put in like a big retention, like filtration area, and then that to absorb and retain a lot of the water to mitigate the flooding. But there was a lot of contention with the residents because it would push a lot of people out of that area, even though it's not a habitable area anyway, but it was a source of unrest. And so the article was actually interviewing a resident that was unhappy about that. So I think it's been kind of a push and pull situation, I guess. Really please, everyone.
I was just curious, real quickly, I love conceptually, I love this project. I think it's absolutely beautiful and very humane and wonderful. I'm especially intrigued by your pollinator wall. I love that, how that could work. It's like a collage of some sort. And the idea of getting up into the tree canopies as a way of, it's like a science class all in of its own, right? So I would almost like to see if you could exploit that even at another level maybe or something, but I'm really intrigued by it conceptually. I do wish your drawings were a little more rigorous and from an architectural school point of view, but other than that, I just love the concept.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was also really happy to see the nest for the insects, and was wondering whether this idea of actually enhancing the habitat for the non-human species could be something that you could take over to the other 2 interventions as well. Whereas, you know, all three have, of course, the experiential aspect, and you creating those pathways and decks and viewing platforms for us to engage with nature, and but more in a, from the point of view of the viewer. While in the one that is focusing on insects, you're actually giving something back to the other species. So I think this will be interesting to kind of reflect upon and think what else you could do in order to keep that as a constant theme. But on putting that aside, I think that, you know, the question of the flooding and the fluctuating conditions on this site is really important. And I think it would be really important to ask yourself how this kind of interventions would actually operate in those different moments. Like, what would happen if this whole area gets flooded, and what happens to your structures, and how are you actually positioning yourself in this conversation that you've just mentioned? Like, we need more retention ponds, but there's no space for that because, you know, real estate, I mean, the land is too expensive and too valuable to actually do stuff like that. And that's actually what we should be doing. We should be emptying land around those bayous. We should be allowing the water to flood, because that's the water, what it needs to do, right, when it happens. But we don't have land for that. So instead of thinking about that really concrete and unfortunately hard to resolve issue, we are adding yet more structures. You're adding 3 structures that are for people. I mean, they're very valuable because they allow us to engage better with nature, but at the same time, you're kind of taking away even more from that land that just needs to breathe and be. I wonder how you think about that.
Yeah, I had intended to do a lot more with the actual site, the planning, and intervening more with that, and just didn't end up getting to it. But you're right; those are all valid points. And right now, yeah, these structures really aren't doing anything for the landscape, or it's just for the people to be able to actually use it. So yeah, that's definitely something I'd like to.
They could be examples of architecture of resiliency. They could show ways to accommodate. I think more than resist or to retreat, you're talking about how to accommodate. So maybe like they're raised up or the water flows through them, and you could show how that's I love the idea too of that Alex mentioned, and for all of these, the more we can promote urban biodiversity, I mean, the better life is going to get.
The key to your question, Alex, is permeability. You let the water flow through. We've had projects, more than one project on the coast that has flooded, and the first time it happened, I just knew they were going to be gone. But because they were so open, not, very much like these in some ways, suffered virtually no damage. So as long as the water flows through, then they're not a liability to the landscape. And then it's
I believe that. I think it would be great if it was just part of Maggie's project, as part of your thinking. It's like, what happens when there is water there, and how does it get flooded, and what happens to people? Like, can you still be there? All of that would just be part of your thinking about your intervention.
I was just going to add briefly. I know that I'm short on time here, but I really like this project a lot. I like how in a way how specific it is. And just to build on something Alex said, I do think I would love to see equal attention to the animal habitat and what we can do to promote the animal habitat. And just in terms of your presentation, I think it would be helpful to see a little more rigor on, what are the bird species, what are the migratory patterns, what are the extinct species, how can we bring back the riparian edge? If you're going to tackle that, I think you've got to really start to look serious, because these projects require the input from a broad range of specialists to, as architects, we're just one part of a broader system. And as soon as you start to speak in that kind of systemic terms, like you showed a squirrel, is it about squirrels? But I do like this sort of specific, pollinator, bird blind, this really lovely architectural interventions, but then to think about how you can create, birdhouses and habitat and food for birds. And I think that's I like that. I thought that was a really smart thing for Alex to contribute to that. And being really specific about, what are the species? As well, like for something like this to work, I think it would be helpful to connect with like the school district in the area and how the kids are, like I think that thinking, how you're taking the sort of interspecies mingling, is kind of interesting question.
Yeah, I think it's also an important point on the kind of urban level, like explaining why you position those 3 interventions in those particular places. Are those moments in which there is a specific, a street that comes from either school or public area or something that makes those places particular would be important to understand.
Near a bus stop, for example.
Yeah, or like a bus stop, or maybe it's just a particular moment along that bayou that makes this place a perfect spot for insects, but we don't know that, right? That would require what Murray is talking about, like really thorough research into the ecology of that place, which you couldn't do on your own. That would be, of course, something to do with an ecologist, but it would be really interesting.
I love the idea of a catalog of insects, birds, animals, etc., that is that you're enhancing. I think that could be such a beautiful contribution to your presentation to make this more, well, I hesitate to say, but sellable maybe is a term even, as opposed to just we see so much at school, all these catalogs of forms generated by computers, but to see those forms that already exist in nature and forms of life and how important they are. I think this is a beautiful project if it's done right.
Thank you.
Great. Yeah. Rewilding urban environments. All comments pointed towards that in their own way. So thank you, Maggie. Good work. One thing about resiliency in Houston, Michael, is the city has bought up hundreds of houses along these bayous and continue to buy them up. And Maggie pointed out that there's oftentimes pushback, but inevitably, the only way to resolve these flooding problems is to buy up these old areas over time. It's a difficult cultural question, but they're going to keep suffering more and more as time goes on. So. Okay, let's move on. Megan, you're next, I think.
So Coleman, just heads up, I have a review at 2:30, so unfortunately it's an independent study, my own students, so I'll have to leave at 2:30, sorry.
Okay, yeah, whatever you need to do, I appreciate that.
I'll go quick then.
Yeah, make it quick, make it snappy, Megan.
I'll try.
Hi, Megan, how are you?
I'm good, how are you? It's only mildly intimidating because 2 out of the 3 reviewers have been professors of mine. Only mildly. All right. You can see the screen, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So my focus was on the Gulfton Transit Connector is what I'm calling it. The neighborhood of Gulfton is in the west side of Houston. So this little pocket would be downtown and this would be where it was located. I was primarily interested in it because, as you can see, it's kind of bordered by a lot of freeway intersections. And so this kind of little area that I chose pretty much is a small area of greenway, of green space between the freeway and a residential apartment. So it's pretty much just a thin walkway currently. And what my proposal kind of centers around is creating a connector from the east portion of this major commercial street to the Hillcroft Park and Ride, which is basically just where a bunch of buses come and can connect you to pretty much every transit center in the Houston area. So you can get pretty much anywhere from downtown to U of H to all over the place. and trying to create both like a safe passageway to there, but also a noticeable one, because it's a little hard to see, and then it's covered by stuff by both the freeway and by barricades of fences that don't necessarily have to be there. So part of my biggest intervention is right at this intersection in that purple, to try to emphasize this crossing from across frontage roads, but also underneath the freeway, and trying to emphasize safe crossing underneath freeways. Primarily through, this is kind of out of order, primarily out of these structures particularly that are semi-transparent that emit light, so that it maintains a well-lit relationship, but also breaks up the rhythm of the freeway itself, so that a pedestrian or a cyclist would be able to notice that as a place to go rather than as a weird alcove underneath the freeway. And then as a way to kind of connect the points from here to here, having these little nodes across the way that act in a similar way of a semi-transparent function that acts as kind of like beacons along the way, and have secondary functions to them as well. Like, for example, this would be a public restroom that with like the use of electrochromatic glass would combine the use of would be used to allow you to be able to see into the restroom to see if it's in use, but also when it's not in use, be able to act as kind of a giant like light box. And then the other program would be something like a really quick food kiosk that pedestrians or cyclists could pick up food on their way to work. That's pretty much my main demographic, is people that are going either on their way to work or to some other destination primarily through buses in the city. And then the other thing that would also be dealing with is the sound and air pollution that comes with being so close to the freeway. What I was thinking of my intervention would be a transparent polycarbonate that keeps the idea of being like a sound barrier without creating a very visible wall, because that was one of my biggest things that I didn't want to create for this, and then having it attach to the already existing freeway structure. So trying to minimize that weight and keep it as light and unobtrusive as possible is mostly what I'm dealing with the landscape. And then included with that, introducing more native grasses into the area and kind of upping what's already there to better work with that kind of like rain catchment system and improve the soil quality, and like when flooding does occur, the ground and the apartment nearby will be better protected from it, even if only marginally. So the biggest part of my project that's at this intersection is primarily a goal of introducing education and educational opportunities. The community of Gulfton is 63% foreign born. So there's a lot of immigrants in this area, and a primary goal that I want is to have language classes be available for adults in particular, specifically just because there's neither time nor resources available for that in these communities. So giving that as well as providing internet access for this community in a space for like communal gathering, along with a cafe and general workspaces. For the crossing in particular, having the cars kind of stop before they get to the light and giving like a bigger gap between that was something that I was thinking of, and having that space for crossing be as large as possible. So kind of focusing that point there, so that people will be able to see the cars and cars will be able to see them as they're already slowing down in that corner to begin with. And so essentially having small classroom spaces at the top and having workspaces throughout, and having this kind of area of interaction there where the second part or the second floor of the building is attached to the freeway, and kind of thinking about how to use spaces underneath the freeways that are unused and try to make crossing underneath freeways a lot easier, safer, and trying to make it feel more comfortable, and have that space be usable. So that's where I'm at.
Thanks, Megan.
Yep, no problem.
So this is a new structure, all of it, or in part? Okay, so the highway itself is
the highway
in the
exists.
background.
Yeah, the highway is this middle part in this section.
Okay.
And then these kind of arch structures are partial supporting for this new structure that kind of comes underneath and wraps around it at this point.
Okay. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it, whether it's like something in between an inhabited bridge, like it's growing off the sides of the highway, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes you're inhabiting the spaces underneath the highway.
Yes.
In a way, it's parasitical.
Yeah.
Megan, I'm sorry, Alex.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
The pedestrian bridge portion, is that all new? The section we were showing with the arched part?
This part?
This, keep going back, the pedestrian with the wall, with that clear wall panels. Keep going, keep going, keep going. That, so is this all new?
Yes, this portion would be.
Okay, that's new, but the structure's not.
No, all the freeway is.
Okay,
what
so
is here currently.
There's cars driving on this?
Yes.
Okay, and this is to keep the noise down from the cars?
Yes.
Okay. I guess that there's like a lot of really intriguing, and one thing I think is kind of fascinating what your project is that like a lot of these, you're taking this really messy, complicated freeway, highway, pedestrian, and you're inserting these little pieces here and there to try to improve and make it a more habitable space, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's some things, actually, Alex, I know you have to peel off. Do you want to just I don't want to eat up a bunch of time here. You have to
No, go ahead. Don't worry. I still have 10 minutes. It's fine. Don't worry.
I mean, I think some are more convincing than others. Like, I'm not quite sure about the cars and although I like the idea of attaching to an existing structure. I think the basic concept is really strong. I'm not sure, that seems like quite, on the one hand, you have these like really lovely little ephemeral moments, like the little kiosk and these things you're weaving through the green space and that sort of thing. On the other hand, you have these things that are like quite major, like kind of infrastructural undertakings, like basically creating walls along the freeway, right? You're attaching to the structure. So I think like it's more convincing, like scroll down to the next slide. Like these little cubes, which I don't know what they are, the shade structures, the kind of glowing cubes that make the space more inviting, more inhabitable, and they're like interventions, like seem kind of more convincing to me as an approach, especially like as you begin to kind of green up the space. So you're like, you're beginning to have a landscape intervention next to the highway and these little funny little glowing cubes. I find the glowing idea actually quite convincing. If you keep going on your presentation a little bit. Like, I'm not sure how the hell you would do this, but the idea of like to make the pedestrian experience like more luminous and kind of like, I think that's like a really intriguing idea. I'd like to see a little bit more of like how you'd actually do it. Like it feels really like a concept sketch right now and not quite like real enough to be like, yes, you know, but there is something quite lovely about it. There's like a very, very like ethereal kind of like ethereal kind of quality to what you're doing to bring that quality to these spaces to make them more inhabitable. Keep going down. So what's that guy?
So this
is the ground floor under the bridge, right? Okay.
Yeah,
So
this is all underneath.
Yeah.
So this is underneath the existing highway, right? All of it.
This first part is, and then this part comes right next to it.
I guess
that's what that
like,
section was, right?
I'm intrigued by like the idea of inhabiting of the parasitical structure under the freeway. I just like think classrooms next to the freeway. I don't know. It's again, like it reminds me of the walls. Like I don't buy it. Like it's such a kind of bold move. It seems kind of like not quite, and the way you've drawn it too quite thin doesn't seem like, go to the next section. Like I wish you'd draw like 2 tractor trailers in here, right? Like isn't this a highway? Aren't there cars driving on it? You know? So
yeah, I think what Murray is saying, you know, it's also, it would be great to have a better set of drawings that just give us like the whole sequence of, you know, like the whole elevation of the highway and like what's happening in front as if I was moving along that. And we could imagine what's the progression of spaces and, you know, what you're inserting, what you are, which parts of the under structure you're occupying, and also how, you know, how all of that relates to the city that is next to the highway. So I assume that it's not just about going from that transit stop to the, I don't know what the destination was, some kind of an important street, but there's things happening in between, right? That you could be also connecting to. So a better drawing, both in plan, elevation, you know, a section that could help us understand that progression of the experience of someone cycling through the space, I think would be really useful. As a general concept, I think it's, you know, it's always really encouraging to see projects that try to use those remaining slivers of land to make connections, to kind of do urban stitching. So I think that's very valuable. It's more about like how you do that in order to convince us that, you know, hey, yeah, it makes totally sense to have a school under the highway. Maybe it does, but somehow the images are still very disconnected. And I think in the image making, it would really help to kind of stitch it together and turn it into an experience that is continuous would really help for me.
Yeah, could you show us your master plan again? Because that's where I think I got lost. So what are you know, the park and ride, and then what are you connecting?
Connecting from a major bus stop that goes north and south to the park and ride, which goes primarily east and west. across the city.
Okay, and so that's from right to left on your plan is the
Yes.
connection? Okay, so that whole underside is this kind of a redeveloped area, right, that you're trying to do under the freeway. So I think I really like that a lot. I mean, I really, really like that. I think also another thing when Alex was mentioning how that tree canopy is going to be a climax forest along the bike path. When this is all electric cars and, you know, we have mass transit and we've solved climate change, you know, then this will be a very pleasant place perhaps, right? But I think the question of what's appropriate to put under a freeway is a question that goes along with this idea of trying to stitch and renew and create permeability in places where it isn't permeable. So how many people do you think will be walking or bicycling from one to the other here? Is this like tens of thousands a day or
Oh, I don't think it's tens of thousands today, but I imagine more in the hundreds rather than thousands.
Okay, but people, it will be a way for people to get from one cardinal direction, sort of the north, south, or east, west. I don't even know. I don't care. To the other east, west, north, south, right?
Yeah.
So it could be a super important linkage, right? Kind of like I'm trying to think from. You know, Grand Central Station to Penn Station or something in New York. I mean, it could be a really important transit link. That, right? Is that correct? Is that fair?
Yeah, at least for this neighborhood, yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
And then what other permeabilities do you create and linkages as well for the neighborhoods? I think Alex brought that up. But oh, by the way, Murray, I think you might look, Walter Hood in Oakland has done some things with light and sculpture and the freeways that are pretty interesting. You should look that up, Megan, maybe. I love the concept. I got a little lost, I have to admit.
Yeah, that's fair.
I am sorry, I'm gonna have to switch to the next Zoom meeting. I apologize to interrupt. It was a pleasure to see the work. Yeah,
thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, bye-bye.
Okay.
So,
yeah, go ahead, Michael.
Well, so what I'm thinking more, I mean, is that the idea of the link is really powerful. And then the conceptual, like the colors, the make it, you know, have you ever been to the airport, like in Chicago, where they have the moving walkway and they entertain you to the point that you forget you've gone 400 miles kind of. But I think food and those sorts of things tend to make sense. So, I mean, I'm going to grab a, you know, whatever. But I am wondering if this is where the educational program really makes the most sense. And I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. And not that it really matters that much, right? Because it's a matter of coming up with what is appropriate. The key here is how do you link and how do you make it interesting? And I think what you said earlier, safe.
Yeah, I think that also you're being really ambitious with your project. You've taken on like a lot of different things, a lot of different aspects. And I think like to me, the parts that are the most convincing, or I guess like as an architect, I'm intrigued by the idea of attaching a building to the freeway. I think that's like a kind of really cool idea in a kind of absurd way. Like but on a practical level, it's, you know, we're raising these questions. I do think like looking at your plan here, like this, you know, taking that and coming up with these landscape moves that are, you know, the sort of green fog and the planting strategy, and then with these little nodes, you know, that you've got. I mean, that's a lot to just kind of work out there. I mean, so, you know, were you to move forward, I would like recommend you kind of like focusing that and then maybe backing off the bigger architectural, like building with program and that sort of thing, and focus on some of these pieces that just tackle the question of like, how do you make, we've all walked in Texas before and had to cross like a highway or walk on an access road, right? We've all done that. But I love the idea of like, how do you take that and make that like a really like, you know, a compelling experience for a pedestrian. And I think that's like a really great program, but that's enough of a program itself. It doesn't need to be classrooms and all this other stuff too. You know, and the idea there's somehow something in your project, like as a concept about the landscape and the luminous, ephemeral. Like, I don't know you as a student. I don't know if I've ever had you on review, but is all your work like just sort of like, it seems all, you know, like it doesn't feel very grounded. I don't know. Is that an accurate?
A lot of people tell me that, and I think I just like to be a little more whimsical with the idea of what architecture can provide for people.
But Megan,
a little more whimsy.
Megan, in all seriousness, whimsy and what Murray was asking you are not the same thing.
Yes.
You know, being tentative and whimsical are not the same thing. So, you know, I guess the point I would make is this: you have a very gutsy project. The proposition is very kind of Blade Runner-esque, you know, running buildings off of expressways and so forth. I really like it. It has so much potential, but then you don't have enough confidence in your own design to really push through the graphic presentation of it. So we're spending most of our time asking questions. I wish you would work on this more and really bring it up. And you know that what other people have asked you before, you need to resist that. You know, you need to take yourself seriously and take your work seriously and really pursue it, because it's gutsy. You know, you and I were looking at a 3D model the last time we talked, and it was so much clearer what you were trying to do. And then I was surprised to see your graphic package today, how thin it was. And I just thought it would be more like the 3D model we were looking at. So, you know, I don't want to sound negative, because I think you got a good design. I just don't think you've done the graphics, put the time in that you need. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, we have to use our imagination on it, and we shouldn't have to do that.
Another thing is that if you did do the model, I mean, it would be not that difficult using a number of programs to just let us take this walk, right? And then you can always do, I mean, personally, I still believe that precedents and analogs are important. And there are a lot of places where people have tried to do similar things like this. And there are other things, like, for example, I mean, you could even look at the High Line. It's underneath, but it's a similar sort of thing. It's a linear parkway in a city, right? And I think that I'm going to suggest that I think I'm following up on what Professor Coker said, is that you have beautiful ideas, and then you tend to get, it's not whimsy. The whimsy is what makes them beautiful. It's believing in them and pushing them with rigor to execute them that you really need to do. Is that fair, Coleman?
Completely fair. You know, she's a great student and conscientious, and then you know, self-confidence, Megan, self-confidence.
What do you, Megan? What drawing tools do you use?
I've had Megan as a student. She can draw like mad.
Right now, I think I did this all in Illustrator.
Oh, really? Okay.
Illustrator, a little bit of Photoshop.
Can you go back to that section drawing through this building? Yeah, like this is actually like quite an ambitious project, this whole thing here. It's very, you know, that's like a project for a whole semester to pull that off. And I guess I think like for me, this building represents a kind of like super ambitious, like, and I think Coleman's spot on, like almost like sci-fi idea, where if it's rendered really enthusiastically, showing cars and light and people, and like you sort of it's not like you're convincing us it's practical. You're immersing us in this sort of futuristic world, visionary idea of something that's quite impractical. It kind of convinces us. Whereas that's one, so that it's a tenable project. It's just that when you couple it with this like much more practical, ephemeral, like planting, walkway, little interventions, that's a different kind of approach. That's like a much more ephemeral approach, which is about fitting into an existing structure. Whereas this building is like it's like a visionary project for like a David Heyman studio, where you're just, you're really creating like something fantastical. And that's what it's about. It's about a kind of fictitious, fantastical idea, but it has to be drawn. Can you flip to your section? Like, okay, stop. So like just the fact that we can't tell like what's existing and what's not, like you want it to be drawn really rigorously, right? Like actual section through the bridge, you see that it's gritty, you have cars and trucks on it. Then you've got like your interventions clamped on the side, like really drawn. Like here, I don't know, if you just showed this to me, it looks like all new to me. I don't get that it's on a freeway at all. Like I don't get that really like gutsy kind of like, blood and guts kind of, visionary approach. And I think that like, I would love to see this in a way. I'm super intrigued by this. And if you could like throw yourself into rendering it, and I think with more self-confidence, like just going for it, right? Like make it real. And that's what it takes to pull off a project like this. Otherwise you're gonna get the criticism I gave you, which is like, it's not practical. You can't have a classroom next to a freeway, But if you're showing a render of it that's really beautifully done and you're immersing us in that world, then it's something else. Then it's like a visionary project that inspires in a way that,
So it's a phantasmagorical type project and more than fantasy, maybe, I don't know. But Megan, I almost, if that person is that big, here, I'll get a bat pin.
Mm-hmm.
That person is that big. I don't know, is that really the width of a freeway? And does it really have a column on either side? And it's
it's a one lane. It's one lane. It's an off ramp. It's one lane.
Oh, this is the off ramp.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's not the main part of the freeway. It's just a connector.
Okay. So that's more like that, maybe, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then it is structured like this? Because I want to see all the really cool structure of this, how you would do this, how you would attach it, how you deal with the vibration, all those things, man.
Yeah, it'd be fun, right?
Yeah.
Currently, there's just the kind of traditional posts and some of the like giant column under.
Oh, is that a part of it over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, because I think that the things that have other similarities to this, there are lots of transit projects, right? And I think there's lots of ways to embrace and incorporate, like San Francisco just did that huge Trans-Bay project, the Grand Concourse in the Bronx or Grand Central Station. There are all these all the train stations in Europe. There are all these beautiful ways that you can incorporate transit and architecture. And I think that it's a bold ambition, but it's either not ambitious enough or it's too ambitious. And by that, I mean, you're either going to stick to the path concept, and it's almost like jewelry or something that's sprinkled throughout the site. It could even be food trucks and things like that. And it's something like it could be implemented right away. Or you got to go for this and you got to show like trucks drawn in it and all the structure and everything like that, and make it really not quite Blade Runner, but pretty bold. That's how I feel. If you were to yeah, that's.
I say do that. Your next studio. Go bold.
Go bold. Okay, we're going to have to wrap up here. We're over time, and I'd love to talk to you about your project further, Megan, and at some point here. And this was being recorded too. I saw you writing a lot of notes, but I can make the recording.
Oh, no, it's okay. I promise you that right after this, I'll fall asleep and then I won't remember about the recording. So I have to do it now.
Well, Megan, it's good to see you. See a bunch of you guys' names and faces and stuff. It's I miss you all, and I really like I like getting a chance to come back and see you guys. So thank you, Coleman, for inviting us.
Thank you, Michael and Murray. Always great to see you both.
Yeah, great seeing you. Great. I love this project. Awesome. I want to be in the studio.
Murray, as always, it's great. I mean, I've really, the last couple of times we've been together, I enjoy your criticism. I think it's,
thanks.
Well, it's the kind that takes the students' intention into account as opposed to your own ego. So I really like it a lot.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Good. Right back at you. And I was going to say, I think this is the first Houston studio that made me want to do something in Houston.
Oh.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I'm trying to think back. Cisco did an interesting one that was like a cemetery in a trucking center. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not really Houston, but this made me super interested. I love this, like getting to the real core of what's going on in a place. I just think it's so wonderful. So thank you. Very inspiring.
Thanks, Murray. Thank you, guys. Great to see you both.
All right, we'll see you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, let's take a short break here, only about 15 minutes. And then, Lisa, I think you're up first on the next group. And we've got a whole new set of reviewers here, a couple of them that are guests. So we'll see what they have to say about your work. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. You all do the same, and I'll see you back here at 3 o'clock. Okay. Sierra, hey, how are
Hi,
you?
yeah.
Good to see you. Brian, hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Good, good, good. I'll make introductions in a moment. I don't think either one of us have met face to face, but I've read your bios and they're both very interesting. I want to hear more about glass blowing from you. And do you pronounce your name Sierra?
Yep,
Okay.
like the mountains.
Yeah, we have a common friend in David Perks since you were at the community center. So small world in that regard.
Definitely.
Yeah, good, good, good. Thank you all for being part of this. Appreciate
No problem.
it.
Happy to be
You all
here.
have you been on other reviews?
I have. Sorry, go ahead, Sierra.
No, this is our review week also, so just internally at Detroit Mercy so far.
Yeah, okay, good. Well, thank you. So especially then taking the time off. Yeah. Brian, who have you been on? Who's
I was on Alexandra, is it Jeshka? Jeshki?
Yeah.
I was on her review yesterday as well as Martin Haddish. And I was on Dean Almey's earlier today.
You're putting in the hours. Thank you.
Well, I enjoy it. Don't get to do it too much these days, so.
Good. Yeah, everything's strange these days.
Indeed.
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 All right, let's see. We've got one more reviewer. Charlton Lewis will join us here in a moment. Is it? It's got to be cold in Detroit, relatively. What's it like there?
It is cold. It's also, we're an hour time difference, so I triple checked the time that I was supposed to be here today. It snowed about 4 inches earlier this week, but it's melted now.
Good Lord. Keep it up there, please. Brian, where are you?
I'm in Austin.
Yeah, okay, good. Thought so. And you're with Burton's office?
That's correct.
All right.
Yeah, I joined Burton right after finishing up at UT some time ago now.
All right. I see our third reviewer is here, Charlton.
Hey, Coleman, I'm in Austin too.
Yeah. Are you going to grace us with your presence today?
I'm actually in the room next to you. Yeah.
Charlton and I are good friends, so whatever he says, I'll only half believe him. All right, we'll get started. I assume all the students are here. A quick introduction. Sierra O'Leary is at Detroit Mercy, I think more formally called the Detroit Collaborative Design Center. You're also a professor of practice, a lot of interesting community development work. So I'm hoping some of these projects will be of special interest to you today. You were at BC Workshop, right?
I was at BC Workshop. I have friends in Houston who've worked for them also. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so were you with them in Dallas or Houston or Brownsville?
I was in the Brownsville office. I helped set it up almost a decade now ago.
Yeah. Okay, that's right. That's right. All right, you went to UC Berkeley and Brown, so good for you. We've got a lot of Berkeley people here teaching now.
Oh, really?
All the best ones are from Berkeley. Yeah, so.
Not a surprise.
Brian, you're with Burton Baldridge's office here in Austin, a great high design office here. We're lucky to have you in town. And you went to UT Austin, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and graduated and have been with Burton since 2009, you said.
Yeah.
You also went to University of Illinois. And I'm intrigued, you have a degree in glass blowing, is that correct?
That's correct. I was in the industrial design department after a short stint as a civil engineer.
Okay.
And I had the opportunity to take glassblowing classes. I mean, as soon as I saw it on the offering, I was like, well, you have to do that if it's offered, right? I mean,
yeah.
You can't say no to that. So I did a couple classes, and then one of the advisors in the department came up and said they were looking for students to finish a degree, and I jumped at the chance.
Intriguing, unique for sure.
Yeah.
You're the first person I've met with that, to your credit. And Charlton, gosh, what are we going to say about Charlton? Charlton is an assistant dean of student affairs at our school. Charlton, how long have you been at UT? You've been here quite a while. Maybe too long.
Yes, as a student and teaching for 14
yeah.
years, but as a student prior.
Yeah. And Charlton also has a private practice here in Austin, does good work here in town. So let's go ahead and get started. And I'm going to give a quick overview of what the studio is about. It's a unique studio in that I run the Gulf Coast Design Lab, and obviously we're working on the Gulf Coast, but we do a lot of community outreach work, primarily in the Houston area. Work with nonprofits there that typically result in a design build project focused on environmental education. The nonprofits we work with, all in one degree or another, are working in public schools there or with private organizations, trying to increase ecological literacy. So this studio has some of that at its heart, at its core, but obviously with the pandemic, we can't be there and we can't work under those circumstances. So we changed things up a little bit. Let me do a quick PowerPoint to get you oriented, and then we'll go from there. Okay, I need to share a screen here. Okay. All right, can y'all see that?
Mm-hmm.
All right, great. All right, so Gulf Coast Design Lab. This is as I said, a unique studio for us in that the problem you're going to be looking at is a 5-week-long design problem in Houston, dealing with equity issues and primarily minority neighborhoods there. And the students will talk to you about that. They did a week and a half of research prior to their design, and they each picked their own program and they each picked their own neighborhood that they worked in. We began the semester with 3 weeks, more or less a seminar format, studying public interest design methodologies, trying to get a crash course in some of what they would be doing if we were boots on the ground there in Houston. And then from that, the ecological literacy part that comes in is we worked with a nonprofit there in Houston, Armand Bayou Nature Center. They have 2,500 acres of undeveloped land, mostly coastal prairie, bayou, that is the largest urban forest park in the United States. It has that distinction of just being an urban forest, untamed. And they do a lot of community outreach work. They work in the Houston area, public schools, and then people come to their nature center as well. And their goal is to reconnect people with nature. But as part of that, we took on the task of designing and making for them some environmental teaching tools. And it was a rainfall simulator and an Enviroscape. And Enviroscape was about Galveston Bay. And they used those to do hands-on demonstrations about pollution, trying to increase stewardship, responsibility, that sort of thing. So, and that led us into our research and ultimately to this project you're going to see. So, designing for community empowerment, environmental justice, equity, and ecological literacy. So I asked the students to consider issues in compromised neighborhoods of Houston around toxic chemical pollution, byproduct of the petrochemical industry there, from hurricane damage that would even exacerbate problems of pollution, spills from everyday production of the petrochemical industry there, brownfield sites close to neighborhoods, garbage dumps that historically have been intentionally located close to minority neighborhoods. There's a long history in Houston of that that's been documented. And then heat island effect on low-income citizens without proper housing. So each student worked within those parameters. And if you don't know much about Houston, it's the 4th largest city in the United States. It's ranked as the 2nd largest port by tonnage in the US. So large industry there. The area produces 42% of the nation's petroleum and chemicals. So, and that's all just concentrated pretty much up and down the ship channel, which you can see there, upper right. And in the background, you see the skyline of downtown Houston. So there's fence line communities all along this industrial area. And some of the students selected those. The groups that you're looking in today, I tried to group them with something in common. And the 4 students you're going to look at, 3 of them are in Manchester and Galena Park area. So they'll describe those more. One of the problems, of course, in Houston is the hurricanes, particularly with climate change, how they're becoming more intense. And Hurricane Harvey was a perfect example of that. But according to NOAA, Houston is statistically due to be hit by hurricanes every 7 years. And so with the concentration of petrochemical industry there, the fact that a major hurricane could take much of that out, it created ecological disaster in Houston area that would be unprecedented. This is after Hurricane Harvey. This is Valero plant there. It's just a very small leak, but could have been disastrous on other circumstances. There's toxic chemical pollution from spills and accidents on a regular basis. We just looked at one student's project in the last session who was concentrating on the factory where this chemical fire is coming, benzene, which is a poison, was laced all throughout the smoke here. And this fire lasted for 2.5 days, I believe. You can see the ship channel there below. Also from spills and accidents on a regular basis. Barge ran into this tanker in 2019, dumped thousands of gallons into Galveston Bay, and major cleanup. These things don't make the national news. Only if you live in Houston or you're paying attention do you really know about these things. They're so common there. These are not rare events. We could go on with the list over the years. The 2 projects I showed you were in 2019 alone. So these are common. Toxic chemical pollution from spills and accidents on a regular basis, as I've mentioned. This is a fence line community here of Manchester, and that's the chemical fire I was showing a moment ago. And from everyday production, the toxins that are put into the atmosphere every day from 24-hour production of petrochemicals, gas, jet fuel, which is most of the jet fuel in the country is produced here in Houston. So fence line communities like this we're looking at here are under constant stress from these pollutants. Everyday production asthma rates are very high in these neighborhoods that these students will be working in, and they'll talk about that. Also, childhood death from cancer. The photograph on the left, a child passed away. This is in Manchester. Both of these are Manchester neighborhood. Then cancer clusters in Northeast Houston. This is from creosote plant there, which creates brownfields, gets into the groundwater, and is ongoing issues there. Of course, Superfund sites. If you have all of this industry there, you're going to have a number of Superfund sites. But what's unique is that subdivisions actually been developed on top of these Superfund sites, which is slowly poisoning these neighborhoods. Then garbage dumps, as I've mentioned, intentionally located next to minority neighborhoods, and these are historically Black neighborhoods in Houston. Well documented fact that they no longer do it, but up until the 70s and 80s, it was common to put new dumps close to Black neighborhoods. Then food deserts, that's another real issue that impacts these neighborhoods, particularly on low-income children getting good nourishment. Both of these neighborhoods that I mentioned, Galena Park and Manchester, there's no grocery stores there. They're just some corner shops, 7-Eleven types, that are essentially just junk food. And we all know the history in this country of what's going on with that in neighborhoods. Then heat island effect. Houston is defined by automobiles and the expressways there. And so lots of concrete, lots of pavement, and you can imagine the heat island effect. And it's in these low income neighborhoods that people literally die each year from heat exhaustion. So it's not unique. Many major cities have this: Chicago, Detroit. You see it all over the country. In Houston, it's certainly there in the hot climate we have. So the final project approach is they were not given a program. This is more of a speculative design where they began by doing research to better understand generally the equity issues in Houston, inequity concerns that they researched. And then they identified through that research neighborhoods with those environmental equity issues in which they wanted to work. And they each had their own reason for picking the neighborhood that they did, and they can talk to you about that. And once they'd selected that, then they speculated about what would most benefit from an architectural intervention, those neighborhoods, whatever that might be for them. And from that, determining what would benefit it, they would find an appropriate architectural intervention that would hopefully help achieve those benefits. And then, of course, design an appropriate solution that betters the lives of the citizens in that community. So what you're going to look at is a rather schematic approach to this. It's only a 5-week design problem with a great deal of research. So please talk to them about their research, why they chose the neighborhood that they chose, why they chose the building type, which led them to their building. So the premise of the studio is that architecture offers many ways for contributing to community good. It's not just necessarily about designing buildings for a community, but trying to, in a sense, trying to redefine what being an architect could be. Community advocacy, as many groups around the country. Sierra works with Detroit Mercy, which is foremost in this very kind of community outreach work. I hope she'll talk about it a little bit. And before that, she was with Gulf Coast Community Design Center in Biloxi, and we highlighted that organization in our seminar. And a great group there with David. And thinking about design as a democratic proposition, and also as an advocate for the underserved. Architects Connect is advocates, and that everyone is entitled to beauty through design, not just those who can afford it. So that's the premise, the foundation of where the students are coming from. And we've got 4 students today. We have about 25 minutes for each one of them. And we'll go ahead and get started and not lose any more time. Lisa, you're the first up. Any questions from our reviewers before we start? Okay. All right, I hope I confused you enough, and the students will clarify this for you. So let's move ahead. Lisa, please take over the screen.
All right, y'all can see that?
Yes.
Okay. So Hi, I'm Lisa. I just want to start out by saying thanks for taking your time out and coming here for reviews. I'm going to be talking about Hartman Park Community Center in the Manchester neighborhood. So to start out, I asked myself a question, why do we design? And what led me to do this and pushed a lot of this was because spaces that people inhabit affect their lives. So through design, we can bring equity, equality, and justice, but just as easily we can be the cause of it. That's why when researching the Manchester neighborhood stood out to me. Design had failed, but it was design of the system, our government, and the infrastructure, especially Houston, which has almost no regulations and zoning code. But the city had failed this community and it had long been forgotten and pushed aside by the government in order of oil and gas money. So the Manchester neighborhood highlighted here sits on the southeastern corner of Houston, right kind of like on the middle of the 610 loop. And so the community is surrounded on all four sides by refineries, factories, and railroads. Poor health, unemployment, and lack of education is something that is seen often in America and in this neighborhood, but nonetheless still heartbreaking to read about and see. To make issues worse, the community faces cancer and respiratory issues caused by the industry surrounding it. Studies show that the adults here have a 22% higher chance of getting cancer, while young adults and children have a 56% higher chance of getting cancer. The companies easily slip away from punishment and regulations. So the challenging question became, how do I, through design, help a community that is essentially already at a dead end? How can I help the community gain identity and recognition through architecture? So the site I ended up focusing on is called Hartman Park. It sits at the northern edge of the community and is at the edge between the refineries and the community itself. Valero, which is the biggest plant sitting to the east, has been slowly buying up multiple plots of the land, eating away at the community. The site has a pre-existing community center, playground, tennis court, and open field, but the overall consensus is that it's generally inactive and unused by the community. So here are just some site photos that I did get to go visit during Thanksgiving. That left photo is the current community center. At the right, the middle picture there is this house surrounded on both sides by refineries and factories, and kind of that right picture is like on the eastern side of the park, and that is the Valero refinery, only a couple feet away. So I decided for my program then to pursue a mixed health care and community center, replacing the one in the southeast corner. In addition to this, I desired to give identity and ownership to the land and ownership back to the community through the idea of monument, or a tower that held a pollution control and monitoring room that would allow that would notify the community and those around whenever the industries had gone past healthy limits or release of chemicals. The desire for the community center, so these are the two, the community center, community health center, and then this idea of monument. So the idea and desire for the community center was to recreate a common building form or typology, the warehouse, which is often seen around, but change it up by using materials and design to make it responsive to its surrounding as something providing dignity and elegance. The large steel frames are reminiscent of the warehouse, but as small changes, I decided to angle in the size and for part of the program, cut down in height to provide a more manageable size for program. As for materials, I decided that channel glass and being able to use transparency to provide different scales of visibility would enable a lightness both on the interior and exterior and is something provide a lightness both on the interior and exterior, something that really lacks throughout the neighborhood that is surrounded by crude refineries and industry. The Community Center is able to offer a multiple of programs due to its consistent structural system, and the spaces can be used to feed back into the community center and keep it running. Whether the community basketball center that can host games, markets, or the learning center to provide jobs. The idea with this design was that I would be able to provide the space and flexibility so that the community could put in what they needed without me telling them what they needed. The health center on the right, sorry, just really quick, the community center is over here on the left side, about the same spot where the previous one was, and attached is on the right here, the health center. The health center is quite straightforward, giving the residents access to health benefits through the companies, ideally, that cause their health problems in the first place. However, many don't see the industry as an issue. They don't see like the oil refineries as an issue, rather something that's just there. Many are fine because it supplies jobs and supports the livelihood of their family. However, I believe this does not mean it should come at the sacrifice of their health. The clinic offers emergency services, regular checkups, and counseling rooms to sustain both the mental and physical health of those in the community who are suffering. So just to go through here, render some elevations. I thought it was unique to look at where the channel glass was represented by the lines that are straight up, and sort of the solidity of steel panels going sideways. And then a section through the basketball center, the basketball community center, learning center, and then the health center on the right. And so we then move on to the other piece, which is the idea of monument. The tower sits at the northeast corner of the plot, and has, as stated before, a pollution monitoring system that monitors and notifies the community when levels of chemicals reach an unhealthy limit. So just to start on how I got to this form, I started thinking about replicating kind of similar language of refinery equipment, in which we begin with a lookout platform, and then the notification tower that when it identifies levels of unhealthy chemicals in the air would release a red smoke similar to that of the refineries, but different. The height of this is starting 165 feet high, with the lookout tower around 115 feet. And the reason that I chose these was because the water bridge across the way, which you can see from the community, is I believe 160 feet high at its highest point, along with has to battle the other refinery equipment across the way that is just as tall. Just to look at the shape. So here in plan, we have the entrance. These are quite rough. The pollution monitoring room kind of on that second floor, a lookout level towards the center of Houston and downtown Houston. And then finally that last tower that rises up on the right. So the idea is that in combination with a digital system to notify community members, the smoke and height make the tower hard to ignore. The tower becomes a powerful physical embodiment, which could allow the Manchester community and others to hold the companies accountable for their actions. They can no longer hide behind the gaps in technology, which the public usually does not have access to. To speak a little bit on the lookout tower, the idea behind this was that it would become sort of a symbolic element for those going beyond, but as well as an attraction to look out over the city. It looks towards the heart of Houston, providing views, but also a reminder that there is more beyond Manchester. Finally, the residents now have a firm hold at the edge of the community that stands as a piss off kind of moment to the factories and refineries who have been encroaching on their land. The height and momentous nature of the monument gives the community something to be recognized and identified by. They will no longer be buried in the industry that surrounds them. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you.
Brian, you were on mute if you were talking to.
I am on mute. Thank you. There's a lot to unpack here. Thank you, Lisa. It's a very nice presentation. A couple quick questions. I'll ask them both and let you respond. Number one, you had mentioned early on in your presentation that perhaps the residents here don't look at their condition in the same way that we might from the outside. In other words, that their opinion of their situation is quite perhaps as negative as we would assume it would be. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Since we didn't get to go talk, the sources that I had with that was someone who had previously been in Professor Coker's studio, Claire, she had previously gone and talked, but also in some of the interviews that I read, it was sort of, we can't really complain because many of us work at these factories and provide us with a livelihood, but also it's sort of that the government won't do anything to change it mentality. So it's do what we can and it exists already.
That's fascinating.
Very surprising learning. I've learned that about midway through.
And are they aware of the deleterious health effects of their location?
Yes.
You also mentioned that you were using the form of the warehouse as something that would be referential. Do you know what that warehouse form, how that has meaning for the people of that area?
I think the meaning is that a lot of them typically work in that style of I guess, jobs is sort of in the warehouse and construction industry. And that was also sort of a thought in the beginning of this, was that in order to like kind of bring the community together, this would be sort of a community like built without being too stereotypical, assuming that many of the people in this community have worked in construction. Something that was similar to them might help in not making it so much of a sore thumb, was sort of the idea.
Okay. I think that it's pretty interesting. I mean, I think seeing you using the Butler style building, those huge arches, makes this seem very feasible, which I do like about your proposal. It feels very believable that this would be how a large community center could get built. The plan that you showed feels, I think your goal is to make it something that basically you're providing a large footprint and that they can build out as they need to on the inside. The plan suggests taking a huge, large span building and then breaking it up into tiny little cells, which seems a little perverse for this type of building that you're constructing. Mm-hmm. But I believe your intent is that it's to be as modular or as blank slate as possible. Is that correct?
Yes, and the idea is that the structural system would be able to provide the community, whenever working with them, kind of with a like, here's this, and you can fill in with what you need. But for my plan, when I was designing, I also thought of that sort of at the basketball court and community center. There's a small idea of kind of, which is what the bottom right here, kind of these screens that would be able to pull out and separate different parts of the basketball and community center, so that you could perhaps have a yoga class at one corner and then put these screens together, and at the other end have a different activity going on. So there's the idea that this large umbrella and rigid frame would provide for that at one half, while also providing a standard structural system throughout the rest.
Okay. I mean, I like the idea of the modularity of that space specifically. There's, you know, I have questions about whether or not if this is the language of the building that I work in every day, if that really is the same language of a place that I find comforting and community oriented.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, looking at the image you showed of how Valero is basically just eating the entire neighborhood is a pretty depressing looking snapshot of this community, especially since this particular site looks like it's very close to being swallowed entirely.
Yes.
I quite like the monument. I think it's a very handsome structure, and I think I like the idea of it. It's interesting in its interface with a community that is aware of the pollution, but not entirely terrified perhaps by it or otherwise overly bothered by it. And the question becomes, how does that change their perception of it? You know, ideally, I assume your goal is that it makes them much more aware of it and much more concerned about it.
I think the idea with that was, for one, to do that, but two, when visiting the site, you can't really see it from any way you approach because it's surrounded by railroads to the south and factories and refineries on east, north, and west sides. And you drive over this bridge and then you kind of sink down into the community. So you never really get to see it. So when you look down from 610 on that giant bridge, you assume most of this whole entire area is factory. And I think that was kind of the last driving force that really pushed me to make it extremely tall, more so if the residents, you know, might look at it different, but that could change if more of the community got on board with helping them change regulations.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you started your proposal, I think that there's always this idea of groundwater. I think that's pervasive in this type of area. I've had friends whose families have been, you know, pretty significantly affected by cancer as a result of groundwater pollution. It's almost like this, for me, is one of those elements that provides somebody, I guess, with at least some idea of confidence of when things are really bad and when things are perhaps less so dangerous. So I appreciate that as a very that seems like a very sympathetic gift to give to the community is some nature of that ability to read what is otherwise invisible to them.
Lisa, I just wanted to say I really appreciate your verbal presentation and the framing and background you provided. I did review your materials before this, and your description really brought them to life and answered a lot of questions that I had going in. So great work. I also have a follow-up question that might lead to more conversation, which is, is the current community center in use, and did you consider using pieces of it, and or did you learn something from how it's used, or or the structure of it?
So the general consensus when I was visiting there on like a Sunday afternoon, what I saw, and also through kind of like research and talking with others, was that it's not used very often, but it is one of the very few pieces of public space and physical activity available to that community, where they don't have to drive on I-10 or some crazy highway to go somewhere. But not a lot of people use it, or the field area, except for maybe softball games or baseball. So I did consider a lot, kind of reusing at least the floor print of the basketball center, but ended up deciding to kind of scrapping it and rebuilding it so that it would make a strong, kind of fit the community center that was there, because it didn't seem like it was important enough to stay. It was more of the function it was providing, much less than the fact that it was there. And then also the fact that we didn't have footprints or plans for the already existing building would make it extremely difficult for a 5-week project to kind of put together.
Thanks for your thoughts on that. I think that, yeah, it would have been an entirely different project altogether to sort of repurpose that existing building. Actually, this semester taught a public interest design studio asking students to think about community resilience hubs in a neighborhood with major environmental justice issues. But they had to rehab existing buildings, and many couldn't visit them in real life, and we didn't have a lot of information. So I understand that constraint too, for sure. I also, when you describe that sort of bridge where you can see the neighborhood from, I can imagine that exact same bridge in Detroit in a highly industrial area, which is, 1 zip code over from me, and a park that's been invested in sort of despite it being an island surrounded by industry. And I really appreciate this site. One of the things I want to talk a little bit about your intentions for this building, and it being like a place of community healing and community coming together, and how some plan decisions could support that. I also think that one of the things that I was looking for, since you've thought about like other elements on the site and that monument and how it can be an indicator, how this building can, I think there's more thinking to be done. Say you had another 5 weeks about how this building engages the park more, and then in turn, how that park maybe has a reconsideration of how the park faces the industrial facilities that are like a stone's throw away. And I was sort of looking for more of a buffer, or more of a, what did you say earlier? A piss off? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, more of that at the edge of the site. Because I think that, there's bigger questions about how this building could invite more nature in and integrate more with the park, and then in turn how your larger site design could take more of a stance on or create more of a buffer with the surrounding neighborhood as well.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think that's part of what I'm unsatisfied is how it stands by itself at the moment. I think there was a very, very beginning consideration to be more defensive against the park, but when discussing, not against the park, against the industry, sort of with like a walling or some sort of like focus inwards, but upon like talking, in studio, it's, a lot of the consensus was that a lot of people here are probably not great with walls and fences as bounds. So then I kind of strayed away from that. And that was also like tucking it back towards the community and letting the monuments stand on that end was also the reason why they sit where they sit.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I
agree.
I think there might be a landscape solution also.
And then I think building off that, the idea that right now the entirety of the building is about enclosing interior space. And I think the fact of the matter of trying to get people who are not used to using a community center to actually enter and engage, sometimes it's the difficulty of opening that door, right? It's the difficulty of you actually have to cross a threshold into a world that you don't know what's on the other side. So there are times when having, part of the building enclosed space that isn't necessarily enclosed and interior, that you begin to occupy it. Maybe there's an outdoor basketball court as well, or something like that, or there's an outdoor component that the occupation of it doesn't require full commitment at first. And people can kind of engage the building in multiple ways without actually fully committing to a door, which, for some people, myself included, that can be a scary prospect at times when you don't know what's on the other side. So I think there's some of those that help kind of that kind of erode the threshold a little bit, that might be interesting as an aspect for the community center.
What was your exterior material again?
It's channel glass, and the solid piece is still being decided, but right now they're steel panels. So it's a mixture of kind of like a white solid with a frosted channel glass, and then the clear glass for full transparency.
So the channel glass is what we see around the gym, and
yes. So that render was, I think it's a little there. I think that's so the channel glass kind of is that in between the steel panel and then the full.
Okay.
Clarity.
The one thing about the that I was questioning really off the bat was when you were talking about the steel bents. This type of industrial construction is predicated on sort of that modularity and that repetition, and it's not really about a customization. You sort of intimated that there would be some degree of potential customization in the steel members, the frame.
Mm.
Did I understand that correctly?
Yes. Yes, sir.
I think it's one of the things that would be the first thing that would go,
Oh, yeah.
because everything is about that, kit of parts, and I think it's fun because I think the kit of parts is quite useful. I think it's an interesting point though to think about whether or not, and I think Brian touched on this a little bit, whether or not the familiarity of the vernacular being one that you potentially sort of engage as part of the industrial palette is one. Does that mean it should be familiar, or should it be something that's different? Should it be something that looks more strongly to reuse some elements of the prior construct to have that degree of resonance, or does it resonate with it having that industrial character? I think it's an interesting point. I can point to my own personal experience from a community center back in rural East Texas, Northeast Texas, where I'm from, where we used to have family reunions, and the community used to gather at a residence, and then they scraped up enough money to afford to build a sort of a Butler building that is just right out of a catalog, basically. It's like one size fits all. It has it has some options in terms of finish out in that regard, but when you look at the architecture of it, it is the simplest, windowless, built upon the same the steel frame that you're suggesting here, with metal siding and blah blah blah. And it's like the greatest thing since sliced bread for that, because no one cares except for the fact that in summer it's air conditioned and it's a useful, secure space with no windows whatsoever. And the only light you get into is when you leave the doors open. So, but it's interesting in terms of like how it's readily accepted. Now, it is a warehouse type building, but it's not in the middle of an industrial sort of context. It's in the middle of a rural forested context. It was, with residential buildings and context around it. It's sort of here. It's just an interesting sort of question about, how do you make this to be part of the respond to the need for a community space, and what vernacular do you approach, and how do you deal with that idea of facade and things of that nature? And I think this is an interesting approach where you're sort of in between that, and you're sort of looking at ways of softening. I think it probably needs to be looked for a little bit more daring in regards to how you open it up, right? And how you make it visibly accessible, how you make it sort of really clear that, you don't have that trepidation about crossing that threshold, as Brian mentioned. The one other thing I would say is that I was really fascinated by the tower, the monument. And when you were talking about it, I was waiting for you to say about how it became an auditory response and marker. And, there's a visual sort of like, okay, smoke and something that nature that is a part of the warning system. But I was really expecting to hear more about something that like, and you could say, yeah, it's a siren or whatever, something that actually is going to be pretty impactful, like first about drawing attention to the monument when it needs to trigger an alarm. and then you see the visual, as opposed to like if it's just a visual, you might not notice it. And I think that as I was thinking about that, saying that there needs to be some kind of auditory mechanism in this tower that, because it's tall, it can broadcast over a pretty wide expanse. You know, that I started thinking about, there's probably, and you would know better than any of us, what the sounds of the neighborhood are. You know, is there a competition with the industry in terms of like noises that are coming from the neighborhood across from the industry that is part of the context? Then you would probably need something that is going to be competing against that when it needs to. But I also thought it might be an opportunity for there to be an auditory healing mechanism by which you can look at sound and music that is being played and broadcast on a normative fashion, except for the points when it needs to raise an alarm. So I would say, you know, thinking about that tower, that monument as a way of connecting community and providing something as a backdrop that's a counter to the industrial noise that you might have in that neighborhood, but it might be something to think about as well.
Yeah, so in response to that, well, in response to both, I think I would have gotten a better question on whether the warehouse was a correct response if we had gotten able, you know, to talk to the community there. But the warehouse was sort of based on guessing and that sort of thing. Which is kind of why I decided to pursue this, because I was afraid of at least the community center, which was going to be commonly used, being sort of a sore thumb or a person who doesn't understand us designed it, and then isolating the people of the community further away, which is why I decided to do something typical, but with ideally precision and sort of an elegance and lightness that was different from a majority of the community of the other surrounding styles. To the auditory response, it's actually quite quiet and compare, which is very surprising. And I at least on Sunday when I went, there was, you know, the noise of the cars on the bridge, you know, kind of like white noise in the background, and there's the kind of the hum of the industry to, you know, that surrounds it. I think I'd have to spend a longer time and you know, really interview or talk to the residents who live there to get the auditory response. I think the alarm, when it becomes extremely dangerous, is correct, like an auditory kind of alarm sound with that, really, you know, letting everyone know that they know, rather than just kind of like a silent visual signal. The reason I decided to not speak on auditory was because I had a feeling that these companies broke regulation quite often. And it was, the surprising thing was that the community here does not feel that they need to know and kind of, you know, just live with it. And that this auditory signal might become something of an annoyance eventually, with how often it goes off when they are just trying to live, and then, you know, they're living their lives and the signal goes off again. And so it's become, oh, we hate that, blah, blah, blah. And so that's why I decided to pursue something like a digital phone message in combination with sort of that visual smoke that would blend in but be representative of the community. But I'm actually intrigued as well with auditory kind of music response. It doesn't have to be a, but maybe like the bells that are at UT, you know, how we hear that every day, the 45, you know, the 15-minute intervals, and then the hour interval, we always hear the song. You know, that was an interesting response, and something that kind of I hadn't thought about.
Let me interrupt here. We're going to have to wrap up, so to move on. Any other comments?
One thing really quickly is that, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to say one other thing to think about that came up for me is how the programs can cross-pollinate, because right now they're so separate, and how there could be more of those community spaces built in that might be those like interim welcoming entry spaces, but how can there be more community mingling between spaces integrated into your plan? And I'd also, if that gym is supposed to be a flex use, I'd show all the different iterations so that, because I think the answer is partially in that gym, but we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah.
And then lastly, related to the monument, I wonder if it's a light instead of a smoke, because the smoke makes me worry there's just one more form of pollution.
Yeah,
the community.
I also thought of that, but the thing with the light is that it's only visible at night. So then the visual response becomes day and the light becomes at night. And then it's some sort of like multi-dimensional, you know, across multiple platforms. Yeah, I would definitely do that.
And I think that really quickly, that is it TCEQ, Texas Commission on Environmental Quality? Is that what that? I think the auditory response is TCEQ.
Yeah.
I think the auditory response should be that when it triggers, in addition to whatever it does, it broadcasts an alarm to them.
Yes.
Or it calls them constantly every time there's an alarm.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Great idea.
Good job.
Thank you guys.
Or perhaps it texts the owner of Valero every time it goes off.
Absolutely, yes.
You'd have to do more than text, you
Perhaps put the siren in his yard.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Thank you, Lisa. Very good project. Let's move on. Courtney, I believe you're next.
Yes, I am. So my project is pretty similar to Lisa's. We are working on the same site. So y'all are already pretty familiar with this neighborhood and the area. But when I was thinking about this problem of environmental injustice, I really was just thinking like, how can design like change environmental injustice? And like the first thing I thought of was education. But obviously that's like not directly correlated to design necessarily. And so I started looking at like where an existing educational program is in like some neighborhood in Houston. And so I came upon Harrisburg and Manchester because they actually in this community center in Hartman Park, they have an after school program that meets every day of the week, like Monday through Friday. After school, and it's for ages 6 to 13. And so they focus on like crafts and nature and things like that. And so it's just like a cool program that's already set up. Is through an organization called Active Kids, which is through the Houston Parks and Recreation Department. And so that's kind of how I found Manchester neighborhood. And so Lisa already talked about it, but some of the stats are that a third of the population in this neighborhood lives below the poverty line. And then 97% of the population are Hispanic and 90% of the population live within 1 mile of a chemical facility, which is crazy because like some people have already said it, but in neighborhoods like Bel Air, it's like 3% of the population. And so just like a lot of negative effects have happened because of this. And so I talked to one of the leaders of the Active Kids after school programs and kind of talked to her about the facility because they meet in this community center right here in Hartman Park. And so she said that the facilities don't exactly like meet their needs. And the only real, like the community isn't super attached to it, but that they have this mural here on the front of it that actual members of the community painted. And so that is really important to them. So when deciding to like help give them better facilities, I decided to just scrap the original building and not try to like renovate that or add on to it, but to just preserve this mural onto a new building that's like better suited for the after school program. And then also I thought it was important to increase, just since it's ages 6 to 13, that environmental education can go way further than that and reach people who maybe need higher education and don't have the facilities that are suited for that at home. And so like a computer lab, or like a library that would have the books that they would need. And so different things like that. So in looking at the site, I kind of sectioned off the areas around that surround like the borders of the site into residential or industrial. So kind of like where residents are living are these green areas where it's like houses. And then where there's like industrial or business, it's these orange sections right here. And so that gave me kind of this shape, which like connects. So it's like this is looking at like, is bordered by industrial, and then these areas are kind of bordered by residential. So I was thinking like, these areas are where most people will probably likely be approaching the site, because people won't be coming over from like these big oil refineries and factories. And so that led me to this shape of the building, kind of responding to that these areas will be sort of the entry, where like people will enter the building from these sides. And then this is more of like kind of where the openings will be to like view what's going on. And so like the educational spaces to say like, hey, there's a ton of like industry in your neighborhood, and let's like figure out how to change that. So that's kind of like where that form came from. And then, oh, no, too far. Okay, so then here's the site plan. And so it got a little muddy, but so another thing that I was thinking about adding to this community center was a basketball pavilion that would be so they do sports at the current after school program, and it's a good way for kids to like get out and be active. And so giving them a pavilion for that. And then also like on the weekends that they could use as like a farmer's market, or to sell like crafts they make in the community center. And so adding that in there. And so the reason I kind of moved this building around a lot in the initial design, because I didn't really like exactly know where it should fit, but I settled on this location because one of my peers in a peer review earlier mentioned how like this is kind of the only place in the neighborhood where there's like a big open field to just like play soccer or baseball. And so initially I had kind of like occupied more of this, but I realized like that they probably like would want at least some of that left alone. And then trying to like interact with that to a degree. So this would be like parking for the neighborhood, and it would just be like a gravel lot. And then kind of like an outdoor plaza surrounding the center with the pavilion on it, and then some like benches and trees and landscaping around this area. And so that it's kind of like you just enter, this is like the primary entrance for the building, and then along this facade too. But and then kind of like a nature center, like a small way to, since they don't have a lot of nature in the community, or like ways to experience that, implementing, because they're in the actual program that is established now, they do have like a little nature exploration, but the woman I talked to who leads the program said that they kind of just like go outside and look at the 3 flowers that are in the like wildflowers growing in the grass or whatever. And so like providing them with a space where kids could go outside and have different types of plants and things, and like learn through actually getting to experience it like individually and just spend time outside. So here, just for context, is like overall, this is the south facade of the building. And so the main entrance is here. And And so this is the first floor plan. So this is like the primary entry. So these doors would like rotate closed at night, like when the building's closed, and then rotate open. And then, so as I was saying, like a lot of the support facilities and just like less important things are like along the entry closest to the community, and then, and like the residential areas. And so then like more of the windows and the like learning classrooms, educational rooms have access to like views of the industrial areas. And so this first floor would consist of like 3 early education rooms, because they don't have that in the current community center. And so just like having a place where parents could take their kids when they go to work would be really beneficial. And then a craft room, and then outdoor patio, and then this like learning kitchen and dining hall, so that like kids could learn to make their own food, or like teenagers, and help their families out. And then also like to sell food on the weekends at the pavilion, possibly like another source of income, but that would be like fun and a learning opportunity. And then the second floor, this is open to below, but there'd be a higher education room with just some like computers and a library with the books they would need to complete classes that anyone in the community could come and use. And then 3 classrooms just for that current after school program that they would use just for multi-purpose, volunteer lounge, mechanical, janitor, all the support facilities, again, along this like orthogonal facade, I guess. And then a community gathering room, kind of like for forums in the center here. And so these are the elevations. So this one shows, this is the existing mural that they have. And so how that would be like incorporated into the building. So this is the south elevation, and then this is the west. And so these are the 2 that you would more like enter the site from. So they're less like about being stacked with like learning facilities, but more of just like interacting and gathering, and since they're directly across from the residential areas. And then here are the sections, just cutting through the building, seeing more into the early education rooms. This is the community gathering room, higher education. Now this is like the entry, and then similar here. And these are just a couple more renderings of, this one shows, I did this view because it shows kind of like how there are less windows along this side because it's more for just entering. And then this side is like more education. And so it like faces outward towards this nature center. And so it like engages with like learning over there. And then I chose this view because it frames this like, I wanted to, in one direction, like frame sort of one of the industrial plants with nature. And so like framing that view through trees. And so saying like they can coexist, and it might not be like the most ideal thing, but just like learning how to make the best of the situation that they've been put in. And so like framing that in one of those like educational rooms. And then finally, this is just the entrance of the building into, this would be like the counter where you drop your kids off for daycare, and just like the main entry. So that concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Courtney. You, from the get-go, described the shape of your building as pertaining to views to the industrial spaces. Can you talk a little bit more about why focusing on those spaces was important to your program?
Yes. It was mainly important just because my first thought was like, oh, just cover all those up by trees, and like pretend it's not there. But then I realized like the whole point of this program is for students and members of the community to learn about like, oh wow, like we really have experienced injustice and like how this is affecting them. And so by kind of framing those views of those things, even though it's not like the prettiest environments that you'd really like want to look at, that it's kind of a reminder of like, let's figure out how to make the best out of the situation that we're put in.
Okay, thank you. I think that's an interesting proposal. I think having the building shape being dictated by site forces is something that we do play with at times. I think I question the actual plan resulting shapes that gives to some of your spaces. For instance, some of the classrooms, the kind of trapezoidal rooms are, if you could go back to plan, yeah, those are they're a bit of a disarming space to be in when a room is kind of close to rectangular but not quite.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something I think I would encourage you to look at again, as pertains, like, while that shape was resultant from the site forces, is that something that you needed to hold on to? Like, does that in itself make the building and the spaces in it sympathetic to the users?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And as pertains to the windows as well, the idea of bringing into focus the reality of where they live and what's around them. With the windows being very, very large right now, it kind of suggests less of a pointed view and more of just an expansive view. And there are questions about whether or not having different, slightly more selective views of those areas and perhaps frame them in a way that puts them into a context and perhaps juxtaposes them against the gardens that you're proposing, as opposed to just having a very large window that sees all in one piece.
Yeah.
So I think one thing I am intrigued about your building and the way that it's constructed is that a good portion of it is not actually conditioned. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, I wanted to like emphasize, I didn't actually mention that, but I wanted to emphasize like being outside as much as possible.
And what is the nature? Can you go back to your first floor plan?
Yes.
So that the outdoor seating and courtyard area, is there enclosure on that side?
There's not. Let me go to the rendering. It'll show it. Well, I guess this one kind of shows it, but
down below, that's a line of columns, but there's not actually anything in between them.
Yeah, that's just open to the outside.
As is the reception, right? Is that true?
Sorry?
The reception area, is that outdoors also?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I think the doors become interesting then because their function is a little less specific. There's this sense of closure, which I'm not quite sure what the closing of those doors actually means for the building itself, as opposed to leaving it open. I think I like the idea that where that threshold is becomes blurred as far as when I'm inside the building and when I'm outside.
Mm-hmm.
I am not from Texas, and I can tell you that having come from the Midwest and the North, the sun here is something that I deal with on a daily basis as I cringe and cower from it at many times. So then the other question I have is the idea that the inside of this space is completely uncovered then for this main space. I
think the seating have cover over it, right? If you go back to the plan,
the community gathering,
the outdoor seating there.
Yeah. So the seating, this is covered.
It's covered by the mass above.
Mm-hmm.
By the second floor.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is that sort of deep slot that's next to the early education one?
Oh, so that's like a counter. So if parents like came in through here, they would drop their children off like here, and then
the post poche is throwing me off because that's reading as a wall.
Yeah.
You know, I think I agree with the notion. I think that the sort of zoning diagram that you did with residential and considerations of residential and industrial has relevance, but I don't think it's relevant in regards to how it should shape the building form. I totally agree with Brian on that as well. And I think it sort of gives you something that says, this is how I might consider facade. This is how I might consider the building, but the building and where it's placed and things of that nature can react to that, but it's not driving the shape, I would say. I would also, so I think one of the things that you took away from that was prioritizing west and south in regards to residential adjacencies, but it seems a little odd to me that this south facade has such a buffer in terms of these very pragmatic utilitarian functions that are solid, whereas I would have probably argued for them to be on the north side to open up this facade and give it a deep overhang, just as Brian is speaking to the sun being a component, but having a deep overhang condition or something that gave more shade, but have openness makes more sense to me, and having that openness to the residential side that really telegraphs entry and openness and receptivity, I should say, much like you're doing on the west side as well. So I see that bar on the south as sort of more of a hindrance, and that it should follow what your diagramming is telling you and saying it should be on the reverse side in some form or fashion. And not really trying to hide, the reality, but also just trying to make, again, in response to making the most of the situation, saying, let's make these elevations be as inviting as possible and prioritize that opening and welcoming in that sense.
Yeah, Courtney, I think you solved for some of what we were talking about in the previous project in terms of welcoming people in and creating that in-between space between indoor and outdoor, which is really nice. But we're just sort of getting at how you better meet your goals in terms of facing and welcoming those residential sides.
Yeah.
So those opening areas being more fluid and less that solid bar, like Charlton is saying. But actually it's very helpful to hear you talk through the plan, because I feel like I get it a lot more than I did before. And you get why those doors they're almost symbolic, right? Because the rest of the floor plan is so open.
Yeah.
Well, and it's something, sorry, go ahead, Sierra.
The other thing that I was thinking about is I really appreciate your focus on environmental education, and I think you're folding it in different ways in terms of the actual educational spaces, also in terms of the indoor-outdoor spaces, the nature study area. But I think that could be a even more thorough consideration in all aspects of the building. So that plaza that extends out, is there an opportunity to think about stormwater management and water education issues? How can you apply that lens to all of your design decision making? I think that could be a really interesting way to push this project even further. And then similar to the last project, I want to see your dense nature study tree zone go all the way around the whole site. So when people are playing soccer in the middle, they have that vegetated buffer, and maybe they breathe a little easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking at your site plan originally, it feels like the building wants to be more about the roof. I think it's very kind of unsatisfying when we have the overhang, and you can see from the rendering that the sunlight is actually hitting the building quite high up. That the amount of overhang you have is pretty ineffective at actually providing shelter. And I think is less satisfying when it's actually in line with the edge of the building. If I were to say that the roof, on my screen, there's like a green swath up top, and then there's like kind of a pink below that, and then there's the gravel parking lot. There's a version of this world in which that whole entire pink band where the plantings are becomes a roof that just covers that entire space. And I think in what Sierra was talking about, the idea of even being able to capture rainwater and actually do some significant education there, and have that be less about a building and more about kind of an ecosystem that you're fabricating there, and suggesting that architecture or even the constructed environment could be more than just kind of some classrooms, or what we know as a classroom doesn't necessarily need to be a room with a door and some windows.
That'd be interesting. And then the basketball pavilion could just be integrated into the overall form. And maybe sometimes the roof is the tree canopy, but it could create this overall band.
And then, you know, when you have, I mean, if for instance, if this were a structure in Austin, I think the inclination would be to have those doors, that there would be more enclosure, even if it was mesh or something like that. That would at least allow that there's a time when this is open and there's a time that it's closed, like that this isn't a space to be occupied kind of, you know, by say homeless folks or whatever, unless the intent is that it is a 24-hour space. But I think the renderings, I think, really suggest some of the points at which there are some weaknesses in the proposal. And I think that I would definitely use these a bit more to analyze the project, like when it comes to the roof right here specifically. And I think this is more than just my northern blood letting me know that, like, I want that roof to provide more shelter. I want more kind of space, and how the, you know, you can see the tree canopy poking in on the right-hand side, like how that roof just wants to bleed into that and become more a part of that experience. Like even just taking the notch away here on the face that we're looking at now, and creating more of a moment at which the building isn't prescribed by the roof shape. The roof is allowed to have its moment, and the building exists below that and has, you know, where it creates voids, it creates places of exterior occupation and shade.
Yeah. You know, I think that also I know that there's some sense of what might happen on the rest of the site, but right now it's just a blank canvas. And I think you have to take ownership of that because it's part of the whole experience. So whether or not it's going to be orchestrated by your hand or not, it's still part of the context. And so in the site plan, I would fully commit to showing what that experience is going to be like.
Okay, we need to wrap up here. We got 2 more reviews today. Any final comments?
I have a graphic comment that maybe applies to many students, which is try to situate your renderings and buildings in real context rather than this blue sky, beautiful model world. That's just a pet peeve of mine, but it'll really help tell the story of your building when you've already rendered some of the, you know, the refinery tanks, but you have photos of the site to use and situate your proposal within that real world context.
Related to that, since you brought it up, Sierra, I've just got off of an urban design studio. From somebody who's so steeped in architecture, like I often look at landscape architects and urban design drawings and am envious of their graphic sensibilities when it comes to showing outdoor space in a way that's extraordinarily compelling. And I think addresses some of Carlton's ideas about like owning the rest of this park, like really filling it out so we feel that it's a whole concept that owns all that space.
And those are great comments. You know, we do a bad job at our school in putting these buildings in context. So many of them you see, it just look like they fell from the sky. They could be anywhere. And there's all sorts of ways of overcoming that. So, Courtney, I wish you would be more committal on your exterior materials. You know, right now it's just hard to define what it is. We see form and we see fenestration, but you know, a little more time on that would have been very helpful and made it more believable. I think more compatible. So you could help yourself if you spend a little more time working on these. It would make a big difference. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Good project. All right. Yeah. Trey, I think you're next.
Yes, sir.
And I know we only have 2 more, but try to keep a presentation under 15 minutes. I know it's a lot to go through, I'm going to get these guys out of here before 9 o'clock tonight. So
I understand. All right. Well, first and foremost, can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
All right. So I'm Trey or Traylon Patterson, and I'm also in Harrisonburg, Manchester neighborhood, and I'm calling this project Incorporated Community, just because of the fact that they're not really incorporated when it comes to access. And the problem is that this is a low income community, and like others, it is predominantly minority area with a distinct disconnect between the community and the resources available to them. And the proposed solution is designing for access. And so the objective is to provide the community with 3 programs in a single structure to provide them the resources that they need. And the 3 that I'm focusing on are healthy food, like a grocery store, technology lab, and the means of gathering and sense community. And so just for reference, downtown Houston, Manchester, we're southeast. And issue 1 is the lack of grocery stores, and it's deceiving on Google Maps. If you type in grocery stores, there are plenty that pop up, but you can see from these that one of them that pops up is a smoke shop, and then the other ones are just convenience stores. And these top 2 are the 2 that are right here. And so they're not actually grocery stores. They're
I'm not
the
seeing-
slide. I don't think we're seeing your slides change.
No, we're not.
Okay. Let me go.
Which sometimes happens. Zoom land. Oh, that's now we do.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it here. And so, sorry about that. So this is, let me back up. So this is in relationship to downtown Houston. Here's Manchester. And so this community is flanked by convenience stores and not actual grocery stores. And then the second issue is the lack of technology or resources. There are 2 like tech labs that I've found, but only one of them is actually an organization that is still running. And here's the facility that they have. And then the third issue is the sense of gathering. There's not a real sense of community. And also, when talking about access, public transportation, they do have bus routes, but as you can see, the bus stops either don't have seating, or the ones that they do, it's not covered or just poorly maintained. And so, although this is the greater Harrisburg, Manchester community, I'm focusing on this area. And the reason being is because they're actually on an island of industries. And so this was an early graphic that I did. I actually, since we weren't able to go to the site, I actually dropped myself in Google Maps and walked around the entire neighborhood, because if you just look at Google Maps, it shows that there's buildings here, but these gray spaces are actually just now parking lots. And then it was a quick way or a better way for me to find what lots were possibly available. And I ended up going with a central place because I want to kind of focus on a hub. And so going here is like right in the center of the community. And this is the street view. And there's actually a bus stop right next to it. And so this is sort of the site plan. There's that first convenience store. And here are like quick, I guess, area plans. And so I'm dedicating spaces to the grocery space, and agricultural or farm space, and a technology library space. And, oh, I'm sorry. And this is the agricultural farm space is going to be like open to the outside, even though it's slightly enclosed, and I'll show that in renderings, but I was playing with this. I was playing with solid and void, although the actual building seems kind of rigid in a square. And so, looking at the first floor plan, this is the grocery store area, the main grocery store area, and I didn't want to have to force people to go upstairs if they just want to do a quick grocery store run, but it also invites them two different ways. If they're going, they can, if they have a shopping cart, they can come up this ramp, and as well as if they have any ADA accessibility issues, they can. And here on this lower part that ramps up, there's planters, and each of the planters have like things that the actual facility grows themselves, and the community come by and pick and actually purchase those. But also, there's little nooks that they can sit in, and this is a way to bring people to a familiar place where they don't feel like they have to take an extra step to go to a community center, but can be around community on their own time, and they can actually come here and sit down if they really wanted to. And so this is also part of the outdoor area. And then going up, this space right here is also open. And there would be tables and planters here, and there can be classes held for environmental education purposes. And then there's the tech lab with a few like bookshelves, and then a kind of study library area. And then there's also a controlled like plant lab and office, and then a sort of picnic area that's also outside. And then I was focusing on the facade of what is actually being outside. And although it's like partially enclosed, it's open through these louvers, and the sun doesn't come all the way through to this area in the summer. It actually stops at this main like staircase that's embedded within the ramp. But during the winter and springtime, it the sunlight floods this area. And so, just going back to the first floor plan, we'll be looking at these two long sectional perspectives first. And so, this one being looking into that ramp space. And so these are those louvers I was talking about, and there's lights in there just for nighttime purposes, but it should typically be well lit since it's all open. And then below, this is just that back of house for the grocery store, and then the restrooms, and then behind that is the break room that was seen in the first floor plan. And so that was the section looking that way. And then for this section, it's looking the opposite way, almost in the exact same location. And this middle section where planters would be and tables to actually take care of the plants and everything like that is also open. And I originally wanted this to be open and possibly have some sort of, because obviously when it rains, water will come in there and can water the plants, but also like it has to get out. And I was gonna originally try to design some sort of water system, but obviously with time I wasn't able to. But some sort of catchment system, that way they can still water the plants that are in this area as well. And then over to the left is the tech lab, and then the office to the right upstairs. And then looking at the short sections, this is the first one's going to be towards the back of house, looking to the front, and then the second one will be front of house, looking back. And so this is the back of house, looking down the aisles, and then this would be where the produce and some meat are downstairs, and then the staircase going up on this side, this is that open area again for the planners and the lessons with the tables. And then over here would be the end of the ramp coming up. And then down here, this is where the tech lab would be at the front of house upstairs. And then downstairs, the cash registers. And then this is that ramp system going up with the stairs along the side. And so this is a perspective from that open area. And so all of this is open to, it's open air. And so I think that was really important to me, just because although at times they don't have the best air quality, I think it is important to have that reach outside. And these louvers were actually, I took a little while designing them with like some sun studies, just so they would close if needed, if it was too hot. But for the most part, they would stay at this 90-degree framework, because basically the sun path that I had studied was best for this like area. But I understand that it does get hot. It is Houston and it gets humid, so that's also a concern. And then this is sort of down below where the planners would be, and then over in the corners would be where there would be like little seating nooks. And so this can turn into a community gathering space a little bit. And going back to the plan, there would be like enough room for people to go along the ramp. The seating would just be tucked back a little further. And the ramp is about 5 feet wide. So I just want to make sure that was noted. And then this is sort of the view from the street. It was difficult for me to put it in there, and get the actual size, but I just wanted to see how it actually looked on site. I didn't want to get too large with it, but I did want to give them the resources that they needed. And although it does seem kind of bold in the sense of that it's just like kind of like a solid shape, a square in a sense that's there, I feel like I wanted to play with the inside where it actually opens up once you get in. And so what I was presented, or what I had presented, was a multi-programmatic structure that could help stimulate the community and bring them resources they need to live a higher quality of life. I wanted to allow the building to provide more than just one thing to the community, but not feel like a skyscraper or a plaza that's taking over the community. And moving forward, this could be a grand scheme of different buildings scattered throughout the neighborhood with different programmatic uses. Other programs needed within this community include clinics specific to the diseases that are within the community, green spaces, another thing could be bayou access, runoff control, and there are much, much more. So yes, that is my project.
All right, thank you, Trey.
Sure.
Thanks, Trey. Will you just go back to your rendering one before? Thanks. Throughout in your verbal presentation and in some of the materials that I reviewed from earlier in the semester, I appreciated how you were thinking about connectivity in public transit. So I first just wanted to highlight that. But what it makes me think is that I'd love to see this bus stop in particular, but public transit in general, incorporated into your proposal a little bit more. So for instance, and then the other piece is, you told us so much about that ramp and community space and planted space. It's clear that you're really excited about it. And that's where you put a lot of time and energy. And I wonder if that could be a transit stop and could be a community space that opens up into the bus stop. So just as you were acknowledging at the end, it is sort of a formidable structure that doesn't necessarily welcome people in. And I get what you're saying in terms of opening it up when you get inside, but I also think that there are simple ways that you might take the strengths of this project, like that ramp and like the grocery program and like that upstairs space, and open them up to the community a little bit more. So even if, I'm going to attempt to annotate, y'all, like if this whole wall was not a solid wall, but that ramp was open to the street and those seating areas were where people waited for the bus, that could be really an opportunity to maximize that space to really be a community gathering space that invites people in, and then they can go in and shop, or they can learn about, you know, the produce that's grown here and is then in turn sold in the grocery. And I think it'll help give people cues as to like what's actually going on in here. How can they tell that it's a grocery store that's servicing, you know, the health needs of their community, etc. So I could go on and on about more ideas about that, but I'll pause there. But I just think that street front presence, because you're already thinking about transit and mobility, is really super important. So just even like you don't have to deal with the whole park, but you probably do have to deal with like all of this zone and how to invite people in and maximize that public transit idea that has been a part of your project from the outset.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that the ramp stair part of it is a major move, but it's sort of confined to the interior currently. And I think it can be just much more expressive. And I think that I don't really see any reason to contain it as much as it is being contained. And I think that particularly given that those louvers have a significant presence, they're pretty hardy, pretty resilient. They would offer a nice sort of framework for that to slip beyond more of what they're doing now. So, and I think that, and we mentioned this, I think in the last project, that as you look at this and you can start analyzing what's working, as you said, you want to put it in a context to sort of see how it fit, and you sort of, then you can sort of keep the design going, because it's not a done deal. So now my cat wants the attention that Coleman's cat has had in this review. So my apologies. It's a competition here. But I think that's having how that engages that forecourt really is an important mechanism to this whole project. I think it's really critical, and I think that using this as a tool to help continue the design process is an important one.
Yeah, I mean, I could not agree more. And I think just looking at this image, it kind of just screams that it wants to reach out and grab more space and make more use of that element. I mean, I appreciate the fact that you really worked over that area with the ramp. It just feels like that is by far the most joyous part of the project for you. And it wants to own the entire space, right? There's been a joke going around UT since I was there that all you have to do is basically make your building into a ramp and the reviewers will just fawn all over it. But there's some reasons for that. I mean, people love buildings like that. Like the idea that this, you have a gesture that is at one time landscape and then suddenly starts to define architecture as well. It allows people to engage a building in a way that's a little bit less conventional, a little bit unusual, and a little bit unexpected, is a pretty exciting thing, And I think especially in a community like this where buildings have kind of a specific typology, I think taking your idea and pushing it further, like feeling less constrained, both in the footprint of your building, but also in how the gesture is actually allowed to express itself on the outside. I mean, the front, looking at the front door, which I believe is the little glass door on the left-hand side there, like that's a sad little door. It's such a cool, interesting thing happening on the front of the building with this ramp and everything. And the fact that I walk up and it's like the same door at like the sad grocery store I went to when I was a kid, like it wants to be more. And I think especially because it has this community program, it feels like the community program should dominate, and that's the threshold should be into this kind of ramp, park, garden space, and then the grocery aspect of it and the tech aspect of it kind of find their way to knit into the building somewhere else. But I think, my first, with that idea, and I understand that things are a little different now, although I would, as an old Luddite and curmudgeon, would say, I would grab a piece of chipboard and just start cutting into it and start modeling this in a physical model, and actually try to find a way to come up with that garden space first, and then see about the spaces that are resultant from that, or that you can wrap this thing around, or other ways of exploring it, less confined by that rectangle.
Yeah, just to build on some of the thoughts about the tech lab, I think, I think a lot of your interior spaces are well developed and thought through. The tech lab feels a little underdeveloped right now, or a lot underdeveloped, but I think that is one of those things that would be really exciting for the community to be able to access and see from the outside and understand the cool things that are happening in there. So that might be something to think about moving forward too. And it could still be on the second level, or it could, like, you have some space here, you could figure out how part of it is on the ground floor and you get to see in as you walk by, but then some of it is upstairs too, just for space needs. Because that's a really great component piece of the program. And then that might speak to like how different program elements can intertwine a little bit more in your plan too. I had another thought about that, but it's escaping me right now.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say really quickly, one other thing about the ramp planner stair combo is that it seems like it's a bit held at bay inside as well. I think it can be opened up more on the outside, but also on the inside, like that, to the left there. I think it's the dominant piece that needs to be really open and receptive and visual, both inside and out. And really quickly, I like the idea of the planner and the center courtyard upstairs and that nature, but I think that it does have some, just keep in mind that when you do something like that, you're gonna have to keep thinking about structure. And the floor plate, didn't really seem to take into account the idea that there was gonna be some significant weight potentially up there. So just keep that in mind.
Another little thing to keep in mind, you can fudge it with concrete, but when a ramp lands on an angle, both at the top and the bottom, the geometry onto a flat surface, the geometry is weird and doesn't actually work out. Like I said, with concrete, you can make it work, but I think also just a side note about your presentation, when presenting to other architects, there's a lot of stuff I think you could have moved through a bit quicker. And when presenting in the future, I have a pet peeve about slideshows where people show me a slide and then read me everything on the slide.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I think that we can move through those things quicker. I think what we wanted to get to are these images, right? Because this is the meat. Like Carlton was saying, like, I want you to blow out that left wall and have that grocery store be rising up that space, so that's the circulation. I'm kind of like weaving my way through this. And I think these images are really where kind of the meat of the project really starts to come to the foreground.
I remember what I was going to say before, which is similar to how we've been saying in your project and one previously, how the rendering can be a design tool. So like situating your building on the site and then analyzing and reflecting on it and then revising and moving forward. The other thing that I think you could use as a design tool are your design intentions. So at the very beginning, you told us the title, Incorporated Community, and some of your intentions for the overall project. And just don't let those get lost, because those, the idea of incorporating community, what does that mean? And how can that inform your design decisions as well? Because maybe that could speak to sort of how community members access this building along the lines of what we've been saying too. So that's just a tool moving forward in your future studios and trajectory as well. Don't lose sight of those goals that you set at the outset, and like test your design against them too.
Yeah, I think the big problem was, since it was a short time, I've been really wishy-washy between design stances and how this was actually going to work. At first it was a bunch of buildings, and then it was one building, and then it was almost like a landscape thing. And so I think just the timing was me just pushing things together, but I do appreciate all those comments. I think opening up that front can really be, it can make it actually welcoming and productive.
Okay, and any last comments?
I'll just say a little perspective trick. I know in SketchUp and Rhino and probably many other programs, there's a photo merge function that my students got really into this semester that could help you with your perspective. It seems pretty simple, at least in SketchUp.
It is. I just don't have the means since I'm not on campus.
Got it.
Yeah. But thank you guys.
Yeah, Trey, I'll just say the last time we looked at your project, it was quite different. You had more of a storefront and showing off the area of urban farming upstairs. And to me, that, and your critics have already told you that, you know, the building right now, it's very uninviting. And either taking out that wall and celebrating the ramp, you know, I'd almost like to see the ramp go away and really focus on the urban farming and eating good food aspect. But yeah, you could do that within the ramp. And you've been told sufficiently, I think, that hiding it behind that screen and wall it's not inviting. And in a neighborhood like this, people aren't used to coming to places like this. You want to do everything to open it up for them and bring them in, make them want to come in. So think about that in the future. What is the core, what is the heart of your project? You had a great program, urban farming up on the roof, you know, selling it downstairs. Keep that in mind. Always keep that in mind, and don't lose focus on the detail, like, or get obsessed about a ramp. I think it'll serve you well. Okay. Yeah. All right. Great. Let's see. Kaylee, you're up next. Last review for the day.
Last but hopefully not least.
Not the least.
I have a lot of pent-up anger to unleash. This is my last opportunity to.
You can get it all out the open now.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
We're all tired. We're angry.
Yeah, Kaylee can take it.
You can use the annotate function just like in real life, as if you're scribbling on people's drawings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Wait. Yes. Fantastic. Hello, my name is Kaylee Curran. I'm a fifth-year undergrad student at UTSOA, taking Professor Coker's Gulf Coast Design Lab, exploring public interest design in the Houston area. Ooh, there we go. As we were researching Houston neighborhoods to decide where we were going to situate our project, I became interested in Galena Park. There was a remarkable disparity between lower income minority communities and higher income predominantly white communities as in regards to their situation in regards to the petrochemical facilities that bring in a lot of Houston's revenue. And so the minority and typically lower income communities are usually surrounded and boxed in by petrochemical refineries, rail yards, and dredge disposal sites, because due to policies, a lot of disposal sites and waste facilities are located by minority communities. This is the Galena Park neighborhood, situated right across Buffalo Bayou from the Manchester neighborhood. comparing Galena Park to the more affluent Bel Air community, there's a higher concentration of chemicals and the toxic concentration values. And while many minority communities did have these issues, I became interested in the Galena Park area specifically because of it having the waste, the rails, and the petrochemical facilities, as well as a chemical called 1.3 butadiene, which there is no medical procedure for detecting the exposure, and it is a highly prevalent chemical that causes a lot of health issues ranging from cancer to asthma, lung disease, affecting the eyes, as well as causing female reproductive issues. Galena Park, along with having a larger percentage of people of color, has a much lower average home value due to being situated near all these facilities. Galena Park was originally founded by mostly white people as an agrarian community, but as these facilities sprung up, they fled, and minority people of color were pushed into the area. Galena Park is situated along the Buffalo Bayou, fairly near to the Houston downtown area. The site is large because it used to be an agrarian facility, is surrounded on the right and the east and north sides by a buffer zone of green space, but hemmed in by rail lines on the north side, as well as hosting a lot of electrical lines. Another prevalent issue facing this community is flooding. While analyzing the site, the 100-year floodplain does affect this community significantly. These are the FEMA flood maps, and just from looking through photos from previous hurricanes, especially Harvey, these are actually pretty inaccurate. The flooding is much worse. But I used these as the basis to kind of start thinking about what I wanted to do, which is education and research center and health centers for the Galena Park area due to the health issues faced by the 1.3 butadiene, as well as the various other chemicals. So I situated 3 health centers and 1 education and research facility in the area because I wanted to have health centers within 1 mile of every point in the neighborhood because of the last mile issue in transportation. That way, members of the community who don't own a car can easily walk to a health center, and then they're all connected by trails, either directly or along the Panther Creek, which goes through the neighborhood and carves like a little bit of green space and actually connects several green areas in the neighborhood. So this is Site C, which has a health center, one of the 3 health centers, and the education and research facility hosted. And these are some precedents I was looking at while developing this aesthetic and form of the project. I was interested in the concept of filter because of the prevalent chemical issues wafting over from the east side of from the petrochemical facilities. And so I was looking at a project by Kingo Kuma that was like a fabric that was that could filter out pollution. And so when I was initially doing studies, I was thinking of using that to like kind of cover the program, which would have a lot of outdoor circulation around it. When I was developing the program, I was kind of thinking about having a decent amount of outdoor circulation, and due to like COVID issues, and kind of thinking about how that might affect the design of a health center or facility. But as I was investigating the material, as well as the properties, I decided to change my strategy of filter to employ trees in the project, as well as to like soften the forms of the building, because it was a little striking and hard. So this is the education and research facility. When I was developing the program, I kind of used a 10 by 10 foot grid to help organize the space, and as well as when I was developing the platform, it helped situate some of the structure. So this is the health center plan. It involves classrooms, auditoriums, to the on the north side, because that is where the more community-minded program pieces are. An auditorium, a boardroom. The idea was, if this is going to be a research facility that was kind of focusing on the newer issues of developing hazards, that they might host larger educational training on how to deal with these issues. And in the middle is a bar of labs and equipment that would help support these activities. MRI machine, X-ray, CT scanner, and then there's a small operation theater for small procedures, as well as another classroom. I organized the classroom on the edges of the platform, so that while they were teaching classes on the issues that the neighborhood faces, because as we were doing research on this project, we came across different organizations that did do programs that taught about like the hazards of the area. And I was also thinking of maybe they could use that to, like, the classrooms could have a view towards the issues that we're facing. These are some sections through the lab bar, and then the north-south section that you can see the arrangement of the different forms. The elevations show the cover that the trees provide, and how they soften the edges of the buildings. This is a perspective from the hallway in the lab building, kind of looking towards the west. This is a perspective from the lobby of the health center, which is the other building I developed for this project. The program was organized around the same 10 foot by 10 foot grid, and includes a lobby for check-in for the patients, a staff break room, exam rooms, consultation room, a group mental health counseling room, and mental health counseling room. And when I was developing the form, I was thinking of perhaps, instead of having a large lobby area for multiple sick patients to gather in due to concerns. They would wait by the individual exam rooms for their turn to get an appointment with the doctor. And while I was developing the programs that went into the health center versus the education and research facility, I was thinking kind of how the education and research facility would support the health centers. You would go to the education and research facility to perhaps get specialized testing done, and then perhaps discuss the results with the doctors at your health center. So the section A shows the relationship between the lobby and nurse station with the exam rooms. The nurse station has a visual corridor into the area where the patients would wait for the doctor. The building is raised about 30 inches above the ground in order to help deal with flooding issues. Yes, so that is the project for the education and research facilities and health centers in Galena Park. Do you have any questions?
Some of the sections look like there was a green roof. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you talk about the form of the arches and how you use the same form for both structures, correct?
Yes.
Where did that come from? What is that in reference to? Like what attracted you to that form?
So the arches kind of started while I was looking through the precedents, as well as thinking about the relationship between the platform I was going to elevate and like how it would be supported. The building is a reinforced masonry, and so there are like columns that go down. And so I was thinking of the platform, these arches supporting like a floating platform in the beginning. And I liked the big windows that kind of defined a unit of space while I was working with the grid and arranging program. And I thought it worked nicely together.
One thing too, Kelly, and you're not describing it, is these are 16-inch thick masonry walls. They're not, it's not veneer. And those arches are actually playing a structural role. So, you know, that'd be a good thing to point out about this.
Mm-hmm.
If you'd had one rendering that could convey I think the thickness and the weight of that brick, it would really help. Understand the time limitation too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful presentation. There's quite a bit of work here, and I definitely applaud you for that. You know, there's a lot of thinking, a lot of interior work as well, and I do find the nature of the buildings, at least the masonry form with the arches, quite handsome. Is there a reason that in your precedent, the language of the building is really isolated to those arch forms? And I see that you've mixed the arches with some rectangular punched openings, et cetera. Is there a reason you decided to play with the language?
When you're talking about the rectangular hunched openings, are you referring to in the lab building in the middle, that window?
I guess I'm just looking at the drawing that you have up here right now.
Yes.
There's rectangular punches through that masonry wall.
Yes.
And then you have this other language of the arches. And there's, I can see also, unfortunately, I don't have the annotation capabilities with my free version of Zoom here, but where the doors are, the arches are such a strong form of the building, and they feel like they want to be the dominant language of what's happening, and would include a lot of the entry and exits as well.
Yes.
And then there are portions. Is there ever a time where that archway isn't the exterior facade of the building, where that is just basically defining a space that is exterior?
Where the arches are defining an exterior space? No. Actually, yes. I spoke too hastily. So in the health center, there is a space in between the nurse station and the patient waiting rooms that is open, but is surrounded on two sides by the archway and hosts a tree as like a canopy over it, and becomes kind of a outdoor space that is like the being on the interior as well. But it's not something that happens in multiple places in the subject.
Haley, I actually appreciate that you're departing from your precedent. I think you have to depart from your precedent, but I think maybe there's an opportunity to design, like the new element are the more traditional punched windows. Maybe there's opportunity for that to be designed even more, to be like a new system that's layered over the initial system. I'm just thinking about that as you move forward. I also wanted to compliment you on your overall presentation. Your graphics and your diagrams are really quite strong. I really appreciate how you have a distributed system. I don't know enough about the area to know if that distribution makes sense, but you talked about it well. So I at least appreciate and grasp the concept. And the other thing that I think is quite strong is like your integration of courtyards and this elevated platform being a way to integrate indoor spaces and outdoor spaces. I think the next rung to consider is what happens outside of the platform. Right now, these feel like islands. And part of it is because I don't know anything about the context. But I think that would be the next thing you need to dive into and show is how these islands engage with the next rung out. Like this, it hasn't been designed yet, and you didn't have time for that, but that would be the next thing to consider.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Ahead.
What I was starting to try and do was incorporate some issues of remediation for both like the flooding as well as the toxicity done by the petrochemical facilities. So the idea was there's a landscaping in the south side of the research and education facility that acts as like retention for water. And then to the north side would be plantings that are focused on remediating soil toxicity. But yeah, they would need to be explored a little more. There's also outdoor public gathering areas I was beginning to explore with the forum as well, but yeah, they're not as integrated into the platform as I could potentially explore.
Or even if they're not integrated into the platform, I like those intentions sound great, and maybe you find a landscape colleague who can help you develop those ideas more so they really function too, which would really make this sing even more.
Go ahead, Sarah.
No, go ahead. I'll circle back.
Also, you didn't really touch upon the green roofs that much. How do you see them? I mean, so obviously we can kind of agree that green roofs were nice, but I guess given the robustness of the presentation and of your thought process, I expected to hear a little bit more about the role they play. Do you see them playing so I guess convince me that it's something more than just sort of decorative. I mean, it doesn't show up in the acts on some other places, so I see it here, but I don't see it other places. I'm wondering, are we committed to it, or is it, an idea that didn't really stick? Or can you speak to that a little bit?
Yes, I am committed to the idea of the green roof. That was something I had been thinking about since the beginning of the project, but due to design limitations, the section I thought would be the best way to show it, and so I put them in here. But yes, I wanted to. They were going to be like the vegetation element in the beginning, and I kind of wanted to develop them into a strategy that worked with my canopy as well. The green roofs are thick enough to host bigger plants than I have shown. If I would like to explore them a little more, I might be able to see about getting larger vegetation that might integrate more and like spill over the tops of the
well, I would say the fact that you're allowing the structure to give you that capacity is really enough said, because it means that they could appear more in the future. It could be incorporated into the programming more in the future, things of that nature. And you've already set the buildings up to where they have that capacity. What I would say also, can you show the slide that shows the one of the grids in the 10 by 10 grids? I thought that was really interesting, and interesting in terms of how it was repeated as a device to organize your site, basically. I will say that it took me a second to realize that what I was reading is sort of this black poche as a solid wall or whatever was actually in reality the platforms, I suppose, and the ramping.
Yes, there's the stair and ramps.
Yeah. So it took me a while to figure that out. But I will say that one thing that I think that is really strong about your proposal is that the elements that are repeated in the different scenarios that tie them together over a distance is, to me, really important in regards to how it responds to the community. So in the sense that you have this cluster or this facility, but then somewhere blocks away, there are other facilities that are tied part of a united sort of system, a united infrastructure, and that there's elements that repeat that gives the neighborhood, the community, that continuity, that connectivity with them, because I think it's an important sense of commitment that is being portrayed by the overall planning in that regard. And I think that's something that's important in regards to, there might be elements that have a difference to them, and there's certain things that you could, but if there's like a consistency in regards to how the structures meet the ground and how it creates public space outside, I think that's sending a very strong message in regards to a commitment. So yes. I applaud you for that.
Thank you. I did think about the relationship of the forms when I was developing them, and originally in my health center plan, I changed it a decent amount from mid-review because I wanted it to have more of a share more of that like formal language with the education and research facilities. So I was actively working towards that.
Cool. That wasn't really nearly angry enough on my part. Let me think of something else.
I know. I was expecting more heat.
I'm losing my touch.
You're just tired, John.
I'm blaming it on the cats.
Oh yeah.
Long week.
I think one missing element in your presentation is people. So this is all about community and creating space for people in this neighborhood, and you have them in the section, I noticed, but I think because you already you're in such a strong place with your graphics, I think layering in how this really celebrates human use and invites the community in is a place that you can add value to your drawings. I also, especially your perspectives. So your perspectives, like that's where I was like, this is a corridor. Where are the people using this space? Tell the story. It's a story about community, right? And creating the space for community. So I'd say that when you're preparing this for your portfolio or beyond, I'd take the time to fold that layer in.
I've noticed that throughout the day, not just these four, but that a number of these projects were not populated with people. And, you know, I know it's a short project, but clip art to drop some people in, it doesn't take much. And it really goes more than just people. It brings those spaces to life. And it puts it in a scale that you're immediately familiar with. So this is for all of you all. It's important what Sierra said, that you know they're lifeless without that activation of human beings in there. So, and then try to also find the type of person that fits the context of these neighborhoods. You know, it really is important, more than just a passing glance statement.
Well, nicely done.
Okay. Any final thoughts, guys? Okay, thank you all. I know we looked at 12 projects today, and I know it's a big ask for what you had to do in such a short time. Research, develop your own program, and then design it. And we've seen some good work here today, and so I'm really proud of you for that. I would urge you all, because it was a short time, to continue to develop these. You know, if you want them for your portfolio, and some of them are really, really good and should be included in a portfolio, just put a few more hours of work into them, finish them out. I think it's something you can really be proud of. It's in the end, you know, this studio and all the others, it's got to stand on the building itself, because that's what we are, designers of buildings. And the research you did is extraordinary. So in your portfolio, if you include these, have that. And damn it, put some people in there too. All right. Any closing comments from our reviews that all you'd like to make? Any parting shots, thoughts, helpful comments for me, and asking them to do something this intense?
I just wanted to say, you know, we only saw 4 projects, but really good work. This was a super challenging semester in general, but then also you guys were taking on a really tough topic and a really important framing for the studio. Many of the themes ring really true for me here in Detroit and many other places in the country as well. But it was a quick project, but you've shared some really strong ideas. So y'all should be proud, and I hope you get to celebrate in some safe way at the end of the day. I also, in addition to the people side, so this is a public interest design studio, so the people are an important part of the story, as is the context. So you all did a lot of work and research and thinking and presenting around the context of this neighborhood. And I just would love to see you show that more in your work, both in the design itself, but then in how you're representing the designs as well and how they connect to the neighborhood. So thinking about how they're tethered to that larger community is a big part of public interest design as well.
So I think it was my third studio at UT. I had Stephen Moore as a professor, and similar to Professor Coker, when we started the studio, he talked a lot about the expansive nature of the practice of architecture. And in his words, he referred to us as experts. I took offense to that at the time. I thought it was pompous and just really kind of hit me the wrong way. And Professor Moore and I kind of battled over that entire semester. But I can tell you that from having walked out into practice, the curiosity that we have as architects is one of our strongest tools. Like the thirst for knowledge in all its forms, to to engage a community like this and actually get on the ground and talk to people and learn from them, and constantly be somebody who's trying to be kind of curious and master every aspect of what we do, even if it is like, yes, we are people that build buildings, but architecture is so unbelievably much more than that, and so expansive in a way that I don't think I really appreciated when I was in school. And for those of you that kind of really dug into the place that you were working on and the research that you were doing, these are things that we do every day, and I just encourage you to keep with it. There's a lot of good work we saw today, and enjoy your time off.
Well, I would second those comments as well. I would also say that recognize the importance of a studio like this, and what's important with the work that Sierra does in Detroit and others like these guys, because we have a tendency as a school, and this is true of all the schools of design, to not be humble enough to understand how people what their actual needs are. And we have a tendency to make assumptions about this or that, and it's usually framed by some sort of architectural intent that has been beaten into you from this education, whereas the reality is people have needs that differ than what our experiences have. Either we've been so far removed from those experiences if we had actually had them, or we just never had them, and we have to be able to listen. We have to be able to communicate, and we have to be able to, and I think listening is probably the biggest thing that we have to learn, the skill set that we're not really, these schools of architecture don't really teach you how to listen and how to engage people. And actually, that's a great skill to learn in that regard. And these studios like this, where we're saying, don't make assumptions, learn, listen. I think they're very valuable studios and experiences. And I would say, look to seek those out constantly as you move on beyond school, beyond academia, but in the professional world, look for those opportunities.
Yeah, great comments from all. John, you've got a little preacher in you there. If you get tired of architecture, you can always Baptist Church is looking for good lay preachers.
That was courtesy of St. Paul Baptist Church, Bivens, Texas.
There you go. Okay, guys. Critics, again, thank you. It's late Friday afternoon, and if you drink beer, it's time to go get one. Whatever beverage of your choice, you all deserve it. Students, stay on for just a moment, and then we'll wrap up. But thanks, guys. Brian,
guys.
I owe you one. Charlton, I owe you nothing.
Yeah.
Part of our job. But thank you all.
Thanks for having us.
Thank
Great to see you, Sarah.
See you.
Thank you. All right, guys. I know you're all tired. We won't keep you. If you have any really important comment, we can make them, but I want to talk about this at length on Monday, get a debriefing. We've lost a couple of people here, I see. Any question or comment you'd like to make before we reconvene on Monday? Any thoughts? You guys look tired. Omar, you're about to fall over. I can see.
I want you to know that I attempted to get 2.5 to 3 hours of sleep, but I could not fall asleep last night. So I took your advice, but it didn't work for me.
Yeah. I get it. I mean, come on, this is the most important thing you're doing in your life right now. I get the intensity, and I respect that. I really appreciate it. And you didn't even mumble through your presentation, Omar. So that's even better. I guess those years in the Navy toughened you up on that. I don't know. All right. Anything at all? Otherwise, let's depart and then reflect on things and meet back Monday. Okay. Great work, everyone. And I was serious. It's a big ask of a project like this. It's a lot more than just designing a building. And you all stepped up to the plate on it, and I really, really respect you for that. particularly in these times, these strangest of times, trying to do this the way we are. Our lives are turned upside down. I'm sure you've got people that you know that are ill, are suffering some way because of this. So thank you. It's hard. It's hard right now. So let's reconvene on Monday. Enjoy your weekend. Do not work on this project over the weekend. Wait till afterwards, and then I insist you work on it some more. But enjoy your weekend. Take off, and then I'll see you Monday. All right. Thanks, guys. Thanks very much.
Hi, thank you.
Take care of yourselves.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.